got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. GG, well played. North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-SEA representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
of delight. They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played. North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played! North America has come!
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Slain an enemy! Double kill!
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse of you all, the turtles, the light, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Warblade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-sea representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Slain an enemy! Double kill!
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
the Turkish delight. They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G well played. North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May.
If you want to see more MLBB action from the Mekong region, you are definitely at the right stream because now we're at day 2 and we are going to be your casters. I'm Yuko, alongside me is Burger Kim. So how are you today, Burger Kim?
Well, I still haven't recuperated from yesterday's games. I mean, we closed out the Group A stages in such a, I can't find the right term for it, explosive, unpredictable. I think that's the best way to put it. I kind of summed it up yesterday, but for today, I'm looking forward to the Group B stages because today we're going to be seeing Brunei, IDNS as well. And why do I keep mentioning IDNS? It's because of the reason why they're always in the MSC Mekong Qualifiers. They're always they're a big thing in the Mekong region. So I'm looking forward to see their performance here. But of course, they're going to be fighting for a total prize pool of $10,000, Hugo. And even the 5th to 8th placers will be taking home something. So, I mean, you're just playing MLBB, you're having fun, and of course, you get a chance to represent your region for MSC 2023. And what better way to actually top it all up with a super, super big prize pool here from, of course, Muntong. Once again, thank you so much for supporting the Mekong region. And of course, looking forward to grow this region even further.
And of course, thank you as well to everyone as well as the viewers for this region because they kept on sharing, they kept on supporting, and I actually was able to see a few comments or videos of people doing their analysis and some posts. So you really know that they're doing their best to be able to grow MLBB in the region. So again, as Burger Kim did say, today we have matches from Group B, and the ones on the right side are the teams that will be playing today. 10 matches, all best of ones, similar to what we have seen yesterday. I actually only have one question in my mind. Will we see a Savage today?
Well, it's IDNS we're talking about. We're going to be seeing Wawa Gaming once again, not to be confused with their Laos Wawa Gaming. So there's two here, one from Thailand, one from Laos, which, by the way, yesterday, just to give you guys a recap, we have Nightmare Esports and Wawa Gaming, actually both from Laos, will be moving forward here in this tournament. But for today, we're going to be seeing a few more Vietnamese teams, the Brunei team as well, and of course the very dominant IDNS. And looking at our tournament stage here, our tournament flow, we already finished Group A stages yesterday, so we're down to Group B. And eventually, for those of you guys who are wondering how the group stage will pan out, it's actually going to be the top 2 seeds per group who will be moving forward. And of course, that is going to be in the playoffs already for this MSC 2023 Mekong Qualifier. So looking forward to that. We finished yesterday. These are the final rankings. And as for today, we have yet to see our teams perform just yet. And speaking of the Brunei team, we actually have ESB Legacy here debuting for the first time in the Mekong region. So I think a lot of people are curious of what strategy, what meta is in the Brunei region. But yesterday we've seen a lot of interesting heroes that have been picked up, actually. A lot of the Beatrix, a lot of the Faramis. I think even the Martis was such a huge deal yesterday, Hugo.
It was. And I remember seeing a few interesting picks, namely the Alice, I believe, from yesterday. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of picks and tactics will we see today. And speaking of tactics, speaking of heroes and matchups, here are our 10 matches for the day. Do you have any specific matchup you're looking forward to so I can note it and give you the play by play in that game?
Well, I'm looking forward to see the. I think all of the teams here are very promising. I'm just looking forward to see the Thai Wawa Gaming. And speaking of, they're going to be going up first here against SPR. And what's really interesting about this region is some of the teams. Like yesterday, I completely forgot to mention this. The XP laner for level was actually the previous XP laner of Wawa Gaming. Or sorry,
Oh,
MDH Esports rather. So really
MDH.
interesting. He actually changed his IGN. So he was the one playing as the roamer, I think that time, the one with the different IGN. So it's pretty interesting to see. Like I checked the official website. That was the information I got. So it's nice to see them shaking up their names here. I'm not so sure. Like checking the IGNs here for players. Look at SPR's IGNs. Is that a fan broke your heart? I mean, yesterday we got Your Mine and I Want to Be Yours. Today we got someone heartbreakers here today. Hopefully not a heartbreaking match for your team. But going to our draft still here, Yuko, well, it is the Fanny meta. It's still the Assassin meta here in the Mekong region. And I think that's something that the other regions have to watch out for, especially since the current meta for like dominant regions in MLBB like the Philippines and Indonesia were more on the tanky jungler. So it's very refreshing for me to see this type of play in this region. So I don't know about you, Hugo. Like, do you feel the same way?
I actually do. They just really give this excitement. They make us curious. They make us cry. They make us, I don't know, yell a lot in their matches, and I love it. So looking at the draft right now, since this is going to be the first matchup for the day, nothing too different. We have been seeing a lot of Joy, Arlet, Kaja, and Fanny bans. I guess they could maybe take out tanks this time around. I've been seeing a lot of, according to the data I got from my trusty gadget here, there has been a handful of Grok bans from yesterday, and we also have these sustain or like super damage dealing kind of heroes sticking out like Hayabusa. And mostly there is in the other half of our matches yesterday, Glue has been banned out. And right on cue, there you go. Glue has been banned by Wawa Gaming here, waiting for the last ban from their opponents before we transition over to the picks. Melissa could be open
Yeah, actually,
if she is someone that they could want.
yeah, actually, for me, looking at the stats I have here as well, Faramis is also in the top ban section. So now, if that's gonna be the case, the teams also love using like an Eve and a Farsa. So,
Mm-hmm.
oh, it's actually going to be the Wildman for the final ban, still also in the top ban list, but not as much as the Melissa. So I think it's going to be a matter of maybe the side of Wawa Gaming loves to go for those tanky heroes, or rather, the side of SPR loves to go for those tanky heroes, and it's gonna be hard if you have a 1-1. It's gonna have a playground to work with if you have all those tanky heroes to stack up. We're gonna start with the Valentina. I would say a very safe choice for Wawa Gaming. Standard picks, and as for SPR, now they have to think it through if they want to go for heroes with very useful ultimates here, like the Faramis, which is still open by the way, and yeah, it's still going to be a battle for those two. Wow, Minotaur, a Minotaur for the side of SPR. I don't know. I've seen your reactions yesterday, Yuko, but I don't know how you feel about surprise picks like this, pocket picks like a Minotaur.
Yeah, I love it. Like first match already being surprised, but I kind of see the logic behind it. This is me basing on what could happen, and me basing on the fact that Minotaur was picked up after a Farsa. You know how Farsa has these stuns, also have the Fetid Airstrike. There's a little bit of slow if you get hit by the ultimate, right? You'd want someone to maybe make a perfect setup, and the Minoan Fury is actually one of those skills. On top of that, Minotaur is able to heal his teammates if ever they're in a tight situation. But jumping back into Wawa Gaming, we have been seeing a lot of Martis, and I think this is the second or third time we saw an Edith pick from if I remember correctly from yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was Level that picked up the Eden. The first time ever it was picked up in this tournament. And this is going to be, I believe, the second time. Just the second time that we're seeing the
Yes.
Eden according to my stat sheet here. And it's quite interesting because this is one of the heroes that I would say is pretty underrated. Its ultimate or its toolkit is kind of like a jawhead, quite reminiscent of a jawhead, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you uh, use the onwards to flip your opponent all the way back so that they can take him down instantly with no escape, not unless they have a flicker or maybe even a sprint. But again, the Edith has just so much control right now in the current meta, and with the adjustment that was made to the Edith, I would say it's a great pick, but it's not like the Minotaur that has a lot more rage, has a lot more CC for the side of
Mm-hmm.
SPR. They lock in the Benedetta as well for their final pick here in the first stage. And now we're down to our last two bans here. Both sides still don't have gold laners. They do have their mid laner. Probably a gold laner. Gold laner ban should come through here.
Actually, very much interested with the Benedetta pick here. Maybe they pick this up just so you can have someone that could duel up either against Martis or Valentina. And again, I have to highlight this. If you have Valentina, you're gonna have a great time since there's the Farsa and the Minotaur in the opposite side. So, pick your poison, pick your ultimate, I guess. We actually was able to see how aggressive Wawa Gaming was from the other region, from the other country. So let's see if it is something we will be seeing here again today. Rock has been taken out by SPR, Ling being taken out by Wawa Gaming as well. And no quick assassin, no like anyone that is gonna fly around that is gonna go with a sneak or surprise attack.
Yeah, if you think about it, if you add the link to the lineup here of SPR, that's gonna be so mobile already. Like you got the Parses Wings by Wings, you got the Benedetta who can pretty much just use that Electo Final Blow to dash away from any clash. And there it goes again. The Melissa will be the final ban here for SPR. And looking at the stats here, Melissa is actually the in the top 10 ban list, the top ban for the
Yes.
top ban heroes here in the qualifiers. And I would say it's probably because of the range it has. I mean, one of the most underrated mages, one of the most underrated marksmen rather. A hero that you haven't seen being used and abused ever since it was released. So I would say that for SPR, they're just taking away perhaps some of the picks that Wawa Gaming can have. There's still the Beatrix available as well as the Claude. There might be a high contest here for the gold lane, so SPR can just shake things up by picking something new up. And speaking of shaking it up, we're gonna be seeing the Popple and Koopa for the very first time here. A lot of split push potential for this lineup here, especially knowing how fast the Popple and Koopa can poke someone from his lane. And at the same time, I'm not so sure if this is like a Popple and Koopa with a flicker, a Popple and Koopa with an Aegis, or maybe even a Popple and Koopa. I've seen this, okay? A Popple and Koopa with an Arrival. And all it does is just
Interesting.
push the towers. I've seen
Huh.
that, and it does work sometimes. Maybe if SPR just wants to avoid all the clashes, because looking at Wawa Gaming's composition, it looks like they want to go all in for those dives. They still do need someone to have that DPS damage in the late game, and looking at it, it's not gonna be a DPS, a physical DPS, but rather to go back to the mage gold lane, the Harriet Hugo, which we've seen once yesterday.
We did see it, and honestly, I think that was a. I forgot if it was a loss. I think it was a loss, but I remember being at awe because of the Zaman Force and again the combo resets for days. And I actually have my eyes fixed on Popple and Koopa here because you said that Wawa Gaming their lineup is very in your face. Basically, they want to chase down the members of SPR here. One of the micros or one of the ways I think to be able to counter or soft counter a team or a draft that basically chases you down until the end of Earth is to get vision. Now, Popple and Koopa's traps could actually help that. And there's also like Minotaur with the face check, could help them a lot. And okay! I did not expect he will be picked up. That's interesting. Okay, starting the day with a very good draft. I like it. Is it new? Yes. Do I see myself playing this in the rank game so I can cause problems to my teammates? Definitely. But but I think and I like to think that SVR can make this work.
the Julian, okay, we've seen a lot of the Melissas, we've seen the Saviors yesterday rocking those Jujutsu Kaisen skins. I have to just put it out once again here, Yuko, so you won't be shocked when you see it. So I believe this Julian is one of the members here of the Forsaken Light team. And unfortunately today we won't be seeing I was expecting to see that, like a Melissa, a Julian, and a Savior in one team and add up
Make
the
it
Yin. I mean,
happen.
I don't really see the Yin. Please make it happen. It can actually, like, put the Julian in the jungler role. And at this point, I'm not so sure. Is this a Julian XP or is it Julian jungle? But looking at this, I think both ways it would be great. Like a Benedetta in the jungle or a Julian in the jungle. They're both pretty great. And I would say a lot of escape mechanisms for the side of SPR. But I'm liking the draft here of Wawa Gaming as well. A lot of control, a lot of CC, and a lot of strengths in their team fighting, in the team fights rather, that will happen shortly. But let's take a look at the final lineup here of both Wawa Gaming Thailand and SPR. Gonna be our headliner for today, Yuko. This is the Group B stages. Make sure to sit back, relax, enjoy the games today because we're in it for a treat once again in 10 best of ones.
I love it, and especially the fact that this is going to be a lot of best of one, so all of our teams are motivated to either go with cheese picks, go with what works, and let's see which of these mix and matches will be the ones that will push through. So again, this is the first match, first game for our day number 2 MSC Mekong Region Qualifiers. We hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. We hope you are very much interested with the drafts and the bans for this. Just like yesterday, our teams really, really like to start strong.
And you know what, Hugo? Looking at the Harriet here, it's actually a win. Like, based on my stats, it's a win on the Harriet. 100% win rate, by the way. It was only picked once, but it was Cammy. Yeah, it was Cammy that used the Harriet here. Cammy from Nightmare Esports. And yeah, speaking of them, they're going to be going over to the playoffs. A pause already called in as early as now. And what a way to start the day. There's a lot of tension, a lot of new picks, especially for the side of... let me take a look at my it's why I keep getting confused. It's Wawa Gaming and SPR. So there, SPR, a very new lineup. I believe the second time we were seeing a Minotaur, but the first time we're seeing a Julian jungle. So I'm looking forward to see that today. But once again, it's a technical pause, and for our region here, it's usually like this. Like, they need to sort it out, especially I believe for the Laos server. They usually have some troubles before the game, but all the time it gets sorted out, so no need to worry, guys.
Yeah, it happens, but don't worry, you have it under control. So let's talk about Julian for now. Again, I have my eyes set on this hero just because we never really seen this champion and this hero yesterday. So again, I actually am looking forward to seeing how will he be able to utilize Chain, that because his ultimate. So yeah, I mean, it's very, very much perfect for setup. If I were to imagine they're full on 5v5s, there's a lot of slow, there's a lot of ways to catch their opponent. So maybe Edith and Valentina might not have the best time in the late game. So one of the things that the Wawa Gaming could do is try to cut the game up until the mid part, maybe around 12, 13 minutes. Because I think if it's in the late game, things are going to go in favor to their opponents. But what are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, well, for the Julian, it kind of works the same way as the Martis here. If both are going to be the junglers here, it's going to be the first one that will get that snowball effect. That they should have the upper hand eventually. Like, whoever does get the farm first, whoever gets the turtle, the first turtle actually, that should be a key factor here for both sides. And I think we're gonna see high tension, especially in the XP lane. We can see like early ganks there. Expect to see that, and even in the turtle pit later on, because Julian and the Martis, they pretty much work the same way. As long as you get just like 1 or 2 items, you're pretty much set. And if you have if you're gonna get a snowball effect, that should be great. And we're heading back to our matchups for today. It's going to be the Group B stages here. Still not yet the playoffs, but the top 2 seeds will advance to the next round.
Yep. Again, from 5 teams, only 2 will survive, and we will be seeing those 4 teams, 2 from Group A and 2 from Group B, tomorrow and the day after that. We have I mean, the qualifiers will range from April 24 up until the 27th. Quick maths, quick memory. So don't forget to again mark your calendars and make sure that you're able to follow your favorite teams, favorite players, and everything else. Don't forget to comment what are your thoughts about the lineup. Which heroes do you want to see, and why do you think these teams pick up these heroes for their own metas? As there is one hero I really want to see, but I'm pretty sure she will not get picked up. Ask me who it is.
I'm gonna ask you right now. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, it's gonna be a long day here to go for the Group B stages, and just as we are kicking things off, it's just uh, I don't know here. I'm looking forward definitely for the Julian because the Martis I've already seen so much of it yesterday, right?
Yeah.
You've seen the Savage on the Martis, you've seen the Maniac on the Martis. So what's there left to see? It's only the Julian here, and I'm not so sure if you've seen this in your ranked games, Hugo, or maybe have you tried playing with the Julian?
I actually was able to play against Julian. I cried, so I kind of don't want to remember what happened. But yeah, it's this usual. If the person that's using the hero is mechanically gifted, like he's God's favorite player, he makes it work. And if you put him in a team that just gives this perfect setup, Ergo Minotaur, and as well as again the Farsa, he is gonna be a problem since he excels both in follow-ups and actually going with the initiate.
Well, for this lineup here of Wawa and SPR, and by the way, SPR is going to be the last Vietnamese team standing here. By the way, I just noticed that because
Yep.
most of the Vietnamese teams they played yesterday, and unfortunately for the last qualifiers, it was MDH that got the slot. It was the Vietnamese that got the slot, and actually, and quite unfortunate for MDH, they had a good run. They ended the things yesterday with a bang, but for today, it's only SPR left here to raise the flag of their country. As well as Brunei, they're the only team here actually that will be playing for their region. So that's going to be ESB Legacy representing Brunei. So a lot of interesting things to take note of today. I'm looking forward to the match as well of IDNS on how they will play because it's going to be still the same roster that they've had ever since IDNS started. I mean, some changes in the lineup in their roles, but this is pretty much the solid team that they started out with. The team that actually won the first MSC.
Look at all those history and all those good reputation. Basically, I hope they'll be able to support and just keep it up. I know that there's only one slot for the Mekong region for MSC, but again, bloodbath is an understatement. You can see all of these teams, you can see all the passion, all the hard work being translated into how they move around the land of dawn, and I just cannot wait to see what is gonna happen as the day go by. But yeah, for our lineup, is there any specific combo, not just hero, that you want to tackle on? I already mentioned Minotaur and Farsa, but do you have any other combos you'd want to highlight?
Well, there's a lot of heroes here that haven't been used yet. I mean, it's assassin roles that are dominating this region. And looking at the way the drafts were made yesterday, like we've seen a Ling, we've seen a Fanny. I've yet to see like an Angel Ling or a Fanny and an Angela together, or maybe even a Martis and an Angela. That would be such a deadly combo. I've seen an Angela in qualifiers, but I haven't seen it so much in this region. Maybe it's more of the center tanks right now. Like you see it in the bands, like mostly on the Atlas, the Lolitas, even the Kufras. So I don't think we're nearing that support meta, or we're going for that utility support. So it's more of the center tanks right now. And I'm not so sure if any team here, maybe Brunei will pull that off. I don't know.
Maybe Curry's place. And you know what? When you mentioned Angela, it gave me this hit nostalgic feel because back when I was casting for MPL for the Philippines, you guys are gonna guess how old I am in the MLBB scene. I know the Angela Leomord combo that was used by one of our pro teams. And I actually was able to see one specific team from the MPL Season 2 qualifiers, I think, that used Vexana. So look at the transition. Look at how the meta was being formed from the PH region, and now here at the Mekong region, we get to see these Fandy bands. We get to see the priority on Faramis, Valentina, Melissa for specific teams as well. So it's very refreshing because you get to see the world through different metas through this specific game, and I love it. So I hope that the Mekong region will be able to give us more cool action. And speaking of action, I know you guys are curious and you guys are excited for our first best of one. But don't worry, the game will be starting in a few minutes. Don't forget to again share the live stream, invite your friends, and after the day, you can try playing a few ranked games because you'll never know. You might get a few lesson, few combo here and there.
Well, I've seen a Leslie being picked up in MPL Cambodia. Yeah, you casted for MPL Philippines way back, and I just came from MPL Cambodia. So it's just crazy to think that I head all the way here to the Mekong, which is just right beside Cambodia. So they're all near each other. And I think with the way that the Mekong region is drafting, they pretty much have the same meta. If I'm not mistaken, they also have scrims together because they're so near each other and their servers are pretty much like the same, so they wouldn't have so much problems when it comes to the connection or maybe even the lags there. It should be fine if you're from the same region or from similar servers. But looking at Wawa Gaming Thailand, it's actually not going to be a jungler Martis. It's going to be the Akai rather.
That's an interesting way of playing and using the Akai. But you know what? If it works for them, that will not be a problem. Again, you have the other members here just looking for the next possible target. Valentina here being used by Metal at the front line. Few slashes here and there, but no one is committing just yet. You know, trying to assert their dominance and all that. Kin is looking for, again, if you're a Minotaur, you'd want to utilize your ability to be able to face check in the early time of the match. Metal was able to sidestep her way out of there. And yeah, pretty normal rotations, pretty standard early game, nothing too crazy, except these two heroes at the top. So here comes Farsa decides to join the party. That is going to be the initial, that's going to be the slow as well. Looks like that's going to be a very, very low Song Wee. But don't worry, because Martis is still alive.
Yeah, that would have been pickup. That was a petrify. Wow. Look at Easy going all the way there to try and get Song Wee. Unfortunately, will not be able to get anything. We called all the way back to the base, and we're seeing a lot of folks here coming from the tanking heroes. Actually, at this point, I'm not even sure who's the tank already. Like, there's a lot of tanks here for Wawa. You put the Martis as a tank as well, so I'm not so sure, right? Like, all these... What's really interesting about the MLBB meta is you can pretty much use the fighters as tanky heroes right now and build to have damage, but ultimately it will be up to Song Wee. Once again, a lot of pressure on the XP lane, like what I mentioned. And with this lineup, you want to snowball as fast as you can. Joseph X already starting up this turtle. Meta Dare Strike has been committed here by Easy. It's going to be Wawa Gaming Thailand picking up the first turtle of the game.
That was very quick objective take. 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes actually. Looks like there's going to be a very, very small lead for Wawa Gaming. But you know what they say? A lead is a lead nonetheless. After securing that turtle, it looks like they're going to try to play this one a little more defensively, a little more passive, because they don't want to give away much. That was so close. You know what? Something I noticed again, all of our Martis players from the Mekong region, they want to fight. Like, they're so confident.
Isn't he the Ashura King? I mean, his lines. I mean, if you play a Martis, you can hear his lines. He said, I mean, he pretty much can take on anyone, right? It's in his lore. I mean, if you read his lore.
Alright, looks like looking back into the top lane here. Okay, I love the top lane matchup, alright? They keep on fighting each other, they keep on attacking, and I can't wait to see who will be able to win that. But onto the other part of the map, it looks like everyone is converging into the bottom lane. Literally everyone. That's like 4v4, but it is gonna jump. It's beautiful! Oh my god, what was that? connecting onto the Predator airstrike. First blood has been secured by SPR, and that is what happens when you allow the Martis to be left alone. You get these opportunities, you get these openings to be able to fight or answer your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, Kin there was able to set things up. A beautiful onwards there by How. Unfortunately, there was the feathered airstrike there. You mentioned all the stuns. As speaking of, it's gonna be Phantom there. 4 members on the bottom lane trying to take him down. I'm not so sure if How should be able to defend this one. And look how fast Tin Quan is pushing this tower on the bottom side. They get it instantly. 2 kills for SPR right now. And the last remaining Vietnamese team looking to really take this one, or take this game rather, with a victory.
Alright. Turtle Dance. A few pokes here and there. I really feel like they're gonna have to go with the fight here. But airstrike being popped yet again. That will beat the turtle round. It has been secured by Akai. They're not gonna stop anytime soon. They're focus firing onto Songli. Songli a little bit into deep. Gets taken down by Farsa. Not even gonna need the ultimate. Now you have the situation being popped by Harriet here. Everyone converging into the mid lane. Looks like that will be Koopa jumping in, literally jumping in to save the day. That was a 2 for none in favor of SPR. Starting off very, very strong, even though Wawa Gaming was the one that got the turtle first, the first turtle. The second one went over to Akai again. So you get the micros, you get the objectives, but we get the kills.
And what's good here about SPR is they're pushing the lanes as well. Did you see how fast Tin Quan was pushing the lane down bottom side? I believe he's going to be rotating there towards the top side. And I believe Wawa Gaming already figured that one out. You see Phantom as well moving towards this top side, and with the weapons master here by Tin Quan, I'm actually looking forward to see the items later on. Might be an early BOD. There's a lot of traps here being set up by the Popol and Koopa as well, giving them very good vision, giving SPR the vision actually to position themselves properly in the map.
See, I told you, all of those things, all of those skills is being utilized by SPR, and that was a fast take. 0-5 now on the board, and it looks like SPR wants more. Specifically, they want this tower, but airstrike being popped yet again. Since we're going over to Phantom, that was very good placement for the Synchro Fission, even the Zaman Force, and that is going to be more lead for their side. There is an attempt to take a revenge kill onto Harith, onto Phantom, but it's not gonna be enough.
There's the chains from Fan Broke Your Card. Hopefully it's much better now. It's a question mark still from his IGN. They go straight for the turtle here for SPR. Still no answer from Wawa Gaming Thailand. This time, they should be able to take this one, not unless there's going to be a heavy spin all the way in. No contest from the side of Wawa Gaming this time. They don't want to overcommit because SPR has been winning all of these clashes. And not to mention the fast take of towers here by Tin Quan. Honestly, I was expecting an arrival with the way he's pushing the towers here. Not an arrival, but a flicker to actually escape to safety. Look at the damage from the feathered airstrike here by Easy. It's not going to be easy for Wawa Gaming right now. Yep. It's a magic worship emblem too, so it's that is gonna sting definitely. Extra burns, but Wawa Gaming is struggling right now with all of their lanes. Top, middle, they're all gone right now. Care of Tin Quan's Popol and Koopa. First time we're seeing it today.
Definitely first time, and so far it's looking pretty okay. Someone who is not okay though is Phantom, because he got taken by Benedetta. Here comes Farsa as well as backup. Predator airstrike is available. There's also a way to stun Akai, but it looks like they have to let this go. They're okay. They're gonna settle with just cutting in with the minion waves. Now they're taking over to the mid lane. Looks like there could be a possible 3v4, but I don't know. Waves are pushing in. Other members are making their way down there as well. Here is Popol and Koopa. And okay, there's no more minions. They could not dive. They could not force this even if they want to. So now it's back to just playing this the macro wave. Okay, taking out the turrets, making sure they can't breathe, and making sure they do not have the buff. Akai could not even save their buff there, but that is going to be the stun, that is going to be everything connecting. That's going to be a little bit too difficult for Benedetta. Gets taken down, no trade so far, and SPR, they have to take a few steps back.
Oh, wow! What hit onto Phantom? And definitely very angry here for Tin Quan on this Popple and Koopa, who has definitely a very good time farming up top, down bottom. I actually want to see the items here of the Popple and Koopa. We'll check that out later on. He's still standing at a 204. No deaths just yet. They're going to be starting up this Lord for SPR. And if they do get this one, it's only the inhibitors left here for Wawa Gaming Thailand. They should be able to take this one so fast. And in the 9-minute mark, they're not wasting any time here for SPR. They want to take as much objectives as they can get.
I know, and yeah, they really want to focus and strengthen their macro play here. I actually look at the top of the board, and then I realized SPR was able to get 5 turrets down from Wawa Gaming, and Wawa Gaming is still yet to take a single turret from SPR. I mean, goes to show how much control SPR has. Am I surprised? Honestly, yes, because they're really repping this draft so well, not giving any opportunity to breathe or even move for Wawa Gaming. And even though Martis did have a good start, it looks like he's not able to snowball yet.
Well, I mean, looking at the way Fan broke your heart, definitely a lot of strength here on the Julian. The first time we're going to be seeing it. And look at the damage from both Julian and Easy. With that feathered airstrike, they should be able to take in some towers here, especially with the Popple and Koopa in their lineup. I think, I don't know if you've seen this type of strategy wherein you just use the Koopa to lock in the tower. And speaking of that, SPR, they're going to try to go for it. I think they should be able to take this one. There are no minions just yet. A little bit of overcommitment there by SPR. They back away, but that's 1/4 HP of the tower gone. And overzealousness can actually cause you sometimes, Yuko. And they take what they can get here. Fortunately enough for the side of SPR, their mid laner and their gold lane are still alive.
Okay, so to the viewers out there, they really did not see the face I made when I thought that SPR was gonna finish that off, and everyone has gonna be initiate coming in. Good initiate from Edith, and now you are on the killing spree. 2-0 in favor of Wawa Gaming. But as I was saying, I was so surprised because if SPR ends that game, that's arguably the quickest match we've seen in the qualifiers. I'm like, are they gonna do it? But yeah, Wawa Gaming was able to defend the base, and now they're gonna try to give this another shot. Genius One being picked up by Easy as well. That means she is gonna hurt a lot more. And more sustain for SPR, more initiates, more ways to actually be aggressive, basically. And now you have Popple and Koopa just being the sneaky ninja that he is, trying to clear out and push in from the top lane. Yeah, we've seen a lot of we are hungry from SPR, but you know who's hungry? Harith, because he has been waiting for that revenge kill for a handful of minutes now. Julian now 6 feet underground for the next 26 seconds, but it looks like SPR, they keep on jumping in and jumping out of the base of their opponents. 2-1 in favor of SPR now, and they are dancing around into the base. Minions are pouring in. They have their eyes set onto one. Look at that, the kill going over to Benedetta. Zama Force being popped as well, but looks like it's not going to be enough. Kingsley going over to Popple and Koopa, and with that, SPR secures the victory in that game. I'd like to think that that is the fastest match we have in the qualifiers.
Yeah, care of the Popple and Koopa. I already hyped it up during the drafting phase. I was like, this is going to be fast pushes for the side of SPR, the last remaining Vietnamese team, by the way, here in the Mekong Qualifiers. I was quite surprised too with how fast the towers are going down. And I think at that point, Wawa Game was like, oh no, my goodness, we have a Popple and Koopa here. And we still need, like, our gold laner, our Harriet actually is more for the pokes in the early stages, and then eventually, once it gets that power spike, it should be able to dish out damage. We did see it from Phantom, but unfortunately, by that time, all the towers were gone. Tin Quan was just too much to handle with the Weapons Master as well, and you only take down the Popol and Koopa. You have to take down Koopa first before you take down Popol. No, it's the other way around. You have to take down. Yeah, that's right. You have to take down Koopa first before you take down Popol.
Yeah. And well, yeah, Popol's surprise, third, really gave a lot of vision, a lot of information to SPR. That was 7-13. It's not that super high of a kill count, not like the matches we've been seeing yesterday, but just like what my partner has been telling here, it was all about those sticking on the turrets, making sure that your opponents can't really move around, and some buff stealing. But another thing I want to talk about is they were successful in shutting down Martis and Harith. These two heroes were not able to snowball, not able to get the goal, or not even able to get much kills in that match. Thus, they were able to propel their lead a lot more. And MVP for the match is Popol and Koopa. KDA of 305, but he's the MVP because of everything he was able to provide and everything he was able to assist with in the fights. Gold per minute, by the way, 946.
A huge amount of gold. I mean, explains the early BOD here from Tin Quan. Eventually going for the Wind Talker and the Berserker's Fury for that critical damage. And of course the Rose Gold Meteor, knowing that the Harriet is in the same lane as this Popol and Koopa, respecting the damage as well. But it was overall a very good game for this Popol and Koopa. Global presence all across the map in this match, and I mentioned it earlier, fast pushes, and they definitely did this in game number 1. I'm not so sure how long. I think it was a less than 20 minutes match. So yesterday we opened up with a 21-minute match, I think, for our first game, and today we actually made it much shorter. So yeah, it's gonna be a long day, and this is just the first match. We still have 9 more for today, all best out of ones, by the way.
Yes. Also, I think the match was like 10 or 12 minutes. That was fast. Looks like SPR really wanted to win that. And yeah, to give a few more highlights, I guess, information from how well Popol and Koopa was performing. The Bite Koopa was very much on point, and it really hurts a lot. Was able to freeze their opponents and not being able to move around. And it was an interesting draft, but I'm glad that they were able to follow through. So maybe that's something the other team should look out for from SPR. Then again, it's just match number 1. There is still a lot of things and a lot of opportunities to actually study or try to predict your opponents. And yeah, I'm still surprised, by the way. All those fights, all those rotations, all those macro plays even. It's a game that has so much stuff to talk about.
Yeah, 1 minute the towers are there, and another minute it's gone. It just goes to show that for SPR, we've never seen the Popol and Koopa actually. Like most of the time, you see like a 1v1 between the gold laners. A lot of counter picks as well for the marksman heroes, but this is the first time we're seeing SPR just go all the way for the towers. This is actually another strategy, which kind of actually makes sense right now why they picked up the Benedetta as well. You see the Benedetta as well from their side, rotating really fast. Giving Popol and Koopa as well, Tin Quan, the space to actually rotate freely around the map. So I think overall it was a good game for SPR, and definitely they need to raise the bar here, or raise the flag rather, for their country, because they're the only ones left here in the Mekong Qualifiers if they wanna once again represent the region in MSC 2023.
Repping that Vietnamese flag. Let's see how far and how many points will they be able to get. And yeah, we hope you guys were able to enjoy that first match. We have
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5, In the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the turtle delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played! North America has come!
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
One match down, we have 9 more to go. And again, this is the MSC 2023 Mekong Qualifiers. You're going to be your casters. I'm Yuko, alongside me is Burger Kim. So we started today with a very, very quick match. And now we're going to be having Evo versus ESB, I believe. So let's see what kind of differences and what kind of draft are we going to be seeing in this matchup. So also, this is the full 10 matches for the day.
This is the first time we're going to be seeing Brunei play their one and only team here in the Group B stages. And they're going to be going up against Evo as well from Laos for match number 2. Team Evo was actually in the last qualifiers for the M4 World Championship. They didn't really make it that far, but I think for the MSC 2023, there was a lot of time to prepare, and especially since the ever-changing meta every month or every other month, it actually does make it a little bit more spicy, a little bit more exciting when it comes to our drafting phase. And instantly, there's going to be a Diddy ban here coming through for ESB. Not so sure if this is kind of like a premonition or an idea to what they will draft here. Maybe they're gonna go for center tanks like the Atlas or Kufra. And what better way to stop all of these sets are going to be just the Diggy that was actually spammed yesterday by Master Fun.
I actually think that one of the mainstream or one of the things that a lot of teams, despite their region, wants is a lot of AoE CC. And Diggy stops all of that. He's a neutralizer. So if you want to play it safe, you'd want to bank on your AoE CCs. And of course, you have to make sure that nobody's going to be able to stop that. So after the Diggy ban, we have the Joy ban. Nothing too different. I guess the next possible bans could be the Kaja, Valentina, Melissa, even. Usually in the first rotation, it's just the marksmen, the damage dealers. One has been taken out by ESB.
This seems to be a pattern. If not the Melissa, it's the Wan still in our top ban list. We completely forgot about the Arlot as well. That is sitting at a 75% win rate here in the Mekong Qualifiers. Has a 100% ban rate, by the way, which means that every time it's picked up, more or less it has a great game. As compared to the Faramis that has been highly picked as well here in the region. 5 times picked, but a very low win rate. So I think it just goes to show that it's all about the team fights here. If you're able to execute well as compared to having like a meta hero like an Arlot, it should be able to elevate your team to the next level. And then speaking of the Arlot, it is going to be the second ban here of Team Evo. There are heroes like the Valentina and the Faramis still available. The Kaja as well that has a 100% ban rate here in the qualifiers.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad. We only ever saw one Kaja pickup, and after that, it's nada. Either got banned or he is not being picked up by the teams. So here are your first 4 bans. I actually have a feeling, I have a gut feeling, based from the first game we had today, which was a Valentina Open lineup, we could be seeing more of this hero in this day too. Mitsutar has been taken out. Okay, I see what ESB is doing. They took out Diggy, they took out Mincitar, so they really don't want to have these heroes that stop a lot of AoE skills, even dashes, even being able to just be so mobile. Maybe they want a very in-your-face composition, but let's wait and see, because after the last ban for Team Evo in the first rotation, we'll be able to see which ESB is the first hero that ESB will be picking up.
Oh my goodness, look at the IGN hero from ESB Legacy. Is that Zamzam Ala Kazam? Zamzam Ala Kazam. Look at the first player's idea. I'm gonna check out their roles in a bit, but the Fanny still, it was opened up yesterday twice actually in 2 games. Has a 50% win rate, so once. Oh, actually, let me double check that one. But Melissa gonna be prioritized here by the side of ESB. It still doesn't tell much about their draft. Evo actually wants to be a bit more greedy here. They can actually take the Valentina and the Faramis in one go.
They could, and they should, but they're taking their sweet time. I wonder if there's any more they want to prioritize. And again, I have to see Kaja is open. They're going to be picking that up finally. Well, I have a feeling that that's going to be the last Kaja game for the day. Lulu has been picked up as well. So Evo wants to prioritize these pick-off potential or heroes that can
Pick-off,
give
yeah.
off a very good pick-off for themselves. Going back into ESB, Valentino is open. Benedetto is open if
Paris
that's
is
something they
open.
want to pick up. Yeah, that too. That could be possibly a good pickup, but let's wait because it looks like they're taking their sweet time in deciding who will be next Pyramids as we predicted. And now Fredrin has been locked in for their side.
You need someone to frontline still, right? Knowing that there are two heroes that can pick off the Melissa. You add the sustain as well, so ESB has a great idea of what they want here. It's gonna be clashes. If Team Evo wants clashes, if Team Evo wants pickups, fine, we'll give them pickups, but we'll have that sustain. We'll have that additional frontline with the Fredrin. Honestly, I love seeing this. I mean, I never get tired of seeing it. I see it in every single match here in the Philippines and even in the Indonesian meta. Still not still pretty much in the S tier. And now for Team Evo, they lock in a high ground mage, a heavy artillery mage at that. Something we haven't seen yesterday. It has been on the top ban list as well. The Eve here for the side of Team Evo. We can expect to see probably a Valentina ban if this is going to be a Roamer Paramis.
Maybe. I honestly do expect a Valentina ban. What I'm not expecting is a Kufra ban from Evo. So no hugs, no bounce, no initiates, no slows, no anything. They're gonna focus on banning out the frontliners, given that I guess it's kind of safe to say that the huge chunk of damage, the huge hero for dealing out damage or marksman already is revealed for the side of ESB. But so far, which draft are you liking?
Well, a standard draft will be ESB. I'm liking this. They have the sustain, they have the front line. Now they need to pair it up with probably like a Forza or maybe even a Valentina if you want to get the range of the Eves, the slows that it has with the real world manipulation. Now they take out the Atlas here, 2 center tanks instantly, knowing that there's a Diggy ban. So I was telling you, it kind of gives away what you want to happen in this game, which means that if they're banning out heroes like the Kufra and the Atlas, which means that this is a mid lane Paramis. This is a magic damage Paramis, not a roamer Paramis. They take out the Plod here for the final ban, a hero that can go head to head with the Melissa. And it means that if they want to go for the next best option, the top pick, the Beatrix perhaps, they add another solid frontline here. The Akai, I believe this is going to the jungler role. I'm liking this draft from Evos. A lot of plays that they can make. Now, ESB has to think twice if they want to go for more damage here because there's a lot of heroes that can do the pickoffs.
Yeah, and it looks like with the lineup that we've been seeing so far, safe to say that Evo can really survive a clash, can really survive a team fight. You have the setups, you even have these beefy front liners, and you have actually Kaja even that can go with the Ring of Order, Divine Judgment, catch someone off guard and everything else. Grok is available. Yuzong is available as well. Good pickup for ESB here. You have to really be able to catch and be able to reach the back lines from Evo. And as I mentioned, Grok is available and ESB picked that up.
Wow, a scary lineup as well. I mean, if the first 2 picks of Team Evo was really scary, you got the Grok here and the Eve. In the Yuzong rather, they have the same color. I always get confused. A lot of purples here. But the Yuzong is a great answer to the Eve. Actually, one of the heroes next to the Franco that can actually pick off the back lines. They add up the carry here. Now, wondering why this wasn't picked up much earlier on. I guess they didn't really want to reveal too much of their draft. And with this solid front line from Team Evo, you got a Roamer Kaja once again that has 100% win rate currently. Fresh from yesterday's Group A playoffs. I love the carry addition here. And once this carry gets activated, once it gets the items, I feel like the front line here of ESB is going to have a hard time with this hero.
Yeah, carry is literally gonna melt anyone from the front line. I said this before, I will say it again. In late game, no one can actually sustain or be able to get the damage that carry can dish out. Unless you actually try to CC her to the ground and catch her off guard, you're pretty much gonna have to pray to everyone that you know. This is gonna be the bans and picks again for the next matchup. Again, this is Evo versus ESB. And this is the debut game from our one team from Brunei. I hope they'll be able to give us an amazing show.
I hope they make it far as well in the tournament. And a lot of people have high hopes for this team. Maybe it's because this is the first time that they actually made their appearance here in MLBB Esports. We're going to be heading over to game number 2 here between ESB Legacy, all the way from Brunei, as well as Team Evo, making their second appearance here in the Mekong Qualifiers. Zamzam Alakazam. Okay, actually, it's quite fitting here that he's the Paramis here. Quite
I
fitting for his
know.
IGN. We've been seeing that yesterday, right? Like, you're mine, I'm yours. Heartbreaks today. So I don't know what's going on here in the Mekong region. Hope you guys are okay. But speaking of being your mine and heartbreaks here, well, Oper, this is going to be a standard thing, especially if you're gonna be going up against a glue in this XP lane. You can definitely spam that first skill, but here is a backup, forcing a flicker out from Oper. You're gonna have that gorgeous barrier there. You'll be able to use that first skill out of that one. And
Hey, that was a
Team
very good
PSB
Guardians
won't be
barrier.
able to get anyone.
Yep, no one, but that was a little bit too close for comfort for Glue. Thankfully, he is literally a slippy slime that can jump out of a Guardian's barrier. So for now, there's no solid aggression yet for both sides, aside from, Firemis just zooming and making his way into the mid lane. I actually want to see how Evo will be able to utilize this Kaja pick. Because as you've mentioned, Kaja only picked once yesterday, but he has a 100% win rate. First one being secured by Zamzam Alakazam. Has on glue the IGN maybe, and they were able to catch Opera off guard.
I can't stop thinking of the Pokemon here. I mean, it's the third evolution, right, of the Abra, which is also quite hard to catch. I mean, this Paramis should be something that Evo as well should be picking off, because it's gonna be the one sustaining the clash. Here's the first turtle of the game. They just started up here, heavy spin in, but he's gonna get that retribution in and take it for the team. Agi falls here, care of the Yuzong of Crest, and Team ESB, the Brunei team, gonna be picking up 2 kills instantly.
Good pickup, and ESB really being able to utilize the early game. And I honestly love how they're able to rotate. Focus on the bot, see if anyone is available in the mid. Is it too scary? Is it too risky? If it is, rotate over to the top and try to box Kaja in. ESB really being able to show their dominance and make sure that they are able to utilize the early game in this specific lineup. They really want to just snowball. I mean, that is how a Fire Mist is. If you have him rather, just go with the team plays. Make sure everyone is near each other. That has been divine judgment. No follow-up. Sadly, now you have the real world manipulation, carry the back line, but it looks like they are trying their best to be able to get the damage into the marksman. Your name was able to get 1 pick off, and there is no follow-up, no answer just yet. Evo might have to let this one go.
They're not going to be committing for more. The Faramis is out here. Zamzam Alakazam, the first one to fall. And honestly, you wouldn't want to push those clashes without the Faramis. You don't have that sustain. And with the firepower that Evo has, they got an Eve. They also got the carry. You wouldn't want to be going head-to-head with them without this Paramis of Zamzam Alakazam. 2 kills already by ESB with a turtle to boot. 20 seconds before the next one is up. Let's see if Team Evo will be able to get this next one. They have all the tools to be able to get the pickoffs that they want. They just are a bit too careful right now, actually, for me. They're a bit too careful here. They can actually go aggressive if they want to.
I honestly am waiting for them to be aggressive as well, but maybe okay, if you're gonna look at the lineup, the only hero that dishes out so much damage is carry. So maybe they want to just wait and extend the game as long as they can up onto the late game, but never mind. You can actually see the catch coming in from Makai. That is gonna be a lot of damage being taken onto the side of Evo. King was able to get 1. Real manipulation being popped by Eve as well. Looks like the other members of the East, it's gonna be falling down, and the Eve being able to get 1. That was a 2-for-1 in favor still of ESB, but up top, you have Biston able to get a pick off, and King was able to get the turtle for himself. 4-3 now on the board with a roughly a 1k, well now 2k-ish gold lead in favor of ESB.
I'm actually expecting Team Evo to have the upper hand here in the early game. I mean, you got a Kaja, you got a Glue, you want to go all aggressive here and make space for Biston there up top. Fortunately enough, after that turtle take by ESB, Biston was able to get a solo pickoff onto Kalel on that Melissa. And right now, we're seeing a lot of rotations of Team Evo. They're going to send her towards this top side. I mean, knowing that Biston is going to be the one carrying this in the late game, you want to ensure that your gold laner is okay. You're going to get that check. And at the same time, the Melissa has a lot more advantage up against the carry that doesn't have as much range as the Melissa.
Exactly. So maybe that's the reason why Biston is just being extra powerful or the extra aggressive in the early game. That was a good real wheel manipulation, good ring of order as well. Really being able to push and force that 2v3 out of top lane, but Melissa could not do anything about it. And Biston was able to pop speedy light wheel at the right time. You know, make sure to finish off that kill beautifully. That's going to jump in from Yuzong, but then that would be a Kai popping in with the ultimate as well. But okay, no follow-up, no anything yet. Some heroes are forced to back away just so they won't be able to overstay their welcome. But now, still looking at the mid lane. I actually like the rotation from this Grok from Haji. Haji, right? Yeah, that's Haji Kitty.
Yeah, Haji
Press is
Kitty.
definitely
Not to be
there.
mistaken
So
for
cute.
the Blacklist International player. I mean, there's a player called Haji as well from Blacklist International, a world championship team. Not the same one. This is the one from Brunei with a kitty. An additional name to boot here for ESB. Half HP for the turtle here, Yuko. Not so sure. Retribution game has been favoring the side of ESB so far.
Haji Kitty forced to pop his ultimate just so he'll be able to get out of there from the Divine Judgment. King being able to get the turtle as well. And now you have the go sign, the green light for Evo. They're chasing the members of ESB down. Bodies and life are definitely going to be falling onto the floor. But it's okay, no casualties just yet. Ultimates has been exhausted literally from everyone except Opera, except King as well. No casualties still. And it looks like it's going to be back to farming. Haji being chased by non-stop rather by Evo. Ring of already being popped by Kaja by 20 August. That's a cute IGN. 20 August, and now ESB is also holding their line into the bot lane. Tower has been taken down, and no one is going in for the kill. Okay, see if it's scary, if it's a risk, just focus on getting the towers down.
20 August. I'm guessing is that his birthday, the 20th of
Probably.
August, or is it a special date? It's kind of cute. I mean, Biston I've seen last time. Biston and Oprah actually, and Your Name, they played for Evo. I'm not so sure if there were some IGN changes here for Team Evo, or is this still the same team? Let's take a look at the items here. But before that, we're going to see a concealed play here from ESB. There's going to be wild charge coming in here from Haji Kitty. The real manipulation being popped there by Haji, stunning everyone from the side of ESB. And look at how fast the speedy load is King, the first one to fall. Big win here for Team Evo. They're gonna get stunned here. Zamzam Alakazam as well. 2 members down, but he's gonna come right back up. I'm actually surprised that he's back up here. I mean, he just got taken down there by Team Evo. He's not even on a pull yourself together emblem. It was pretty fast for the Sparamis. Back in play here for Team ESB.
Surprise, he's back, and the reason why Evo was able to win in that skirmish is because they really were not able to reach Kyrie or Biston. I mean, you see that he was able to do the side steps, even the ultimate, not a problem. Everything was going well, smoothly. On top of that, Agi was able to pop the real world manipulation at the perfect time, was able to provide slow, was able to give Evo the setup that they were looking for. But now Lord is up, and of course that is a juicy target for the members from Evo. But ESB still gonna try and make things happen. Yuzong at the front line. King gets spotted out here. They're gonna try to go all in. Real world manipulation being popped there as well. Divine Judgment being used as well. Ring of Order there, but nothing. The King's going over to Biston. They're not gonna stop. You have Akai with his ultimate, making sure he will try to pin someone down, but was not able to. Kingsley going over to Aji though, but still no one able to reach Biston. He is the golden hero, the golden boy for Evo. With that, they get first dibs on the Lord.
This is what we were talking about, Yuko. If Biston is left unchecked there, I mean, props to Adri as well as 20 August for paving the way here for Biston to activate already. Look at how fast he's going here, shredding the HP bars of King. They want to get this tower on the mid side. They got a Lord to boot here for Team Evo. One by one, the towers are falling, and they're looking really good right now up against the lone Brunei team. And I'd have to say, I'm quite impressed here with Laos. They've had a difficult time up against Thailand, usually in the Mekong Qualifiers. But all their teams so far yesterday in the Group A stages and even here in the Group B, they're looking really good right now. And who knows, we might actually see all Laos teams playing in the playoffs if this keeps up.
Goes to show how much they dedicate and how much they love the game. Not impossible, honestly, even given that the teams from Laos are very strong. But still, let's see if there's anything that ESB or a team from Brunei has to say to that. Now they spread themselves a little bit too thin, but it's okay. Pairs and heroes are in the different parts of the map. Lord is making his way into the top lane. Guardian's Barrier being popped as well. Ultimates are available. Let's see. Again, going back to Biston, the Phantom Step from this guy is almost always on point. That's why no one can catch him. Okay, it finally dawned on me. The reason why ESB could not penetrate the backline even though they have a Yuzong. If you try to reach Biston, you have to dodge Akai's ultimate. You have to go through the real world manipulation. You have to survive glue clinging onto you, and you have to do your best to make sure you're not going to get caught out by the divine judgment. That's a lot of slows, a lot of setups, a lot of ways to actually get picked off. And ESB's lineup is actually based on the strength of their team fight. They cannot and they do not want to lose in the numbers game.
Yeah, I mean, Crest here is having second thoughts every time he wants to jump in with the Petrify, right? I mean, you mentioned it. There's a lot to consider here before you can reach Baston or Agi. And actually, to the point, I've seen Agi flickering in just to get the kill. When have you seen a mage use the flicker aggressively? Most of the time, if you use a flicker, you want to flicker out to safety. But Agi here is using it to flicker to get a kill. That's how aggressive this mid laner is. And usually you'd see a mid laner playing really safe, playing in the back lines. But Aji here is probably one of the most aggressive ones that I've seen. Well, for today in the group stage as well, we've only seen one game. And now we're down to our second one. 30 minutes in, I believe both teams would like to take this Lord. But again, the biggest problem here is Biston and Aji here of Team Evo. No deaths just yet for this carry. Having a very good game. Even the purple buff was already given here to Biston. It's carrying a lot of weight here for Team Evo. And ROI coming up real soon. First Lord is up for today. And I believe your name is confident enough to already start this one up.
Very, very confident indeed. Another members of ESP just looking onto the side. Lord Dance definitely here. I was actually waiting for Melissa, for Kalel to go online, given that it is the 14-minute mark, but never mind. Carry Biston is now unstoppable, catching me off guard even as he beat the flicker in, trying to catch this lone hero. That is going to be a very, very good wild charge. Guardian's Barrier being there as well. Real world manipulation is being used as well. And Biston lives! He is alive with that Phantom Step, being saved by Evo. And instead, your name actually was able to secure the Lord. Mega kill going over to Eve, and I was surprised because that was a make or break it gamble by ESB. They went all in. They were locked in. They literally have their backs in the corner. using all of these things, all of these skills to try and catch Biston. But what happened? He was okay. Despite having a Guardian's Barrier next to him, he is fine.
Yeah, here's the sun and the pull over to 20 August. A little bit too early there before the Lord is up here. So that's another one for Team ESB. And going back to Bistan, that was just crazy. 3 members going up against him. You got a Guardian's Barrier. All the ultimates being popped at you. You get that insane lifesteal and still alive. No deaths for this entire match. A spectacular performance. I'm not surprised if he will be picking up the immortality later on, knowing all eyes are going to be on him. They have to melt down this Lord. They have to take this one down first for ESB and later on deal with the high ground and the damage coming out from Team Evo. They're knocking over towards the door. I'm not so sure who's going to make the play just yet. You use that Guardian's Barrier to delay some time here. You go Haji Kitty getting the brunt of the damage. But look, Cold Alder as well. The 4 members of ESB. Almost a wipeout here. Chris tries to party as well, but it's not enough. Team Evo gonna go for the base. The Laos team are looking really good. Both stages. The victory for the second game of the day.
Beautiful, beautiful second match. And again, that was such a performance by Evo. And I mentioned this earlier. They were a little bit passive in the early game, and now it makes sense. They were waiting for a carry to be stunned to go online, and of course you'd expect that, right? A carry being protected by 3 tanks or 3 very beefy frontliners, and you also have an Eve that can set up. She, because Kara's a girl, she was basically the golden boy or the golden player, the golden hero from the match. Patience was definitely a virtue, but there is someone else I want to highlight. Yes, Kari made a lot of plays. Yes, that was quite the damage. Everyone was at awe. But you also have to remember Akai with the heavy spins. Being able to scare the members of ESB. Being able to just pin the members down. If you're going to look at the last fight, his heavy spin was so on point that it was the perfect setup for Eve and the other members from Evo. And you also have Kaja with the Ring of Order, so much damage, and it was just a lot of things going so well for Evo. That was a 15, almost 16-minute game, 5 and 17. Everything was such a treat for the viewers. And MVP, as we predicted, will be Biston 8-0 and 6. Unkillable, uncatchable carry in this best of 1.
Well, Quan had more gold earlier. GPM for Team Evo's Biston is slightly lower, but it didn't matter as long as you get that Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff for the carry. Pretty much like the Claude, if you have these 2 core items plus that Wind of Nature, you can pretty much evade anything that ESB was throwing earlier on, and you saw it wherein you see the insane lifesteal on the carry. That was 3 members of ESB trying to go over to Biston and take him down. It still wasn't enough. No deaths just yet. I thought that would have been the first death of Biston, but still made it out of that one. That was crazy. Probably the best outplay I've ever seen there. Props as well to 20 August for using that Divine Judgment to delay the wild charge of the Grok. Beautiful matchup. Our Laos teams are looking really good in this year's qualifiers, but of course, the Brunei teams have more matches later on, so stay tuned for that. It's going to be a great day today, loaded with different matches from different regions in the Mekong region. So you haven't seen IDNS just yet, a couple of other teams that haven't played today, so please stay tuned until the very end.
A lot more action, a lot more beautiful matches awaits at the Mekong Qualifier. Again, this is just day 2. Day 3 and day 4 will happen tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, which is going to be, we have our top 4 teams fighting against each other. But with that, before we hop into our next match, let's take a look at the highlights from that match.
hunter of all the evil gods! Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Slain an enemy! Double kill!
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
all these teams are focusing and channeling all of their powers to be able to get that one slot in the MSC 2023. And you are watching the Mekong region qualifiers. Again, we saw two games so far. I specifically loved match number two just because of how interesting and how many and how much of a treat it was in the analyst side. But how about you, Burger Kim? For our two games so far, which was your favorite?
A lot of all those things. Some pop up as well. The Julian, the Popol and Koopa. And I think for the second game, what I really enjoyed about it was the carry had such a fantastic game there for Biston. I mean, speaking of Evo Esports, they're gonna be going up next for the next game, game number 3 as well. And they're gonna be going up against ESPR Esports from the first game. Already got their first victory. Now let's see how it will pan out for them in this round. They're the last remaining Vietnamese team here in the Group B stages, and they're looking forward to once again be the representatives of the Mekong region if they make it through this Group B stages.
Mm-hmm. First two winners for day number 2 will be up against each other. Momentum definitely there. I guess they both strive in their own draft. They have their own cheese picks. They have their own cheese strats. So let's see which one will be able to win against the other. And again, it's to the best of one. So you only get one shot. You only get one chance to be able to get that victory. And to the fans of SPR as well as Evo here, don't forget to cheer for your teams. And I'm honestly just excited to see what is gonna happen next or how things are gonna be panning out. This is just the third game out of our 10 matches for today. So let's chill. Let's just wait and see how the players will be surviving. And as you've mentioned, SPR is the last representative from Vietnam region. So hopefully they'll be able to give us a lot of amazing fights.
Yeah, after this match, we'll be seeing, well, we haven't seen IDNS just yet. So after the fourth game, we can kind of already see what type of play style these players want to go for or what type of composition their team is most comfortable with. And we're going to be seeing that later on. IDNS up for the fourth match. I always mention this. It's because they were last year's representative for the Mekong region. We'll be seeing them in game number 4. But we have to start off with match number 3 first before we head over to that one. SPR Esports and Team Evo off to a great start here in the Group B stages. And they're going to be going head-to-head with each other with that momentum. And let's see if more new picks will come out here. We've already seen the Julian. We've seen the Popol and Koopa as well. So will we be seeing it once again here in this match number 3? I'm looking forward to see that because for this region so far we've seen like 100% fans on the Kaja, as well as some of their heroes like Danny and Joy that has never been open for the qualifiers.
Man, speaking of heroes that will not see the light of day, hello, Joy. I guess you really will be able to see that for the entirety of the tournament. Fanny, as you mentioned, has been constantly banned as well. So we're gonna jump into the pick and ban phase. So, okay, given that we just saw how Team see that's a Joy ban right there. We mentioned Team Evo, right? Their draft, from what I've seen in the previous matchup, is just get one main damage dealer and protect it at all costs and let him or her, carry attack. We might see something similar in this next matchup. So I want to see which heroes will SPR ban. Are they going to be banning out the Grok, the Glue, yes, and are they going to be banning out Akai? Because as I've mentioned, Akai's heavy spins is one of the other reasons as to why Biscom and as to why Evo was so powerful in the match earlier.
Well, will Kaja be banned away? And the answer is going to be yes, instantly. I was looking at the top bans here. Not 100% on the Kaja, still 100% on the Joy, by the way, here in the second day of the qualifiers. a lot of XP laners out already. I mean, if you want to go for the cheese strat, you can also go for the XP lane Kaja. Not so sure if that's going to be so effective. I believe I've also seen a jungler Kaja in some tournaments, but I don't think that is quite effective. I mean, as a Kaja, you want to have those pickoffs. You want to get someone with that divine judgment. And how can you do that if you're a jungler or you're in the XP lane? Fanny ban still comes through here. The third most banned hero in the qualifiers. I'm not surprised if I might see like maybe a high ground mage being banned out, the Valentina. If ever they want to pick up the Faramis here, again, it's up to Team Evo or the Wanwan actually in rising up in our top ban list here in the qualifier. So what's it gonna be for Team Evo here? Again, these two teams have already seen each other play. Let's see what sort of strategy they'll bring out here for the last and final ban of Team Evo. If you don't want to deal with the Faramis, you can actually take it out, or maybe even the Wanwan here. I would say is a great ban. Solid ban there, which means Faramis and Valentina is still open. Safer choice, Valentina. If you want to be extra bold, go for the Faramis. There's still a lot of heroes to consider as well, like the Melissa that is also being prioritized sometimes, Hugo.
Yeah, and maybe we could be seeing a Melissa priority here for SPR.
Oh, talk about priorities.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry I got surprised. That's because I did not expect that. Okay, I love it either way because that means it, it goes to show that they really prioritize and it's something new. I believe in the power of Minotaur because of this region, so it's fine. But now you have an answer from Team Evo, which is a Diggy and the Fredrin, already neutralizing, killing the possibility of a good Minoan Fury from SPR.
Yeah, we've seen great Minoan Furies earlier on when you see a 5-man knockup, 5-man setups, and with this Diggy, I think they completely forgot about this hero. They just picked it up. That's so cool. I was like, go for the Faramis. And then like, yeah, you know what? We heard you guys. We're not going to go for any of that. We're going to surprise you even more by starting up with this Minotaur. And what better way to actually get the skill set as well of Team Evo by picking up the Valentina here. I mean, they're pretty surprised with the Diggy pick, but I would say these last two picks from SPR are pretty solid. Has a good win rate here in the Mekong, as well as this Beatrix. That is the top pick, by the way, here in the region based on yesterday's games. They're going to lock it in for their last pick. Let's see what are the final bans here. There should be more gold laner bans here for the side of Team Evo. They still don't know who this Beatrix is going to go up against. Melissa is still open. The Claude is still open. The Wama's already out. So let's see what they'll be taking out here in the second phase.
I guess for the side of SPR, they could limit the possible frontliners. And for the side of Evo, I was about to say, take out another hero that can help Martis with dishing out damage. Melissa sure is going to be one of them. But now for the Beatrix pickup here, you mentioned that she is one of the most picked up in this region, and that's because Renner's apathy is just a huge problem for their opponents. And another huge ultimate that is a problem is actually real world manipulation. And SPR, they don't want that. They took out this hero. Claude will be the last ban for Evo. Okay, I see the logic. You know what? Assuming that Diggy does not have Time's Journey, and Minoan Fury is available, Claude plus Martis as a follow-up is something you don't really want to see, especially if you're a Fredrin, especially if you're a Beatrix.
Now, two gold laner bans. The two gold laners that I mentioned, actually, the Claude and the Melissa are out. Tin Quan actually used a Populin Koopa. Maybe they could actually pull it off. I mean, they got the Minotaur here to front for the Popol and Kuba. That's actually two extra frontliners for Popol. So, I mean, if they could pull this off once again, like what they did, that was, I believe, a Benedetta and a Popol and Kuba pick for the first game. So, will they go for that? Actually, speaking of the Benedetta, Team Evo actually read that one and picks up the Benedetta for themselves. Again, the Martis could still be an XP laner. Maybe go for something totally different in the jungler role. Maybe get the Julian since, I mean, it did pretty well for Team Evo earlier on. So let's see for the side of Team SPR, our last remaining Vietnamese team. Now, wow, this is something surprising. The Vietnamese never fail to surprise us. Wow, when was the last time I've seen a Clint and a Beatrix? There was a time like that, Hugo, where it was just, it's always the Beatrix and the Clint in the same lane. And what better way to poke the Beatrix than to have this Clint up in the gold lane? And finally, they lock it in with the Alice. Still not so sure if they might go for something uncontemporary here, like an Alice jungle for SPR.
Maybe we could see something like that, given that, if they're gonna run with the meta, with something that they're used to, it's not impossible. And okay, I'm sure everyone remembers the lineup from Team Evo earlier. I have to say, their lineup right now is the opposite of that. It's literally just all damage, all very in your face, all very, like chasing you down and everything. The Fredrin pick and Beatrix, Benedetta even, as well as the Farsa, they are just gonna do their best to melt down everyone from SPR. Is it possible? Yes. But that is where that is where Alice and Minotaur actually comes in. They need to be able to hold the team fight as long as they can. They need to be able to stop Evo from, being in their faces long enough for Valentina to get a good ultimate, long enough for Mortis to be able to pop in with his combo, and long enough for Clint to actually, just be the safe area, be able to free hit. I know it's easier said than done, but that's something I do imagine when we jump into the game.
Yeah, they lock in the Farsa here. That's an additional ultimate to pick up here for the Valentina. I'm not so sure how this will pan out, actually. I think for Team Evo, is they really love to go for a very standard lineup. I mean, this is something that we see so often in the professional play, having someone front, having that Niggy cancel out all those CC, and have that high ground from the back lines to dish out damage. I mean, they definitely need an additional firepower, knowing that the Beatrix is not someone that has the attack speed, but has the burst. So heavy burst from the side of Team Evo. They also got the mobility. But what I'm looking forward to see here from the side of Team SPR is how they will be able to select those proper ultimates here, especially even the Alice as well in the XP lane. Kind of slight throwback to Team Evos from Indonesia. They were the first ones to pull this off. Anti-Mage actually, using up this Alice. Let's see if it will work here for Team SPR as we head over to this game. Almost halfway through the day, Yuko, and still pretty much the same picks. Again, commendable. Every single game we see something new here. First time we're seeing a Clint being put into play here for this game number 3.
Let's see if that will be the first pick and first win, or first pick and first loss. Again, this is Evo versus SPR. And as interested as we are with the succession of the picks, we are just as interested with how things are and how battles are going to happen into the land of Dawn. Again, it's the best of one. More points. This is just the group stage. Tomorrow and the day after that will be the top 4 duking it out against each other. But now, speaking of duking it out, it looks like Evo really wants to put pressure on this bot lane, making sure Clint will not be able to move around and maybe just, get scared from the pair in front of them. But now that's going to be a jump in from Your Name as well as Opper. But that's going to be a very, very mobile, I wouldn't say mobile because that's a Minotaur, but he was able to dodge and evade his opponents.
I have to say, the Laotians are the only region who's able to pull off support roamers here. Only the Diggy so far, actually. I want to point that out. It's only the Diggy that has been used. Well, I would say Kaja, but talking about pure supports, it's only the Diggy that has been utilized as a roamer here in the Mekong Qualifiers. So most of the time you see the Kaja banned out, so you won't be seeing that one. But we always see this combo, a Diggy and a Marksman. But speaking of the Diggy here, 20 August, gonna get that decimation from Fan Broke Your Heart. But on the other hand, though, Team Evo will be securing that first turtle of the game.
Taking it slowly and surely, slow and steady wins the race. But first blood still being secured by SPR. I guess that's one of the disadvantages if you're a Diggy. You're gonna struggle a bit in the early game. That was a good flicker, by the way, from Agi. It just so happened that the range from the defended airstrike is not enough, but you know what is enough? The dash in and the take from Biston. Now here is the other members of SPR. Aggie forced to literally fly away, and now they are within the safe space of the turret. They take that kill, they take that small win, and then they run back.
Well, here's the thing about SPR, right? You got a Valentina, and you're like, you got that times journey, we got that times journey as well. You're not gonna let easy set up the place here. And as long as we have this ultimate as well, the times journey here, it should be much better, or it should be easier here for SPR to be able to force out those clashes. But on the XP lane, though, we're seeing very, very deep cuts there being made by Benedetta or Oper. On the other hand, we see the Alice as well taking her time to actually pick up those minion waves, actually getting a lot of gold plating there on the top side. Let me check the items later on. We're not seeing anything out of the ordinary just yet, but once again, 20 August is going to be using that Impure Rage thingy, so it's not going to be as tanky as you expect. And once again, SPR putting all their resources towards this gold lane. I mean, looking at that MVP performance, fresh out of that MVP performance from Biston, they really are taking notes right now on how to actually slow him down in this game.
Okay, looks like speaking of slowing down, they actually want to slow down this Minotaur. They try to catch him off guard. The Fed Airsick being used yet again. 3v2 here at the bot lane side. And up top, you can see that there is another 3v2 situation. But looks like Evil will have first dibs on the turtle. SPR waiting for an opportunity. Remember, that is going to be Opera on this Vendetta. Ultimate is available, but your name on this Fredrin was able to get that turtle. I'm actually waiting again for a very good energy eruption, or maybe, a good brave assault from your name, but we might see that later on in the match.
We see Easy having that Minoan's Rage ready and available. He also has that Flicker ready, but we're seeing him not commit to those team fights just yet. I mean, I think they're just baiting out the times journey here from 20 August. If they manage to do that, then he can make that really nice Flicker Minoan's Rage combo. So you see them baiting it out as early as possible. Maybe like try to let Fan Broke Your Heart go for that decimation. Make 20 August pop that times journey early on. But we see this time the Valentina is gonna be picking up that Feathered Airstrike, gonna be ready for those clashes if ever. Early on, he picked up. Whoa! Look at the damage being on Feathered Airstrike. That's just 2 raids from the Sparsa of Agi. And now they're gonna try to go for more easy here. Has the Minoan's Rage, not using it. Just I feel like he's using the Flicker out. Okay, yeah. I mean, there's still the times journey here. I don't blame him for backing away from that one. He still has no follow-up. Tin Quan actually went all the way back to the base to recall for some HP, so there wasn't enough damage just yet.
Not enough damage indeed, but looks like someone that does have enough damage here is Farsa, with Aggie popping in with the Feathered Airstrike yet again. This one was able to get the kill onto. Wow. Okay, that hurts. Onto Valentina, and look at it. That is bye-bye for a few more seconds. They want more. They smell the blood. Then looks like they are going to be able to get the kill onto Whis, which is Alice. Not even able to finish the first skill. Had no other choice. Got pinned down. And with that, that is another kill in the pocket of Evo.
Well, I love how Agi here is rotating with 20 August. Most of the time you see them aiding Biston here, whichever marksman he's using. Team Evo already got the first 2 turtles. They're looking to take this last one. This should seal the deal for them. Here comes the time journey, and the Minoan's Rage gets cancelled out. Here comes the decimation from Van Rooker Heart. Takes down Oper, but a Feathered Airstrike. Not enough just yet to take him down. Gonna recall back to safety, and Team Evo once again winning clashes after clashes.
All those wins and all those small yet good decisions are the reason why Evo is so confident in the game. 7 minutes in, 2 and 4 now on the board, and yeah, they just really excel in fighting in these small spaces because of their skills and because of their range and everything. So looks like there's going to be a possible take 2, but they realize, hey, it's going to be a 4v4, might not be best. Let's just let Farsa scare them off. That's a lot of damage being taken by Minotaur, and then they fall back.
Well, look at how Team Evo is playing. They got a multitude of experience here of the Challenge Thailand and Laos. The first season actually activated this year, so a lot of improvements actually on their play style from the last time I've seen them. Here comes the energy eruption you were waiting for. Your name gonna try to go in, gets the taunt on the fan. Still has that cancels the CC canceling it out. Time journey as well from the Valentina with the fitted airstrike, takes down two, and the fan has no other way but to just evade all of that one and recall back to the base.
See, did you see that? Fredrin did that, being able to pin two heroes down, but look at this, the B initially coming in from Alice here in the mid lane, but Evo is A-okay. They have the same, they have the damage even. You also have Opper shielding your name to make sure that your name will be alive after that too close for comfort matchup, too close for comfort fight. It looks like Evo will have to take a step back and take a few seconds to just get some items, regen some health, and then go back into the lanes. But now they're spreading themselves a little bit too thin. You have the 1-3-1 rotation for Evo, and it looks like they're on the hunt to see where will be their next target. And this battle being picked up by Clint. Oh yeah, right. We're waiting for Clint to be online in the game. Let's see.
We haven't
Give,
seen
give
so
him a few
much.
more minutes. Yeah, yeah.
Maybe a few more, it's just 9 minutes in, but the Beatrix definitely has the upper hand. Look at the damage from the fettered airstrike here. Evo's Your Name already starting up this Lord. The fan gonna try to go in for the steal. Here comes Wiz as well with the blowout. 10% for Team SBR. They're gonna go for more. There is the retaliation from the side of Team Evo's. 1-for-1 trade-off, and now Your Name's gonna try to go for more, gonna go for easy. He has the Minoan's range here. 20 August gonna try to back him up. But they have to take down this Lord first. Nice steal and nice timing there by Wiz, even though two were down. Not so sure if this is something that SPR can capitalize from.
It
Oh,
should be something they could capitalize on. Yeah, yeah. Okay. They're going in. Your Name a little bit too deep, but he's fine. He's alive. He's Fredrin. He can sustain himself. But yeah, again, I mentioned this earlier. I will say this again. It looks like the confidence from Evo is definitely being projected into how they fight, into how they rotate even in the map. So I will ask you this question. What should SPR do to be able to catch up rather to Evo?
Looking at the items here, that's quite new from the Minotaur. Actually going for the Oracle instead of the Dominance Ice. I mean, there's a lot of shields here. Different priority by Easy. I think all he wants to do right now is just to sustain, knowing that there is 20 August here to cancel out his Minoan's rage. The best he can do is actually just give that additional heal for his teammates, additional sustain, because look at the damage coming out here from Team Evo. Your Name gonna be in the middle of it all. The fan gonna try to go in for the tankiest hero, unable to reach the back lines. And those bombs are just coming through. And once again, Valentina will fall as well as this tower on the mid side. Thanks to the sniper. Oh, look at Tin Quan also. Starting to hurt right now in the 11-minute mark. That's just two quick draws coming out from him. And we're waiting for SPR to actually set up the place here. But what's making it difficult, Hugo, is 20 August on the Sniggy. You just don't know if he has this times journey available, which kind of makes it difficult for Easy to set up the place here for SPR.
Yep, setups, and it is definitely giving their opponents a hard time. So I had my eyes on Aggie in the fight earlier because I thought if Farsa is using Freded Airstrike, you just need to get close to her, right? And then in the previous matchup, you have Opera, you have Benedetta with the very much on-point Phantom Slash, and then I realized, right, it's difficult to catch Agi if there's a lot of melee combos that is gonna slap you right in the face. So maybe one of the things SPR could do is try to separate the members of Evo, maybe go with pickoffs, but speaking of pickoffs, Opera almost got picked off there. You are named now the next target, being chased by not one, not two, but four members from SPR. After being able to jump away, they rotate over to the mid lane, and you have 20 August alone. Lord now in hands. Lord is now up. Minion Waves at the top lane are pushing into the side of SPR, but someone that's pushing in right now will be Your Name and Offer. They're pushing in towards the Lord. They want to get the objective, and they'll be able to get this non-contested.
Yeah, it was a steal earlier for SPR. This time, Team Evo says you guys gotta back away from that one. There's a lot of pressure as well that Oper is working on here on the bottom side, making the minion waves flow, ensuring that at least Whis is gonna be going towards that lane, clearing out the minion waves, getting those additional stacks. And speaking of Whis, we haven't seen them just yet. There's the Vengeance play. He hasn't been going there. There was a nice steal on the Lord though. Bish. Oh my goodness, with that sniper kill onto Easy. And now Wiz gonna try to go in for the back line. 20 August, the first one to fall. Everyone's really low here from Team Evo. Wiz not even gonna be able to sustain with that Vengeance. 2 for the price of 3. And this time SPR gets an opening. Care of Tin Quan on the split. I actually just noticed he's rocking a Weapons Master emblem. So you can see him having that additional damage. But speaking of, he's gonna fall once again with that Fetid Airstrike.
Yep, all of these things that is in the favor of SPR. However, the problem is still there. They do not have any more threats left from except from the one in the mid lane. Never mind, it's gonna be taken down as well. Looks like it. But Evo, they are constantly pushing and pressuring their opponents here. And I said this earlier. If you want to win against Evo in a fight, you have to methodically be able to go with the pickups, even if they're come together. And that is something they did earlier. Thus, taking down 2-3 members first. And Evo is just forced to step back. Piston even was forced to take a step back. But now, looking into the game, 15 minutes in, 5 and 12 on the board with a 7k gold lead in favor of Evo. Okay, I looked at the turret takedowns from SPR side. They're still yet to get their first turret. That's probably why Evo is able to rotate and just roam around the map as much as they want to. Now they have a 1-4 setup. Fredrin in charge of the split push. Minion waves are pushing in, but SPR smells this and senses this. So they make their way up top, pushing Fredrin back.
Knowing that there's going to be a lot more additional damage here, we see the Holy Crystal being picked up by Agi, as well as the Immortality here for Your Name. Knowing he's the one that is frontlining here for Team Evo. And knowing already that Bistan and Agi has already activated right now, they have all the items that they need. Holy Crystal, the Malefic Roar, I believe, already secured in by Bistan, as well as the Haas to also have that additional lifesteal in the clashes. With the way the minion waves are flowing here right now in this game, 15 minutes in, this should be Team Evo having a better position in the Lord. And speaking of that Holy Crystal, it's just right now in the 15-minute mark, the Valentina able to secure this one. Half HP already for the Lord Yuko. Not so sure if there's going to be another insane steal here by SPR. They're going to be working at it right now, doing their very best. There's not going to be any steal. And Team Evo taking this one, the third one for this game.
Looks like best is not even enough here. You have the Immortality available for Your Name. There you go. Let's be the stun connecting onto one. And for the Airstrike being popped by Farsa as well. That is going to be everyone come together. Your Name gets a kill onto Alice. Not going to be enough even if they try to sustain. With that, Diggy is going to be the next crazy damage dealer here. Can be going over to Agi. That's a very much on point reverse time. And the people are just falling down on the floor for the side of SPR. Lord making his way into the base. Now you have the damage all available for Evo. With that, they focus on the base and they were able to get the victory in this matchup. Again, Evo Esports bagging the victory in this best of one.
You know, you talk about surprises here in the region, and what better way to surprise us than with the first pick Minotaur. I think they wanted to pull off a lot of team fights with that. You want to set up the place, but they completely forgot about the Diggy that was available here. And mind you, this is an unimpure raids Diggy of 20 August, taking notes yesterday from Team Wawa Gaming as well. Master Pun that has spammed this hero several times, I believe almost all the games. He's used up the Diggy. Wasn't a great start. He actually was picked up first, but eventually it was about 20 August assisting Bistan here. Once again, lethal on the marksman, 508. as is KDA. A lot of damage items. I don't think he has boots in this game. Still, I mean, early on in the second game that he played, he still had boots with the hero that he used, which was the carry. But this time, going for the full damage Beatrix, knowing for a fact that he will be backed up here by Team Evo 16-6 in such a dominant fashion. They close out this third game of the day, having a lot more gold and having a lot more turrets. That's 9 turrets to none. SPR was just reacting towards the members here of Team Evo. And what's really difficult here about the draft of SPR is there's a way to cancel out the ultimate from the Minotaur. And of course, once again, a back-to-back MVP performance from the gold laner of Team Evo. Not a lot, still pretty much the same gold that he got when he was the carry. And a lot of damage items. Going for the Heptasis as well to be extra aggressive there. And of course, the Rose Gold Meteor to cancel out the magic damage coming out from the side of Team SPR.
Did he deserve that back-to-back MVP? Most definitely. Again, I just have to really commend how they were able to work so well in the lineup. And I know you guys were able to see a lot of fights. And with that, we're gonna give you the highlights from that game.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Warblade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-SEA representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Living legend!
got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the Turkish delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Warblade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4.
make sure that you are healthy and you're ready to eat and that you're hydrated because this is going to be the Mekong Qualifier Day 2 for MSC 2023. I have to say, even my co-caster here is very much amazed with with how the region is able to play around the meta.
Well, for the but own as well. They got against each other in the M Challenge Thailand and Laos season 1, which just concluded actually, and they aren't that far from each other. Actually, they're placing in the final standings. They didn't play so far from each other, which kind of says something about the region of Thailand, which for so long we wanted to see more from them, and now we're gonna be getting two Thai teams going up against each other for match number 4. IDNS, our representatives last region, looking once again to have that chance, to have that slot for the Mekong qualifiers. It's gonna be their first game for today, Yuko, and they're gonna be going up against Wawa Gaming. So IDNS actually placed second in the M Challenge series, and as for Wawa Gaming, they finished fourth, so it's not that far, which means they both had a spectacular run in their respective regions as qualifiers or respective regions as tournaments, which I hope to see a glimpse of in this match number 4 rather.
Just match number 4, and looks like a lot of things already happened. And as you did mention, this is a Thai versus Thai matchup. We already saw how good Wawa Gaming was yesterday, the different branch, and now let's see if the TH counterpart will be just as good. So first left on the side of IDNS will be a Martis. They want to chunk down the pool for the possible damage dealers here. For the other side, for Wawa Gaming, they will take out Kaja, one of the usual bans, as we have talked about. Joy is going to be banned out, Fang is going to be banned out, which else? Maybe Melissa. We have been seeing a lot of Melissa bans for the day. And Diggy has been removed by IDNS. They saw how lethal Diggy was in the matchup earlier. Then they don't want to deal with that.
And honestly, the Diggy as well says something about the roster here of IDNS. And for the roamer, Zanri actually plays a very good Diggy, quite similar to Nightmare Esports' Jasmine. So pretty much the same playstyle. They actually gone up against each other in the Thai and Laos qualifiers, or Thai and Laos M Challenge series. And actually, it was Nightmare Esports that won that match. And IDNS actually falling short, being the second placer. And now they're looking to solidify their grasp. They're looking to get that one chance to be an MSC once again this year. Looking at our bans here, nothing too much out of the ordinary here for Wawa Gaming. These are standard top bans here in the region. And looking at the members here of IDNS, I have to point out they have one new member playing for them. It's not going to be Lois in the jungle. It's actually going to be Amy Hawk here, a new player for IDNS. I'm not so sure if this is the same player from before, or is Lois going to be the substitute, but Lois is actually still listed in the IDNS roster, so I'm not so sure if they'll make Lois play later on for the Group B stages, or will Lois still be in the bench. We'll find out later on. Based on the performance here of Amy, they're still going to ban away the Fanny, a signature pick, by the way, of IDNS. They can start out with the Faramis here, they can start out with the Glue. I mean, earlier on we've seen the Minotaur being prioritized. I mean, they can totally do that right now. Diggy's out of the picture.
Exactly. But also on top of that, Melissa is available. Firemas is available as well. Hayabusa neither picked nor banned today, so maybe he might not have much attention as he was getting yesterday. But I did mention that Firemas was open. Valentina has been banned, so I guess it's another hero out of the way or out of the pool. I can't believe I forgot Arlet. Arlet was banned a lot in the first 3 games, and now he is finally out of the ban area. I mentioned Melissa, and with that, she has been picked up oh so fast by Wawa Gaming.
You know what? With so many heroes available, with so many heroes that are rising up in the current meta, you can kind of pretty much forget about like what's available, what's not available, because pretty much it's just a shakeup of what you can pick depending on the bans here of your opponents. I would say this is a pretty solid start for IDNS. Maybe they can look to close it out with another tanky pick. High sustain here for IDNS, so we can expect to see a lot more firepower for the last two picks, not unless it is a Roamer Faramis. Last pick here for Wawa, the last time it was an Akai as their jungler rather. Not so sure if this is going to be an Arlot flex in the jungle. Still not so sure, but they're going to end it in this first drafting phase with another high ground mage, which is the Farsa, usually great up against the Faramis.
Our teams are definitely prioritizing these high ground mages because it provides a lot of utility, a lot of I guess a lot of threat as well into the map. Moving on to the second phase of the banning. Okay, Wawa Gaming lacks a frontliner. Well, let's talk about the chunky heroes that's available. Maybe we have Akai, we have Atlas, we have Grok, the usual. Grok has been banned out not Grok, Atlas has been banned out as I have predicted. Now for the other side, I just mentioned Hayabusa. I can't believe they banned him out. I thought he was the knight not getting the attention here, but Hayabusa also being banned out by IDNS. I guess I just don't want those heroes that hurt a lot with all the Shadow Clone Jutsu. No problem. And mobile heroes. So now we're gonna wait for the last ban here before we move on to which will be the fourth pick for the side of Wawa Gaming. 1-1 has been banned out as well. I think this is the first time 1-1 was banned in the second phase of the banning, because usually she is one of the prior ones.
In the top ban list, but I'm not so sure if it is going to be 33 back in the gold lane here for this matchup, because we've seen a lot of not just roster changes for IDNS, but even their roles get switched up sometime. I was thinking of the Grok to add here for IDNS, but it's actually Wawa Gaming Thailand that will be getting the first pick here in the second phase. They pick up this Grok instantly. Now what's left for 33? Oh no, sorry, it's going to be Izzy rather, in the XP lane here. So maybe the glue. It's the glue in the XP lane. Add a gold lane here for 33, something that he's comfortable with. The Beatrix is still open, and as I'm saying it is going to be locked in, as well as another pocket pick here for Zanri. They pick up the Franco here, someone to reach the Farsa, and of course the Melissa to suppress its abilities in clashes. Last pick here for the side of Wawa Gaming. Are they gonna go for another type of jungler, or is it going to be the Arlot? The Martis is already out. I've yet to see a Leomord here. I mean, that's totally out of the picture, but it was a popular choice before. So looking at our picking here, Wawa Gaming Thailand might have something to surprise us here.
And they did surprise us. That's gonna be a Barats locking in. They need those two chunky frontliners, Grok and Barats, basically, so they will be able to protect Melissa and Farsa. Now, we saw this in the previous game. Melissa, 2 games back. Melissa, if not online, she is basically a walking gold fountain for your enemies. So you have to be able to really pin down and catch the enemies that's gonna try to shut her down. I guess Barats is one of the good picks here, because remember, when you had an airstrike, that will be the perfect opportunity, perfect setup for Barats. You also have the Arlot for support and follow-up. Now, Franco's hooks, I believe, should be focused, you mentioned this, Farsa and Melissa. Arlot, sure, maybe, if it permits. But my other concern of mine here is, if you're Faramis, you'd want everyone to become together. And that is something Grok wants, especially if he's gonna use the wild charge. So with the draft already locked in, I'm expecting full-on 5v5 team fights, but for the early game, maybe not much action, because they're gonna have to wait for the gold to come in. They have to wait for the items to come in. At most, maybe the lane where Fredrin will be in, that's the only lane we'll be seeing with a lot of like back and forths.
Well, it's gonna be easy this time for IDNS. A little throwback to last year's MSC. IDNS actually had Lois, and this time, I'm mistaken, I thought it's Amy Hack who's going to be the jungler. They're actually going to switch up roles here, which is what makes IDNS such an interesting team. They have a lot of They're very flexible, actually. These are the players that you want to play with in rankings. They really adjust to you. And speaking of the roles here, 33, just a fun fact, 33 used to play in the XP lane, and now he's actually doing pretty well. The last time I've seen him in the Mekong Qualifiers last year, he actually did pretty well in the gold lane, and he's looking very comfortable in that role. And right now, let's take a look at the overall picture here for both sides. Looking really great, with a great amount of engage here for both sides. A decent amount of damage as well with their marksman and their mid laner. Let's head over into the land of Dawn here for match number 4. This is IDNS and Wawa Gaming Thailand. Our Thai teams looking to rock today's games for the very first time. Wawa Gaming, still no wins just yet, and they're looking for the very first one in this matchup against IDNS.
Right on cue, we are transitioning over into the land of Dawn. A few stuns here and there, but you know, it's just the early game, so they're not actually gonna do anything scary here. But yeah, we talked about the possible mix and matches and even the response from the teams here. There's gonna be a quick pause, but don't worry, we're gonna be fixed at it in a few minutes. But yeah, this is arguably one of the most exciting drafts I've seen. Exciting in the way that nothing is a weird pick, or nothing is an unorthodox pick, but you can actually imagine the team fights. You can actually see how skills are going to be used, and you know, the good timing and succession of the skills here. And again, you have been mentioning this IDNS, yes, even yesterday. Finally, we are going to be seeing them play it out. It's gonna be best of one.
Yeah.
But I'm very much excited and curious.
Actually, I'd like to point out they have a perfect attendance for MSC. Only for the 2021, there wasn't any MSC there. They've had a perfect attendance so far, and they're looking to close it out once again by being the representatives this year. They haven't missed out a single MSC Cup ever since 2017, wherein they joined, and they actually won that MSC, which is what makes this team really memorable for a lot of people. And I mean, aside from the fact that their name is very interesting, they've been in MSC and they're known to dominate MSC as well. So they're looking to find that group once again here, and hopefully they're actually able to get their first win. This is their first match for the day, by the way, and Wawa Gaming as well. They need as much points as they can get, because last 2 matches for Wawa Gaming after this one.
Looks like they really need to put in a lot of effort and make sure they're in their best possible state as they fight here in Land of Dawn. Now we're gonna jump into the game. You also have a code there down below. If you guys want to take it, I highly suggest you take it, because that is a very, very good giveaway. Now jumping in again, you have Hack. Just a few pokes here and there, just trying to make sure that his opponent will be kept on check. That is going to be Song Wee on the Arlot, gets immobilized. That's been a lot of damage being taken. But of course, they're not actually going to try to take each other down.
You know, I think it's just a matter of Amy Hawk maximizing that Avarice emblem. You want to keep sticking to your enemy to get that extra gold, right? I mean, as compared to Songwi, he has that tanky emblem. But speaking of tanky, Josepha here, Joseph X, actually gonna get taken down there by the Appraiser's Brat. And down he goes. First blood gonna be drawn here by IDNS. Perfect timing too. They're gonna head straight over to that turtle.
This is the IDNS that we know, being able to dominate the early game, or at least the first few minutes, right before the turtle is up. Now they'll be able to maybe get that non-contested, given that the other members of Wawa Gaming is a little bit far away. But they get the signal, they smell it, they know that IDNS is getting a turtle. That's going to be the whole connecting, and the surprise is going to come through as well. That is going to fall down here. Now you have the very good for an airstrike coming in from Metal, but looks like IDNS is still charging it at the front line. 1 kill goes over to Fire Mist, 2 to none in favor of IDNS so far.
Oh no, I felt really bad for Joseph X at that moment. He was a baby Barats. And he got hooked there by Zanny and gets the bloody honey. All he wanted to do was take the turtle for their team. But unfortunately, this is a rough start for Wawa Gaming. And you can see the insurance policy once again on the gold laner here. You see how assisting Phantom here in the gold lane And whereas 33, this is pretty much a Beatrix that can self-sustain this lane. And 3 kills instantly picked up here by IDNS. They also got a 2k gold lead. Care of the turtle secured there by Izzy. Just being tugged here by the Ghost Bursters of Mizzy Mig. Not anything just yet, but it's a lot of folks on the mid laner here. What Wawa Gaming Thailand needs to do is maybe perhaps get a lot more members while Joseph X is trying to secure the turtle, because most of the time we see him all alone here. He isn't even able to use his passive just yet. Still a baby Barretts, and all the jungler creeps are already gone here, Yuko. Nothing to stack up on.
Looks like they really want to, limit the skill potential of Barretts here. And speaking of limiting the skill potential, 33 is trying to limit the skill potential of Metal as he was able to take a Farsa down. Guardian's Barrier being popped by Grok to separate the fight or the playing field here for IDNS, but it looks like there is going to be someone at the target that is going to be suppressed connecting, and Fire Mist gets another kill for himself.
You know what? I like the follow-ups here of IDNS. Very aggressive rotations, and sometimes when you're Franco, you get a bloody hunt onto someone good or damage dealers, and you don't have the follow-up. It gets quite frustrating, but Sandry, on the other hand, has been having such a great time here with Mizzy Mig. There's always that instant follow-up, and knowing that they can dive here with the fairness of Mizzy Mig, it should be great. Another hook once again gets flickered out there by Wawa Gaming. But all of that being said, they just wanted to get the turtle. Again, another turtle to boot here for IDNS, whereas Wawa Gaming, again, struggling to find anything across the map. 4 minutes in, you see the aggression of IDNS with Joseph X unable to take anything at this point. Like, he's been rotating from the top side, bottom side, not finding any creeps to stack on, to the point that he's actually just stacking on the minions here.
Yeah, he has his own little world there. And aside from IDNS being very aggressive, you can see that they're able to zone out their opponents, but as they can be going over to Fire Mist, and Farsa waiting for an airstrike. What looks like even this Barat is not safe because of the power, the damage that IDNS is dishing out. Now they're able to push their opponents back. Arlott though, Songwee is alone up top, so maybe he can cut the minions or at least go with a mini push. Okay, he's gonna cut the minions just to limit the mobility of IDNS. A small win is still a win, so I'd say that's a good decision from Arlott. Hopefully, Wawa Gaming will be able to win the next team fight, but as we demobilize, connecting onto one. Grok forced to flicker out. That'll be 33 being able to get one turret down. And more gold, more lead, and more movement is being seen from IDNS.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen Song Lee join in the clash. Nice attempt on that final slash. He was unable to get anything, but don't really expect too much damage from this Arlott of his. He's rocking the tenacity emblem, so there's not going to be much damage as compared to an Arlott that we've seen yesterday in the Group A stages, wherein it was a Festival of Blood. There's a lot more damage when you have that fighter emblem. But now we're seeing, once again, IDNS already dominating that bottom side. They're going to switch up here for 33. Gonna try to take down Songwee here, as well as Zanri as well with that Franco. Looking for a possible target here. Most likely it's going to be Songwee. But with this Beatrix just around the corner, they should be able to get something on top. I see a hook, but on the other hand, we're focusing our eyes here on the turtle. If she should be able to take this one without any contest once again. That's the third turtle in a row for IDNS.
Imagine trying to escape, but it looks like even IDNS was able to chase down, and that is a kill onto Metal. Metal only tried to save his teammate, save Phantom, but I guess, you just have to take one for the team. Now here is How back. Looks like you also have Songwee being taken. Beautiful! Look at that. Okay, I will talk about that interaction in a bit because it's like Songwee is still being pulled in. Now you have Howie, look everything. He does get stunned. He needs to be going over to 33. Now you have the Fighters Airstrike being popped as well. Other members of Wawa Gaming being able to clump themselves together, dash in, dash out for Izzy. And it looks like IDNS, even though they had the opportunity, they will have to let this one go. So, I will talk about that one interaction earlier. That was a very good pull, honestly, from Franco. And to make sure that their opponents will not be able to get out of there, that was actually a very kind of a difficult Guardian's barrier from How, because his teammate cannot really get out of the sticky situation. Now this is the buff being taken by Wawa Gaming. Amy Hack did try to do something there but was not able to do so. Gold wise, it is such a lead from IDNS, 7 to 8k ish, and third takedowns, IDNS being able to get 3. And speaking of 3, you have 33 now on the killing spree, another 3. It looks like that's going to be his lucky number, but now you have Song Wee being pinned down. You also have Joe Safe taking so much damage. Wawa Gaming forced to step back, immobilized there again, and with that, the Bear Trick is now unstoppable with the damage being dished out by IDNS. A lot of kills. That was a 2-0 in favor of IDNS.
You know what, this is what I was talking about. Song Wee not having enough damage. He was able to sustain that clash, that I can tell you. But other than that, it was just 33 in the middle of everything. There was the wild charge, there was the fetid airstrike, but unfortunately not enough to take 33. He's all covered right now. Here of IDNS is tanking frontline. They got this Lord, the first Lord of the game. 12 kills already over to IDNS. It's not even a 12-minute mark. So many kills per minute here for the Thai team. They're looking to get another slot here, another chance at MSC, and they're looking really good right now. This is their first game with the First Lord in their hands as well.
Okay, and with the lead that you mentioned, it makes you wonder, what could Wawa Gaming do? Let's not look at the gold. Let's not look at the kill lead. I guess they could try to force a pick-off, but okay. That was a very aggressive move from IDNS. And another hook connecting, even gets suppressed. And with that, Songmi in the blink of an eye, he is gonna be 6 feet underground. 20 seconds before he will be back. Now you have to survive a 4v5 in a handful of seconds. Now you have Hack in the front line, but he has to jump back. 33 will be able to get one turret down. Guardian's barrier being popped as well, just to make sure that there's gonna be a delay from the steamroll that IDNS is doing right now.
We haven't seen much final slashes. Every time Song Wee tries to go in, it's either he gets stopped here by Zanri's Bloody Hunt, or at the same time you get the energy eruption as well from Izzy. So there's really nothing much you can do. I completely forgot about AV Hack as well. There is the split here from this blue to just isolate someone away from that clash. And Wawa Gaming right now, that's a huge lead for IDNS. Not so sure how they can bounce back even before they can try to do anything. Look at the brilliant hooks here by Zanri. He hasn't missed just yet. I would say 90% chance of success here for his hooks. And again, we just have the members here of IDNS soaking up the damage. Izzy already at half HP. Not to worry though, that's a Fredrin you're talking about. He can take as much damage as he can get. Just walking all the way towards the members here of Wawa Gaming Thailand. 11 minutes in, still no answer here from Wawa Gaming Thailand. I'm not so sure if it's a wise call to actually have that wild charge, because every time How goes in here, there's really nothing much he can do. It instantly gets taken down here by Mizimik or 33.
It looks like he's actually, just dashing into his death. So maybe the ultimate, the wild charge, could just be used as a follow-up. But after that, I don't really know who should jump in first. Definitely not Melissa. Definitely not Farsa. I was looking at Baratz, but as you can recall, he was not able to snowball that much really. And it's still pretty early for a Baratz to be very dominating in the game, or at least very tanky in the match. So Wawa Gaming needs to play this for the long haul. They need to be able to stretch it out as long as they can, just so they can have even a chance to catch up with the lead that IDNS is having. And every minute, every second, the lead is just ballooning. Look at that! Looking at that right now, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that Metal just picked up the Lightning Truncheon. I'm surprised that he wasn't able to get any pick-offs at all with the Fetid Airstrike. I mean, at this point, right, you should be able to at least take down 33 that does not have any magic defensive items. So I'm just curious.
True.
I don't know if he's able to set up some nice Fetid Airstrikes there. We're just waiting for an engage here from Wawa Gaming Thailand, but props to Zanri though this entire game. He hasn't missed a single hook. Maybe he missed like one or two, but it's negligible at this point.
A lot of good hooks can make up for some misses. And I'm glad that you mentioned 33 because now he is 7-0-2 on the Beatrix. Whoever kills him, if he is gonna get killed, is definitely gonna be rich afterwards. But now it looks like the next kill target for IDNS will be the base or maybe possible wipeout. I wouldn't know. Lord is marching now, and with that, 33 gets another takedown onto the tower. Hooks connecting, and he is now suppressed. Could not move, could not breathe. That's gonna be a pretty much dead Barat. And you have Beatrix jumping in at the front line, looking for the next target here. You can see Phantom trying his best to go in the side steps, trying his best to dish out the damage. But again, it will not be enough, and that's gonna be a knock-up airborne. Good initially coming in from Wawaging, but the follow-up is not gonna be there. Now you have the last three members, last three heroes, and that is a good hook, honestly. Golden Staff being picked up, but it's not gonna amount to anything because it looks like IDNS will be able to get the game, get the base, and get the victory.
Now you see why I was hyping this team up, right? They were the representatives last year, and still a stellar performance for them today. And honestly, I can say that was a stellar performance, very clean, probably the cleanest game here so far in the group stages. No deaths at all for IDNS, I believe. And I'm quite surprised too. I mean, knowing that their lineup is quite similar, they were just able to snowball with it. I mean, the Fredrin Barretts, we've seen that matchup. It was actually a good idea from the side of Wawa Gaming. Unfortunately for the Barretts, I really feel for Joseph X. There was nothing to take in the jungle. Like it was NC was farming up so fast in that game. I can't even believe like how much jungle creeps he has taken over like less than 10 minutes already. So it's just crazy. They played a very good game here, and what a way to start things off for our MSC representatives last year.
That was quite a debut game for IDNS. 13 minutes, almost 14, 17-0. This is pretty much the perfect game so far in the group qualifiers. The fact that Wawa Gaming was not even able to get a single turret, a single objective down, speaks to how aggressive IDNS was. Now again, Wawa Gaming, the draft is good, I see the logic, and they're a good team. They have their own meta, they're comfortable with it, but it just so happened that IDNS, they were just so aggressive, they were so pretty much in control of the match. And speaking of controlling, speaking of good plays and good heroes, this is going to be the MVP from that match, 3-0-13. This is going to be the Fire Mist, and I agree. He provides so much sustain, so much help, so much utility that he was a problem for the opponents.
It's crazy to think at this point. I wasn't even sure if it was Zanri. Was it 33? Because all of them, it was a clean match for them. They had no death. So it was all a matter of who actually had the more team fight participation in this entire match. A lot of clashes, a lot of good hooks there by Zanri. And I have to say that this is probably one of the best matches that I've seen here in the group stages. But of course, do enjoy these highlights first before we head on over to our match number 5.
the Turkish delight. They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played. North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Slain an enemy! Double kill!
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May.
From the fights at the top lane up until the steals at the bot lane, of course, everything is possible. Everything is going to happen here at the MSC 2023 Mekong Qualifiers. This is day 2, and this is the Group B matches. I'm going to be your casters. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Burger Kim.
And we're back for more action here. We're actually halfway through here, Yuko. Match number 5 on its way already in just a bit. We'll be seeing, once again, IDNS as well as Evo Esports once again that had... Actually, I was quite surprised with their performance here in the Group B stages. The last time I've seen them play, I was like, this team has a lot of potential last time, but unfortunately they didn't go that far. But this time I think they have a much better chance here, getting 2 wins already up against an IDNS that just had their first game for match number 4. We're seeing them go head to head. Let's see who is going to be getting their first loss for the Group B stages here, and I'm in it for a treat here for Evo. They really got it in them, and honestly hoping to see them go far in this tournament.
I like that you mentioned that these 2 teams, the one that is gonna fight after this intro, are both winners, because now we can see who is actually gonna be the stronger one. You know, who has the little bit more knowledge when it comes to which is the better meta. And as you've mentioned, Evo was already able to get 2 wins from the first half of the day, and IDNS, fresh from their debut match, fresh from their first victory, will be up against someone that's already able to win 2 matches. I'm expecting nothing different from the bans. However, I am curious to which heroes will these 2 teams fight for.
Right, and looking at these 2 teams, both from different regions actually. For Team Evo, they are going to be the last team that will actually be the last team, or rather the last Laos team. Yesterday we've seen 2, and usually it's Laos and Thailand, you know, fighting for the spot here, fighting for the dominance actually in the Mekong region. So I've yet to see. Let's see if Team Evo will actually be the one to break, or will it be the dominant IDNS. I mean, they've had a very great game in game number 4, like no deaths at all. So I'm not so sure if it will have the same tempo as well here for our game number 5. Halfway through the day, and hope you guys join us up until the very end. We have 5 more matches. I'm not so sure if there's going to be tiebreakers here for this group stage, but once again, if you guys are wondering, it's only the top 2 for the group stages that will be moving forward to the next round.
We only have the top 2 teams from yesterday from Group A, and now everyone is fighting for those top 2 slots from Group B. And those 4 teams will fight each other in a more lengthy match, just so we'll know who will be that one team who will represent Mekong region. Very excited because you can see the diversity and the variety of the teams and how they choose to play the games. Let's see who will be on top. But yeah, jumping back into the meta, jumping back to the heroes that our teams tend to use here, I really don't think we're going to be seeing Kaja and Fanny again.
Nakaja and the Joy actually, but in particular for IDNS, definitely a sure ban on the Fanny. This was their signature pick last MSC 2022 qualifiers, and I still think pretty much it left a huge impact on the teams. So they really never let it open, especially if you're going to go up against IDNS. But looking at their stats here from yesterday's game up until today, still 100% ban rate on the Joy, so I'm gonna be expecting that. And the Diggy, once again, gonna get banned here by IDNS, knowing that Zanri is the playmaker here, and his playmaking skills have been on point earlier on with the Franco. So you wouldn't want a Diggy.
Yeah, definitely. You wouldn't want a hero that will stop that kind of succession from the match. So as you have mentioned, Joy will still be banned out here just to make sure that, well, there's no SSS tier hero available for the match. Other than that, I am going to be expecting a Kaja pickup, rather a Kaja ban, not pickup. And other than that, maybe a ban on the Arlet. Valentina gets banned out as well. IDNS really making sure that there won't be any counterattacks from their opponent. Let's just wait and see how Team Evo will be able to answer to that. Actually, I'm curious to see which hero will IDNS pick up first. But how about you, Burger Kim? Who do you think will be the first pick from IDNS?
Oh man, I'm not so sure if it's Amy's heroes first. Like, not so sure if it's the blue will be open here for him. He played a very good blue in the previous game, and now we're seeing still the standard bans here. There was a Faramis earlier on, so that's something that Team Evo might have to consider. Without the Valentina being put into play, it's already been banned. They can't take the cult altar, so that might actually be the last ban here of Team Evo. The Warman also has been left open actually by both of these teams. The Arlot as well. I don't think the Arlot left much of an impact earlier on in the game of IDNS and Wawa Gaming, so they still ban it away because it has a pretty good win rate. Especially since you're not so sure if the Arlot will be in the jungle role or will be in the XP role. So now final ban here for Team Evo. I'm guessing something along the lines of a Fanny. That's IDNS you're talking about, or go for the Paramis ban. I'm not so sure what IDNS will pull up, but definitely if the Fanny is open, I believe they might actually pick it up first.
See, I honestly don't think that Evo should open Fanny just so they can limit, the possible crazy or scary picks from IDNS. But they're taking their time. They banned out Blue. Fanny is open again. And you also have the
Faramis is
Melissa
open.
open. You have Faramis open. Valentina not available though, as I have mentioned earlier. But yeah, it's just a lot to juggle. And even though Fanning is open, looks like IDNS, they opt to go with the safer hero, which is the MVP earlier, by the way, which is Faramis.
Mizzy Mink played a very good Faramis earlier, being the MVP as well, sustaining all of the clashes. If this is the case, maybe Team Evo can surprise us, pick up that Fanny. I'm just saying it's open right now. You guys can pick it up. Maybe just pick it up. Or maybe they can go for something different like the Fredrin, still a classic pick. It never goes old. And the Melissa to boot here. Great start here for Team Evo. I'm not so sure if they will go for the Fanny right now. It's definitely hard to go up against a Fredrin, especially since it has the energy eruption, can taunt you when you try to go in for the cutthroat. So that's something that IDNS has to think about before they pick up their jungler. I mean, Izzy has played the jungler role, but more on the fighters recently. So not so sure. Martis could be a possible pick here for IDNS, one of the most popular choices as well in the XP and the jungle role. Let's see what IDNS will close this out with. Maybe put Paramis in the I was going to say Faramis in the row position, and I was right. And it's going to be Farsa in the mid lane here under the hands of Mizzy Mink, and it's going to be a Zanri Faramis in this game.
I just have to say, 1-1 isn't banned in the slot so far, but I don't think Evo is going to pick up 1-1. Maybe someone that IDNS can pick up, and I was about to wait and see which is going to be their setup. And right on cue, Evo will be able to log in that Eve. Regular manipulation, all the slows, all the setups. This is something you'd want if you have a Fredrin, and something you'd want especially if you are a Melissa. My concern here though is You, Akai just needs to pop his ultimate, his heavy spin, and all is well for IDNS. You know, you have to really just stop Eve from doing whatever this hero wants.
The only way to control this Eve is actually a Franco. I'm surprised they haven't banned that one out. Xanri's already on the Faramis, by the way, so they didn't really consider that one. Taking away a lot of 33 heroes. There's still the Claude to go up against the Melissa, or maybe even the standard Melissa Clint. We've seen that. Melissa, um, Beatrix, and a Clint, but Clint is a very far option here to pick up. I mean, it's not really in the S tier or the A tier picks, so maybe go for something a bit more standard like the Claude here. Great to burst down the Fredrin here. I'm getting confused here because there's a Fredrin, there's a Faramis. So yeah, the Estes here to be banned away as well by IDNS, knowing that there's a Fredrin here, and it's usually a popular combo here in the Mekong region. So maybe they go for something else here. I'm yet to see like a Matilda here, a Matilda Fredrin. I've seen that here in the Philippines. Not so sure if it's a thing here in the Mekong region, but hey, who knows? We haven't seen any Matilda just yet. Used to be a popular pick, but I guess they're gonna go for more setup plays, more CC, more setups for both teams, and they're gonna lock in that Lolita.
Hey, okay, I can already see the combo. Luminum Blast plus that real world manipulation. And we have been seeing a lot of good Lolita matches yesterday, actually. Being able to catch 2, 3 heroes off guard. And speaking of catching heroes off guard, you have a hover on Lapu Lapu possible. I mean, you'd want to be able to take control up against this kind of lineup from Evo. Well, let's see which will be the last hover or lock in for the side of IDNS. You still need a main damage dealer. You mentioned that Claude is
Atlas.
open, and Claude they will lock in.
Oh, I keep thinking like Atlas because that's something that really stuck with me the last time IDNS played. That I completely forgot that Faramis can be played by Zanri as well. And Team Evo, just when we thought it was going to be the Fredrin in the jungle, they surprised us with their final pick, and it's going to be the Ling once again. Not so sure about this one because it's going to be much easier if you're a tanky fighter to secure in the objectives for your team. But with the Ling here, that's a different story though. You can just use that pinch voice, use that Tempest of Flames, jump in, snag that objective, and it's going to make it extra hard as well for the Farsa and the Claude here, just in case the Link decides to pop up anytime.
It's to be a difficult time for DNS, maybe. Just basing onto the draft that Evo has, you have a lot of ways to be able to penetrate the back lines, catch the main damage dealers, and if Claude does try to enter, he will be met by a shield from Lolita, a Melissa, a Ling, a Numinum Blast, and a real world manipulation. So Claude needs to be really well protected. I mean, you have a Pyramis for that, no doubt. And Zanri was phenomenal in the match earlier. But let's see how things are gonna fit when IDNS is gonna be up against this kind of matchup. I like this. I like this.
The last time I've seen a Fredrin in an XP lane was when I did MPL Cambodia, and that was only like one game, didn't really do so well. Maybe it's because the Fredrin is more suited to be securing the objectives. It has a faster farm as compared to when it's the XP lane. It's only the XP minions that you're going to be getting, right? And now it's going to be going up against a Lapu Lapu that has been one of the rising picks as well in the XP lane. So not so sure. Is it going to be a Vengeance Fredrin? I've also seen like an XP lane Flicker Fredrin. So whichever that is, I'll find out later on as we head over to our match number 5. This is going to be IDNS to go up against Team Evo that had a significant improvement here in the MSC 2023 Mekong Qualifiers. Let's head over into the Land of Dawn here for game number 5. And once again, we're going to be seeing IDNS straight from the victory from that last match.
Let's see. Will they be able to translate that into another win? Remember, Evo was able to bag 2 wins in their pockets, and IDNS was able to get 1. So, okay, I won't be surprised if both of these teams will go crazy or go ham in the early game. Like as you can see right now, IDNS trying to sniff out Agi. as you get spotted out. You also have 20 August here. That's Lolita. Of course, he's going to be very confident. But with the minion waves pushing in with the quick clear from Evo, it looks like IDNS needs to pivot their attention somewhere else.
That's Oper gonna be rocking that flicker. I was expecting like a vengeance, right? You want to soak up the damage, especially with this Lapu Lapu on a Festival of Blood emblem, by the way. So, the additional damage. There's the tug in from the Ghost Bursters. Gonna get stunned here. Agi with 1 HP left. There's no flame shot. Okay, I was thinking there was a flame shot there, but he's able to survive that one. Wants to clear as much minion waves and recall back to the base.
Yep, he's gonna have to chill down for a bit. Okay, that's gonna be the sun connecting on to 20 August, but he is a-okay. With that, Izzy decides to rotate or transition over into top lane. Opper will have to take a few steps back and not try to contest a crab coin. He's now at level 4, right on cue. Title is now up. Lolita is being kept at bay by Faramis, so maybe she won't be able to get there in time. Izzy, though, will get a lot of hits onto the turtle. Now here comes the other members of Evo. Ling is right there as well. You have the Numinum Blast being popped. That's gonna be the kill. Rather, that's gonna be the turtle take going over to the first blood as well. Going over to Fredwin. That was Opper. One kill onto the pocket of Evo.
Oh, surprising that Zandri picked up this Magic Worship emblem. I was expecting maybe a support emblem for this Faramis, maybe like a Pull Yourself Together emblem, or maybe even an Avarice emblem. It's actually a magic damage item. Maybe they want to go for the additional damage here for IDNS, but that was actually also the reason why he was the first one out from that clash. Very nice Numinal Blast there from 20 August, right in the nick of time before Izzy was able to press in that retribution. He gets stunned there by the Numinum Blast and unable to do anything at that moment, which is why Evo was actually able to get in that first turtle. A great start for them, and their gold laner just picked up that corrosion site for Biston. Different story here on the top side. Amy having a slight advantage here up against the Predrin, forcing Oprah to actually back away from this one.
Yeah, it's okay, the dance, the back and forths, nothing too different from what we've been seeing in the early games. Now, Izzy, we'll just see hiding this one out into the bushes, does get the start onto Adi, forcing Adi to stay within the turret's range. Now you have Zanri seeing the world through 20 August's eyes, and now they're going to be able to catch this one off guard. A lot of damage. That is going to be the kill, going over to 33 onto Claude. Good start. The first kill for IDNS goes immediately to their marksman. But now it looks like there will be a possible revenge with Tempest of Blades being picked up here. And with that, a lot of ultimates are being popped. You also have the heavy spin being popped by Izzy, but no counter kill from Evo just yet.
And just when you thought your name was actually going to go straight for Xandri once again, and Mizzy Mink, who was falling really low there, care of the dolls here of Melissa and Aggie as well. But unfortunately, there was that cult altar. If not, that would have been another big pick off there by Evo right before the turtle. They're already positioning themselves here. And Evo having this much better position. I'm not so sure what IDNS will trade off here. Definitely Evo here having the upper hand, getting in that turtle, and once again leveraging their gold up. Not that much, but definitely objectives is the name of the game here for Evo.
Objectives, definitely the name of the game. And it looks like I like this tactic, don't force fights to IDNS, because if you force them in fights and they're confident, you'll see what happened, like a 17-0 from the match earlier. But speaking of the marksman, speaking of IDNS, Claude was able to pick up Demon Hunter Sword 5 minutes in. No actual triggers being pulled just yet from IDNS, just the usual roam, hunt, easy sees your name. But okay, your name, minding his own business. I just won't overstay my welcome.
There's that ice cream one for Agi as well. Actually, quite surprising how early he picked this up. I mean, it's probably care of the turtle secured in by Evo. It's a very early ice cream one. Now, once again, your name and able to take down Amy. Hawk there on the top side. still, it's a nice and slow for both of these teams. And speaking nice and slow, they're not gonna go easy on this gold lane. Heavy spin by Izzy, already committed. They're unable to get anything. 20 August gets stunned here, but Evo and IDNS actually playing this really nice and low, very safe, and saying it nice and safe. Over actually, it's not even the jungler here. Look at how proactive he is with the lane.
Arguably one of the slowest pacing games we've been seeing so far, but as I say that, there's gonna be a kill being secured by Farsa. Biston looks like you will have to chill for 10 more seconds, and IDNS, even though they were a little bit conservative earlier, they still will want to be able to get as much lead as they can. No actual full team fights just yet. Maybe after this next turtle take. Turtle is now up, and of course, teams are gonna make their way onto the turtle area. Opera taking so much damage, but that's okay. He's still alive. They don't know that 20 August is lurking into the side. Demon Hunters are being picked up by Biston as well. With that, IDNS gets first dibs on the turtle. With that, you have the sun connecting onto Opera, but that 20 August making his way to just join Farside. Looks like that's gonna be the kill going over to the side of Evo. Biston getting the kill onto one as well, but your name gets bursted down. Double kill going over to Biston. Good juggle of skills here. 2 to none in favor of Evo. Now you have a real manipulation being popped by Aggie. Hack says out on their turret. They don't care. Stun are gonna connect on the 20 August, but that's okay because Evo was able to get a turret, was able to get the kill, and now they have a 2k gold lead.
It's a nice position there by Biston. Getting that Inspire up, actually catching the members there of IDNS off guard. See how fast the attack speed was. And right after those two members fell, Amy Hawk as well as Zanri, they were able to get that tower on the mid side. And for IDNS, they've had some of their wins. They've been pushing their towers. They've been taking their objectives. They haven't checked so much of Biston. 2-1-0 on this Melissa. Later on, we're seeing classic standard rotations coming in from Evo, and this is the same thing that they did in their previous 2 games. Just let Biston get a good time in his lane. He should be able to deliver here.
He should definitely be able to deliver as long as he's able to keep that up. But remember, there's a Melissa, very vulnerable to dives, very vulnerable to damage if you are able to catch her. And remember, we're just waiting for Claude to fully participate in the fights. We haven't been seeing much of 30-33 aside from the first 2 kills that he was able to get. And with that, it's back to the very chill game of Mobile Legends. No one actually doing anything funny. There is an attempt from Evo, but it looks like they have to let this one go. They just baited that just so Biston can get a turret, and he was able to do so.
You can kind of feel the gold lead right now for the Melissa. Getting that golden staff at the 8-minute mark. There's just a lot of towers that they took. All 3 turtles went to the side of Evo. And this very mobile setup is looking very, very good up against them. And you see Oprah as well switching up the lanes, being the main front line here of Evo, because you have to wait for 23 to make the plays here. 20 August rather, not to be mistaken for 33. No one's gonna commit towards the Lord just yet. Yeah, lots of numbers, lots of interesting names, interesting IGNs here. There's gonna be a split push being done there by your name on top. Not so sure if he will be able to survive that one. There's a Tempest of Blades to escape, and the Finch Boy still available. But I'm not so sure what the idea here. This might just be a bait lord by Evo.
Maybe, but looks like Opera is holding there now. IDNS decides to join the party. Remember, Tempest of Blade is no longer available for your name. And now you have Fars at the back line, also very close, connecting the stun on to 20 August. Lord, very low, that's going to hurt a lot. The Minimum Blast is going to be casted here, now the side is connecting onto Zanri. That is going to be the Lord being secured by Akai, by Izzy, and now their team is able to call Lord. Brennan gets bursted down by Lapu Lapu, and here is the attack. Here is a response coming in from Opera, which is now on a killing spree. Evo being able to get 1 kill from that interaction, but remember, Lord still got secured by IDNS.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure if it was a good call for Oper to leave his lane because AV Hawk was just pushing in that tower on the top side, but now it's he seemed to prove me wrong. by actually soaking up the damage here with that tenacity emblem as well. You can expect to see Oper dive in a bit more here, getting Biston that perfect opportunity to free hit everyone from IDNS. They have to build down this Lord first. Went to the side of IDNS, maybe push in some towers, maybe the mid or maybe even the bottom side, which Evo has already taken, by the way.
Looks like we can see the prio lane from Evo here. Speaking of turret takedowns, 2 turret takedowns per team. Things are still pretty even Steven. Your name catches one that is gonna be Izzy. Izzy will be able to pop the ultimate, but again, Tempest of Blades will be able to make his way out of there. Good call from Your Name, but I'm not sure that's gonna be worth it because that means ID and S can force a fight right now, and Your Name might not be able to jump in for the assassination. But as I say that, 33 will be able to take one tower down. 4 and 5 now on the board with a not so huge, but still a 1k gold lead in favor of Evo. Biston alone in his own little world. No one is there. And with this Melissa, he was able to take down the turret also quickly.
She must have a lot of cursed energy there. I mean, if you watch Jujutsu Kaisen, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Look at the attack speed here of Melissa. Biston actually. No one being able to take him down just yet. I mean, he always has this position from the backside that no one can reach. Even Amy Hawk, right? Once you jump in with the bravest fighter, you can't seem to take down Biston. I mean, you have to go through 20 August first. You have to go through actually Oper first, who is just looking to. The rest of the members of IDNS is looking to shred those HP bars. But you know what? Looking at the towers here of IDNS, the mid is already gone. So that's pretty huge for Evo. They should have a better position here in the Lord. They're setting up a death bush here. Once again, the deadly trio there. 20 August, Agi, as well as Biston. Waiting for someone to pass through and maybe just take him down instantly before the Lord is up.
They want to be able to get a pick off, or at least get some space before the Lord is up. And as I say that, Lord is now available. You have Your Name minding his own business up top. So this means maybe IDNS could force a 4v5 Farsa with, of course, the ultimate yet again. But it looks like Evo decide to take a step back, not force a fight, and just get some recalls in. They want to be able to shove and push in the wave. And okay, 33 will be able to secure his own buff there. Biston on this Melissa will be able to get a few damages into the Lord, but Oper little bit too close for comfort against the opponents here. Remember, Hack is alone. Possible 4v5 yet again. You have Fars popping in with the ultimate, and now there's gonna be a jump in from this squad. 33 is gonna hurt a lot, but Vision is the first one to actually say goodbye. And with that, Izzy is able to get the Lord. Agi gets still for himself. Everyone is falling down. Tempest of Blades being popped by Your Name.
33!
And now you have 33 chasing down on 20 August on the auto attacks. All of that takes, it hurts a lot, but don't worry, he is alive. Good attempt from 33 though. The Claude finally is starting to hurt.
The Avarice emblem, right? Picking up those kills, that's 2 down. And the Lord for IDNS, they should be able to push this tower out. Oper is the biggest problem here for IDNS. They can't seem to get past the rest, but I mean, looking back at that flash, it was good that Izzy took in that Lord and at the same time getting that nice heavy spin onto Biston, catching him off guard and paving the way for 33 to get that nice blazing duet. This should be a fast takedown on the Lord though. Luminous 1, IDNS should be able to take in some towers here. Split pushes that are being made here by Your Name, while the rest of the members of Evo just doing their very best to defend up against this one. There is an engage here onto 23, unable to get that Numenon Blast. First one to fall, Cult Altar as well. It's been activated by Zanri, and they back away from that one.
I thought the Lord will be able to get some damage there, but it's not gonna reach the turret at all. Ling forced to pop Tempest of Blades again, just so he can escape. 1-2 right now on Your Name, by the way, but that's fine. Evo is still looking for ways to be able to get toe-to-toe or be neck and neck against ID and S. But as I say that, remember, no more turrets at the top lane, and there's only two turrets left. Well, one turret left rather for the outside of their bottom lane. Mid lane is still pretty much okay, but if you can talk about this IDNS, they really want to be able to push in from the side lanes. Why? Because they tend to force the matches in the mid lane. So while they fight in the mid lane, the side lanes will push. The side lanes will still be able to make some things happen for them. More space and more opportunities for them. Evo, I guess one of the ways to counter this is just go with the pickoffs for now. But I understand that their strength is in their team fights.
You can see the damage as well from the Ling. Your name's Ling. He has the most gold actually among all the members here of Evo. Quite surprising. I have to point out that 33 has a bit more gold than Biston. You see the Avarice working its charm here for the Claude. I mean, I think the biggest thing that Evo got for this match was the mid tower here of IDNS. Has claws as well, being secured here by Biston to get that additional lifesteal. But again, this is the moment we're in. It's all quiet once again. We're going to be waiting for an engage. More or less from IDNS, it should be either Zanri or Amy Hawk with the Bravest Fighter. But here comes the Lord Oper once again. Going to be moving towards that space, starting it up perhaps, and just get your name to come fly by and just snag in that Lord.
There you go. Okay. No one is actually walking in the Lord area yet, but it looks like IDNS, they're not giving up much information as to where they are. Immortality available for Hack, by the way, since he is the one that tries to force these 1v1s or 1v2s, but it's fine. It's Lapu-Lapu. He's made, he exists at an MLBB to be able to juggle that. And now top part, there's Claude, there's Faramis, just pushing the minions in. Few more item purchases from ID and S, but looks like Evo, they had enough, okay? That's gonna be Biston getting first dibs onto the Lord. And let's see how ID and S will be able to answer this. It's gonna be Tom connecting onto one. Izzy, he's tanky, he's fine, but I don't think he'll be able to go with the steal, and looks like Evo will be able to get the Lord. No opportunity for ID and S to be able to steal or contest that.
I think the biggest factor here for IDNS is to take down Oper. He's been there every single time, either guarding the tower, either even zoning away the members here of IDNS. And we're still waiting for that proper timing for the Blazing Duet here of 33. He's already set up the BMI here. Another tower falls here for IDNS. And your name as well, split pushing that top side. Luminous Blast and the Flicker gets in two. And a nice reroll manipulation there from Agi. The Tempest of Blades as well to catch the back lines. Izzy falls. And now we're going to be going to soak up the damage here for Oper. Here comes 33 with that Blazing Duet that we were waiting for. But gets stuck by the Energy Eruption. Gets taken down there by Agi. And now it's only two left to defend here. Here comes the Flicker from Agi and the Winter Truncheon. And it's game over. Team Evo will take in the victory. Spotless once again here in this tournament.
Slow and steady wins the race, and we saw that in Evo. Okay, so I was honestly expecting IDNS to contest the Lord, or at least try to pick a fight. They didn't. That's okay. That's their call. That's fine. But the problem here was, with the Lord marching in, if you can remember, if you can recall, the Luminous Blast was so perfectly timed that they were able to get to stun two heroes, and IDNS will be able to force this 3v5. And with Evo being able to storm into the base, it was a lot of things that went in their favor. On top of that, Evo was so low. I saw Claude jump in with the Blazing Duet. I was expecting it to be the oh no moment for Evo, but no, Claude did not have enough damage. Claude was just like poking their opponents, and you know what, at the end of the day, it was Evo, it was still Melissa, it was still Fredrin that was able to make things happen. But my personal MVP for this match will be 20 August because of the sustain, because of the Luminous Blast, and because of the protection that he was able to provide for his team.
Plus, I have to point out Oper here. No deaths at all with this Fredrin. Quite surprising, too, because he's soaking up all the damage. He does not have the Vengeance. So I'm surprised he made it this far without any deaths at all. I mean, that's a Flicker. Yeah, he survived pretty much. All that he wants to do is get that flicker and that appraiser's rat onto the members of IDNS. But let's take a look at our MVP. And as I was saying, the Fredrin, he is going to be the MVP here. I'm actually more curious of the damage that he soaked up rather than the gold per minute that he got. Obviously, it's going to be a lot more for the gold laner, but we're proving to us that the Fredrin can be rocked as well in the XP lane. Dominance Eyes as the first item, as to the usual Molten Essence first. So it was overall a good game. He was able to defend the tower. He was able to zone away the members of IDNS when they were securing objectives. All I can say is that Fredrin XP lane working quite well here in the qualifiers as well.
It survived, it works, there's a lot of good Brave Assault here. But as my co-caster has mentioned, there's a lot of good plays from Fredrin. We're going to be showing you the highlights from that matchup.
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
legends.
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there and see the world.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
And you are back again. This is MSC 2023 Mekong Qualifier. Sino your casters? I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Burger Kim. So, Burger Kim has been hyping IDNS for quite some time now, and they really did live up to the hype. But with the match earlier, we saw that even gods can fall. Evo being able to take down IDNS, pretty much securing their 3-point win for the Group B group stages.
Still one more match, I believe, that they will have today, and it's going to be going up against Wawa Gaming of Thailand that still hasn't had any wins just yet. So it's going to be again a David and Goliath matchup. We're already at match number 6, more than halfway through the Group B stages, and I'm looking forward to see more of these teams. Like it depends. Like for this next matchup, we're going to be seeing ESB and SPR. Now, both of these teams, ESB in particular, the Brunei region has been getting some noise as well in the comment section and even on social media that they're looking forward to see this region shine because they're the only representatives here in the Mekong region. And can you imagine if they pull a Cinderella run here? They have their last 2 matches, this being their second one of the day, and we going up against the last Vietnamese team for this region that only had one one win in this group stages. So if they get another one, there might actually just be a very interesting way to close out today's group stages. Might be a tiebreaker. We just don't know yet, but looking forward to see that later on.
Cinderella run is definitely possible for ESB here. Well, they're the only team from Brunei, so they might as well give it all that they've got. So after that, it will be IDNS versus ESB. And you're right again, we are at match 6. So we just finished the first half of our day number 2. A lot happened, but I have to say, we haven't seen a maniac or a savage yet. Triple kill, I think, at most, but mostly double kills. So we have 5 more matches. Guys, we have 5 more matches to prove me wrong.
Well, Yuko, we didn't see those savages and those maniacs not until the end of the day yesterday. So maybe Group B will also close it out that way with maniacs and savages. We've only seen one yesterday, so we have yet to see it here in the Group B stages. Does that mean that the Laos teams are doing really well? No losses just yet for Wawa Gaming. Team Evo rather, the only Laos team in this group stage, and they haven't had any losses just yet. We'll see more of them later on for their last game, but for ESB and SPR, I'm looking forward to see this SPR team as well try to vie for that playoff slot here in the MSC Mekong Qualifiers.
They're still yet to get their first victory in the group stages. So let's see, will they tweak something in their draft, or will they tweak something with their rotations, or how they move into the game? But all of these questions will be answered when we hop into the pick and ban phase in a few more minutes. Again, welcome to those who just hopped into the live. We hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. And don't forget to invite your friends, ask them to watch alongside you. This is also you, low-key, teaching them how the pros play it in the Mekong region.
Well, Hugo, yesterday we talked about what heroes you would want to see. Like for me, it was a Minsitar. For you, it was maybe something new, something completely off charts. I don't know about today. You've seen a Julian, you've seen a Minotaur, you've also seen a Poppin and Koopa. What else have you? What else do you expect to see here in the Group B stages? Like maybe a throwback to something that you really liked seeing in the meta.
Honestly, I kind of miss Valir. See, I'm sure he won't get picked up in the Mekong region, but I honestly miss that hero. Like, gone were the days that he is first pick worthy, but now he's just someone that can breathe fire onto your enemy. But good for setups, but I don't think it's something that the Mekong region could utilize. But yeah, I do miss seeing Valir in the Land of Dawn.
But Yuko, I love how you mentioned that. I think a lot of teams are missing out on this Valir. It's actually used to counter Estes picks, Faramis picks, and even Fredrin rather. It's really hard to go up against a Valir, especially when you have it slowing you down before you can even reach it. I think this is something that the Mekong region has overlooked maybe. But hopefully, I do want to see that as well. It's a great counter to a Fredrin. I play a lot of Fredrin. I know this. I've gone up against a lot of Valirs. So hopefully, we'll see it this time. And speaking of something new, right? We've seen the first Popol and Koopa for this Mekong Qualifiers under the hands of Tin Quan. Had a very good performance. He was the MVP. So we can expect to see maybe those pocket picks, those surprise picks from SPR, the last Vietnamese representative, by the way, for the Mekong region. We're seeing standard bans coming through here, Yuko. The Arlot and the Joy being banned away instantly.
Fanny, Haja will be banned out here. 1-1 if they want to. Diggy, I've been seeing a handful of Diggy bans all throughout the day. The can't just simply be there. And which else? I mean, you also see a lot of glue bans because they apparently don't like the hero, and I see the reason why. You don't want someone clinging onto you, right? So we're going to be waiting for the second ban for ESB here. Could be one of the standard heroes to take out. Usually the adjusted heroes are the ones that you need to ban the last minute are seen in the second half of the bans. But I want to see if we're gonna see Valentina pick. Valentina has been banned a handful of games back. could even be banned by SPR here. Gu, right on cue, will be taken out by ESB.
Not so sure if it's a gold Daner ban here for the last bans here. I mean, knowing so far the games of ESB, which is only one, we've seen Haji Kitty with the Grok, someone that can set up the plays, very flexible pick as well. I'm not so sure. No one has ever banned the Fredrin, right? Like it's always up for grabs anyway. So Valentina as well for today. There's a lot of bans on the Valentina, and if ever SPR wants to go that route of having a Pyramis in your lineup, you would want to take away the Valentina. And yeah, just as we were talking, I'm not so sure if they can hear us. I jinxed it for them. They're gonna ban away the Fredrin as their last ban here for SPR. And now for ESP, would you rather take away a Melissa or a Wanwan here?
I would honestly want to take out 1-1, but that means whatever happens, whichever ban it is, it will be an open Faramis. So let's see if SPR will pick that up. But neither, honestly. 1-1 is open, Fanny is open, Farsa is open, Melissa is open as well. Arlo got banned out, Fredrin got banned out. So this is a different wave of bans and a wave of open and available heroes. Let's see which will be the first two picks from ESB.
Right. Now, with the Farsa being put into play, if they want to be super greedy here for ESB, pick up the Paramis and the Valentina. Super good, great sustain. You can get that feathered airstrike. I mean, that's a long shot, but I mean, if you want to be really greedy here, you can go with that. But maybe if you want to shake things up, pick up the Melissa early on. Melissa, maybe even the Paramis here. But neither at all. They're going to start up with the XP lane, something I don't really see that often. I mean, most of the time you see the XP lane being picked up in the second phase. And now they're going to shake things up by picking up this Minstatar that I just mentioned earlier. I'd love to see more of. Now, this might actually be a roamer with the Lapu Lapu being picked up here. So you can kind of tell already the draft here of ESP.
And looks like SPR will answer that with a Benedetta pick, burst everyone that is seen by the eye inside of ESB. Waiting on to their third pick though. And I wonder, will they pick up a damage dealer again? Or will they pick up a frontliner, someone that can initiate? Just to make sure that Farsa and Benedetta will be safe in the back line. First hover on Hilda if they lock this in, and they did. This is going to be the first Hilda game for the group stages.
I am honestly loving SPR. The last time that they did this, pick up that Popol and Koopa, they actually managed to win with it. They have these heroes that they're comfortable with, and I think that's the beauty of having something new on the table, right? Like it's not the ones that are in the S tier or the A tier. You don't know what sort of play that they want to pull off, and at this point, you can even put that Hilda in the XP lane. Not so sure though up against the Lapu Lapu, but maybe they're just gearing up for the fact that maybe the side of ESB might just pick up an assassin, and the Hilda is just such a nuisance to deal with if you have an assassin like a Link that you're farming, and then you have this Hilda chasing you, and at the same time, all it needs to do is just go to the bush, heal, pop in that sprint, and she's out of there. Now, this is something I'd like to see. I haven't seen so much saviors for today. The first one actually for today, Yuko.
Yep, first log in from Saver indeed. Let's see if he has the Gojo skin. But other than that, that means there is global presence for the side of ESB. I guess it's a good combo, assuming that, let's say you have the King's Calling, right? They can't move, they can't do anything, and Saver can just pop in with Dawnlight. But let's see if that's going to be a combo that will happen. We're going to move on to the second rotation of the bans. And SPR, they're taking their time. Still kind of surprised that Martis got banned out here. I'm kind of sad now because we might not be seeing any maniacs or savages.
Well, that definitely broke the heart of a fan here for the side of SPR. He used the Martis actually in the game number 1 today, wherein they actually won that one. Popol and Koopa as well was a surprise pick from them, and now they're taking away possible heroes as well. For a fan broke your heart? Question mark. He's still not sure if that person broke his heart, but hopefully you're much better right now. You don't want to have that broken heart going into this game, because ESB as well, they're looking to take the victory for this first round. They're closing it out with the Claude ban here for SPR, since there's still no gold laner here for Kalel. Melissa is still open here for them to take, but I think they just want to open as much marksman heroes as they can since both teams don't have any just yet.
I'm thinking if there's a chance that you might pick up Ling in the bans, and they did. Okay, ESB will be taking out the Ling, and I guess you can't use it anyway because you mentioned that if you're up against a Hilda, you might not have the best time of your life unless you commit your skill set to just jump around or you jump in different places to be able to preserve your health. But another good damage dealer will be Beatrix, and she will also get banned out by SPR. With that, let's see who will ESB pick up. Which is available? What are the marksmen that is still up?
Melissa.
That's gonna be a problem.
Melissa's still up. I think they're thinking of whether to pick that one up or maybe even go for something. I mean, for the side of SPR, you're gonna be seeing like they picked up a Poplin Koopa once. I'm not so sure if they're going to do that right now with the Fanny being secured here by ESB. Knowing that this Hilda might be a roamer, they can actually switch it up here. Like maybe put the Benedetta in the jungler role, put the Hilda in the XP lane, and maybe just have a Kufra to deal with the Fanny. But they go with neither. They pick up the Sakai and then maybe a gold laner to go up against Kalel, which hasn't revealed his hero just yet.
We have been talking about Melissa for ESB, but it looks like SPR is the one that will be able to pick up that hero with their side or their line already complete. I like what I see. For SPR, has a lot of potential, has a lot of control, has a lot of damage even. And Hilda will be this strong wall that you have to break down before you want to get the damage dealers. But speaking of damage dealers, 1-1 decides to make a debut in the group stages. Last pick for the side of ESB as well. It's gonna be, she is going to be difficult to catch, but I guess that's Fars's problem, and that will be Akai's problem.
You know, I love how this draft was well thought of. They really took their time in picking these heroes. I mean, for SPR was standard. I do understand why they pick up the Melissa. You got the Akai to back you up. You got the Hilda as well to frontline. So all you need to do is put yourself in a spot wherein they can't get you. And the only one to actually pick off the Melissa here should be the Mincetar as well as the Lapu Lapu. And with the Fanny being picked up in the second phase, that's another problem to deal with. I haven't seen a Melissa go up against a Fanny though. Will the Cutthroat come through? Even with the go away of the Melissa. Not so sure if that... I haven't seen that one just yet. We might see it later on because the Melissa, all eyes will be on her. Let's take a look at a final look at the picks here of SPR and ESB from Brunei. That's getting a lot of hype here in social media. Let's head over to the Land of Dawn. We're already halfway through here, more than halfway through for the MSC Mekong Qualifiers Group B. And let's have a final look once again before we head on over to game number 6. Yeah.
Yep.
Sam Alakazam has that Gojo skin.
Hey,
Nice
they
look on that
know.
Gojo
Thank you,
skin.
production, as well, for highlighting Saver. I'm gonna be happy now, all throughout the game. But yeah, again, this is 2 more matches. This is gonna be SPR versus ESP. Rather, this is gonna be another match, not 2 more matches. We have 4 more matches available for everyone after this. That's gonna be an early poke for the side of SPR, but ESB will be able to walk away. Possible same start as the game that we had earlier, but if you're Fanny, you'd want to be able to secure as much lead, as much damage as you can, and as much kills as you can before you transition over into the mid and late game. That's a bit of an ouchie from Haji Kitty, but Mincetar is fine, he's alive, and now he is gonna be focus fired again. Will the spear come through? Apparently Fanny will come through. We'll be able to secure that buff, and now King is in
nice.
a tight spot, but don't worry, they're gonna be chasing down. First one going over to Haji Kitty, and Hilda was the one to fall down. There's gonna be a revenge kill though. Fanny gets annihilated by this Farsa.
1-for-1 trade in favor of SPR, obviously. They only got the roamer here for their side, and they were able to take down King. So that's something huge here for the Vietnamese team. And looking at the heroes and the players here of SBR, I think there's a switch up of roles. Wiz played in the XP lane in game number 1. And as for the Benedetta as well, he played as the mid laner. So right now we're seeing a change of roles as well for SBR. Not so sure if it will work the same way for this game. Flicker in here by Crest. Price popping in that bravest fighter and taking down that Benedetta. Now here comes the first turtle, Yuko. Definitely for the side of ESB, they need to take this one first to further capitalize on the lead that they have.
They do. They really need to do it. And with that, let's be connecting on to Akai. Farsa popping in with the feathered airstrike. You also have the ultimate being popped by Saber. Everyone is clumped in together. And the kill goes over to Haji Kitty to Minsitar. And with that, the ESB is not stopping with the aggression. They're going to be focused firing onto Benedetta, but Benedetta will be A-okay. With that, they have to let this one go. Fan decides to join the party on the top. Will she be able to get the crab coin? She was able to do so.
You know, this is something that people don't really know about the revamped Minsitar. The Spear of Glory can actually tug in 2 or more heroes here, and that's I think one of the best things that they made about this revamped Minsitar. And Crest once again, another solo kill by the XP laner here. But the airstrike has been committed. Zam Elegant Kazam gonna get spotted there. Be backing away, casually backing away with that Gojo skin. You look extra cool. But speaking of cool, they really need to take this turtle up. Dawning Light from the backside. Turtle might get reset. Wiz actually back away from that one. And it's King who's going to be able to secure it for ESB.
Don't worry. King has Retribution. He'll be able to get that. And as you've said, that'll be the turtle being secured by ESB. 1 and 4 now on the board with roughly a 1k gold lead in favor of ESB. Don't worry though, SBR can still make things happen as they just make their way all throughout the map. So far, Fanny's performing really, really well. Minsitar was able to get a few kills for himself as well. So safe to say, while they wait for 1-1 to go online, the other members of ESB is still able to get some checks into their list. But that's going to be a nice attempt from SBR trying to get the buff stolen. But it looks like Benedetta gets spotted out here. There is going to be the go sign, the green light for SPR. Killing Spree now going over to Lapu Lapu. 1-2 trade so her, but looking up top here, there will be Fanny just making her way around. 3D maneuvering gear. Now that will be a possible 1v1, but it's going to be difficult because you also have Farsa with the feathered airstrike. And with that, the kill has been secured by Melissa. Haji Kitty sees this, decides to join the party, might be able to take Melissa down, and they were able to do so.
I'm not so sure if Haji Kitty was denied of that killing spree. I completely forgot that Haji Kitty is the roamer here. And speaking of Haji Kitty, gonna get taken down there by the Akai, as well as Wiz's Hilda. 25 seconds before the turtle is up, 5 minutes in, and ESB actually has a very good start here. Not care of K, actually care of Crest with the bravest fighter. Always on point, right? Flickering in to get the members here of SPR.
Looks like all those catches definitely have their results, or the seeds that they planted definitely have the fruit. 5 minutes into the match, with the turtle already up, it looks like this is go time. They're looking for the opportunity. They're looking for a possible opening, but Melissa is kind of far away. So I'm not sure if SPR will force this one out, as they look like they're gonna go with the fight. Turtle is being taken down as well, but as Michael going over to Crest. But don't worry, Akai gets the kill onto the turtle. That's gonna be double kill going over to Lapu Lapu as well. One of the main damage dealers actually falling down in the hands of ESB, and it looks like SPR, they're gonna back away.
Wow, Crest, still going at it. Even Fat broke your heart, has to back away from that one. Such a dominant XP lane here for ESB. We haven't seen that much aggression yet from the Benedetta here from SPR, and I think that is just proving to be such a menace here to deal with. And now monster kill here for Crest, still unable to stop him, even with the petrify. Goes in for the Lecto, final blow. King gets the final eye to eye. He's taken down there, but now Crest in but gets shut down there by Easy. Something that they need right now. But on the top side, we see ESB as well working on that tower. 19.9 for ESB. They're leading right now up against SPR. Not that much of a goal difference though. I'd say it's gonna go to ESB right now. But as for SPR, they need to push in some towers. So you can kind of see Zamzam Alakazam and the rest of the members also working on those towers, ensuring that they get their objectives here. Last turtle is up for the grabs in just a few seconds, but again, both sides are looking to take in the towers one by one. I haven't seen Kalel pop up just yet. We have yet to see that. Look at the damage coming through from Tin Con with the Melissa.
That's
Now
gonna hurt.
Crest once again at it, getting that go away, but unable to actually take down that Melissa. Crest will back away from that one. And still a win, I would say, for ESB. Gold laner down right before the turtle is up.
Speaking of Crest, this guy is sitting comfortably at a 6-1 and 2 on this Lapu. So it looks like Snowball is the word for this hero. But looks like Parcel will get immobilized. Let's see if they are actually going to go with a chase. And apparently he did! A little bit too deep though. So he gets to pay for that with his life. But the trade is a trade nonetheless. 8-11 now on the board. Items are pouring in as the sun connecting onto Benedetta. You have the ultimate coming in from Saber as well. Too close for comfort, but at the end of the day, the kill was still not secured for Vendetta. She was able to get away alive, scathed, but alive either way. And there is going to be another 1v1 up top, I believe. But Melissa was not able to finish off the kill as well. What they could finish off, though, is the kill onto the Lord. Given that now it is up, and both teams would want to get their hands on this juicy objective. Other members of ESB is just quiet and lurking on the sides. Farsa with the further airstrike, clearing out the minion waves in the middle. Whereas we can see right now, Fanny is just securing her own buff. No sudden movements, no commitments just yet, but I could feel that both sides or both teams are just waiting for a mistake from their opponents.
First sword is up here. Turtle. Well, they didn't even wait for that last turtle, and now Tin Con's gonna be the target. Wind of Nature gonna be popped in right there before they can go forward. The gang outplaying. Crest this time. Beautiful backup coming through for SPR. And that was a big pickoff right before the Lord. I believe that this should be SPR's game. Not unless Haji Kitty manages to get something here. It's gonna be Zamzam Alakazam. Gonna be focus of the target here of SPR. They're gonna starting up this Lord for Tin Con and the rest of the members here. But look at the Dawn Light from the backside. Wings by Wings, not enough to save Easy. 1 HP left for the Lord here. Let's see who will be able to take this one member down here for the side. They don't have the high ground coverage here for SPR. It's gonna be Fan Broke Your Heart taking in that Lord. Such a heartbreak for ESB. They got a good start, but at least they got something out of it. That's gonna be whisked down as well. Make that another one for the Savior. Zamzam Alakazam. Rocking in that Savior as well as that Gojo skin that you guys got a close-up view on earlier on.
They get the objective, but we get the kill. ESP, that was a very strong answer to SPR. Dominance Ice being picked up by Crest as well, so he will be able to last longer into the fight. Was he able to get the... I don't think so. But anyway, Savior will just make his way into the mid lane. Anticuras being picked up by Akai. For the airstrike again being used by Farsa. And it looks like there's a bit of a downtime for our two teams. They are making their way around the map 1-1, still waiting for a very good play from Kalel. There was a good attempt earlier in the Lord pit, but apparently she got stunned by Farsa and was not able to do her combo. Lord has been taken down from the bot lane, was not even able to touch the last outer turret for ESB side. But looks like Crest is a juicy target here. Will he survive? Apparently he is still okay. Too close, but what matters is he was alive. Good play from ESB there, just boxing out SPR.
Well, for now, ESB is winning this numbers game, but for the side of SPR, they haven't pushed that much turrets yet. And speaking of that one, that's going to be the Benedetta picking up that tower on the bottom side. Something that SPR needs to do. I mean, they're winning right now. They have the advantage. They're on the driver's seat. They just need to at least push in some towers. Middle tower is already gone for the for their side, so at least they could open up the map a little bit more here.
Mm-hmm. Of course, once you're able to open them up a little bit more, you'll be able to secure and roam more. But speaking of roaming, it looks like the members of ESB is the one that's roaming right now. Farsa again with the ultimate as an initiator. 1-1 actually had her eyes focused on the Kai, but the Kai was able to get out of there unscathed. More damage, more burst being secured by Zamzam Alakazam here. Minion waves wise, it's gonna be pushing in favor of ESB. With device all gold and stuff. Being secured, being bought. Wow, okay, that hurts. That ultimate hurts. Farsa was forced to
Yeah, I
transform
was
into a
gonna
bird
say.
and fly away. Yep. Now that's gonna be the initiative coming in from 1-1. The focus firing onto Hilda. That is a Hilda. She's supposed to be tanky, but it looks like she is melting in the hands of 1-1.
Yeah, you wouldn't want the 1-1 as well, Kalel. Yeah, that sounds very Pinoy, that name. Kalel sounds very Pinoy. Going back to that 1-1, you wouldn't want a 1-1 to be stacking up, right? Getting that crossbow tank up. Once again, the Dawning Light is proving to be such a menace here. Such a huge threat for SPR, especially if you get them in that nice linear position just like that. You also got a Melissa hitting everyone. Tin Con, Cres once again knows who he's gonna target, but here comes the backup, here comes the front line for SPR. They're just gonna poke as much as they can before the Lord, the Dawning Light, misses, unable to take Tin Con down. King gonna be focusing his work on this Lord. 1/4 HP, half HP right now, but it goes down. And now, for the side of SPR, it's a double kill for Kalel, left unchecked in his lane, and it seems like the Brunei team will be getting this one. 17 kills on the board, Hugo. 14 minutes in, and a Lord to back it all up.
That is a lot. So everything is working so well for ESB right now. And if you can actually see, the moment that the Lord hit a certain area, there was knockup and SPR could not do anything. ESB was able to connect some damage onto that. Here you have again Lapu Lapu looking for his next target. Still very much confident, but was not able to turn that into a kill. Fanny, though, making her way up top, will probably just push the turret and was able to take down the turret. That's a lot of gold, a lot of momentum swinging into the favor of ESB. Ultimate has been popped by Saber, and everyone is actually down here at the bottom lane. Lord is making their way in. That's going to be the jump in. You have Lapu Lapu at the back line. How GKD was able to get a hit, was able to get a hook onto one, but there is no follow-up in the mid lane though. Fanny just clearing the way, pushing in, being that great distraction for SPR. With that small victory, ESB decides to rotate over to the mid lane. Immobilized, could not move. Fanny's actually in the base of SPR. With that, Saber is now unstoppable. Farsa popping in with the credit airstrike as well. Double kill going over to Zamzam Alakazam. Kind of like a spell, honestly. Make that 3K. A lot of kills in the favor of ESB. Kill going over to Kalel. And now here is the Fanny. Members of ESB rushing out to the base. Hilda, the only one left alive for SPR, but apparently she falls down as well. And as she falls, there's gonna be a rise, the victory, the win going over to ESB.
The thirst for the win, the Brunei team with their second game for today. They get the victory up against the Vietnamese team, and I'm gonna have to say that they got in a lot of the picks that we haven't seen, the 1-1 and the Savior that has been overlooked for the previous games. Looking really good right now. And what I really was worried about was that one. I was like, it's left unchecked in the lane. I mean, I know you're going up against a Melissa. You need the time to get your items, but Kalel was able to fly, literally, in that game. A lot of crossbow tanks, a lot of good crossbow tanks by the end of the game. And that's really what ESB needed. I have to point out the Savior as well. We've been talking about his skin, but we have to talk about his stellar performance as well here in this game. 22 kills here for ESB in just 15 minutes. No, that's actually for Zamzam Alakazam, knowing that there's a lot of heroes that can reach him in the back. You got the Benedetta with the Petrify. You also got the Hilda's Power of Wilderness that can take him down, but ultimately left untouched with only a flicker to escape any sticky situation. And looking at the items here, Zamzam Alakazam, that's a lot of cooldown items. You got the Enchanted Talisman and the Clock of Destiny as well. And by the time that he got the Holy Crystal, he was just shredding the members here of SPR to the point wherein I think some of them already built a lot of Athena Shield. I think that's a Rose Gold Meteor for Tin Quan's last item, just respecting the damage coming out from the Savior.
Everyone just got melted, honestly. So aside from the good dawning lights from Zamzam Alakazam, I'm still so happy with the IGN, by the way. I feel like I'm a magician every time I say that. Anyway, he also has these perfectly timed and perfectly placed mystic fields, which basically just limits SPR from doing whatever it is that they want. If you're come together and it connects, you're not going to be able to do much. And aside from that, I guess my unsung hero will be Mincitar. With all the hooks and a good early game, he was able to help his team snowball. But so much about Mincitar. Let's talk about Saver. Let's talk about Zamzam Alakazam 7-0-11, the MVP of that match.
That's a lot of gold for Zamzam Alakazam. He's not even the gold laner here in this lane. Getting a lot of the items fast. And I believe he rocked the Mystery Shop emblem. That's why he was able to scale up pretty fast. A good game for the Savior. I believe this is the second time it appeared here in the Mekong Qualifiers. And you guys can kind of see that, there's a lot more heroes that you can pick up. Not just the Parsa, not just the Eve. The Savior is pretty good as well if you can play it like Zamzam Alakazam. But honestly, I think overall, what went right for ESB was the engages as well from the Mincitar that we're seeing for the second time. Of course, a lot to be said in this match, a lot of exciting plays. But before we head over to match number 7, enjoy these highlights.
But yeah, you know what? Before I wait for the highlights to actually come through, it was a lot of really good team fights, a lot of good decision making from both sides. It just so happened that I guess, ESB with their aggression, with their draft being a little bit better, and they have actually more range compared to SPN. And it was again a lot of good things that is being checked into their list. I want to see a similar version of this draft in their next matches if ever they're able to survive the group stages. But yeah, just make a good setup. And I'm actually so happy now that there is a win, there's a victory for Mincitar. But now, again, the highlights are going to be shown to you in a few seconds.
hunter of all the evil gods! Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played! No
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the turgid delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G World Blade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-sea representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Action not gonna stop here. We have a few more matches for you today in the day two for our Mega Qualifier in the group stages. Again, we're gonna be your casters. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Burger Kim.
For 7. And what a day it has been, Yuko. Still proving my point yesterday that the Laos teams have really improved ever since the last time I casted for them. Because it's usually IDNS, Thailand that's dominating this region. But for this particular qualifiers, I have yet to see more of the Laos teams. And speaking of, we're going to be seeing another Laos team once again later on for match number 8. But we're going to be starting with ESB and IDNS. ESB just fresh from their win against SPR earlier on. I think they got a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and honestly, I would love to see more. This is their second to the last match, so they have to get as much points as they can get. But they're going to be going up against someone who's dominant as well. Not as dominant as they used to be, but obviously they had a very, very good start here in the group B stages.
Mm-hmm. And now, again, we have a few more matches in our pockets. Next will be IDNS versus ESB. ESB definitely fresh from the win that they had earlier on. Let's see how will that be matched up against another very much aggressive team. And yeah, again, this is Group B matches, all of best of ones. This is day 2 for our group stages. Tomorrow onwards, or the next 2 days, it will be a handful of best of 3s, and it will only be the top 4 from the pool of teams that we have.
Last 4 games of the day to determine who will move forward over to the playoffs. You guys have seen the roadmap or the tournament map actually for this Mekong Qualifiers, and only the top 2 teams will be moving forward. We'll find that out later on. But so far, looking at our matchups for today, it's still Team Evo on top with no losses at all. They're going to be heading over to their last match, so let's see if they'll win that one to solidify the grasp that they had. Because yesterday, we've seen the 2 Laos teams. Yes, they were dominant, but they had 1 losses each. I'm not so sure if that's going to be the same thing here for Team Evo. But let's take a look at IDNS and ESB here. ESB, I have yet to see more from them. Like, they've been drafting in different styles from game number 2 up until their last game, which was game number 6 earlier. So I'm not so sure if we'll see something new once again. The only team that pulled off like Zamzam Alakazam proved to be a player that really stuck with me. That can play like long range mage heroes, that can play heavy sustain mage heroes as well, like the Faramis. But I've yet to see more if he can actually pull off a maybe a high ground mage, which is usually the staple here in the qualifiers. Gonna be going up against IDNS, struggling to get their points right now to be at least on the top 2 spot here.
Mm-hmm. Of course, they need to get those wins to be able to join the top 2. And since you already mentioned, again, there's only out of the 5 teams per group, we will only be getting the top 2 from the 5 teams. So 3 teams will have to say goodbye. But don't worry, everyone has their fair share of everyone will have a little bit of take from our prize pool, which is 10,000 USD. Winner, I believe, will get 5,000 USD. So jumping into the pick and ban phase, Faramis, first ban for the side of ESP. Now, IDNS first ban is joined into different. So again, I'm expecting a Kaja ban, maybe even an Ariat ban. Glue is gonna be there as well. Yep. Okay, there you go. They did ban out Glue.
Yeah, the Grok as well. I think that's something that should be considered by the teams. If not pick, maybe ban it out. And looking at last game, Khalil actually played a very good 1-1. And honestly, I think it was because of the fact that the 1-1 does really well during the late game. So for IDNS, they wouldn't want that to be a problem. 33 is more of a Beatrix, more of Claude. So you wouldn't want to go up against a 1-1 in the late game. I love this last man once again from ESP. I don't know why they weren't doing this in day number 1 to ban out the Fredrin. That is still in the S tier personally for me in the jungler role. The Marcus is still up, by the way. Or for IDNS, maybe they want to go back to their roots, pick up like a Fanny, Ling, more of the assassin types. Now, final ban here for IDNS. Kaja is still open here with the Arlott being banned away here as their last ban. So they can start off with the Kaja, and maybe for IDNS they can go for like maybe a Valentina. Paramis is already out, but these are the high priority picks in the first round.
Farsa, Valentina, Beatrix, Arla got banned out, Benedetta if ever, and Fanny, you've already mentioned that, is also available enough for grabs. See, it's difficult being the blue side here because it's a lot of good heroes to choose from, but you can only pick one. So pick the best, and the best for ESV will be this Valentina.
100% ban rate still on that Joy. I don't think we'll ever see it here. Hopefully in the playoffs, it might actually pop up in the playoffs. 33, I was talking about this guy. Loves picking up the Beatrix. We've seen him on a Claude, but now we're going to be seeing him with the Melissa. Usually you see a Melissa being paired with a Diggy. But since the Kaja is open here, they're going to pick it up. Has a very high success rate here as well in the Mekong Qualifiers. But again, there's a Valentina from the other side. Now, looking at ESP, Hajikini played a very good Minsitar earlier. So I'm not so sure if that is going to be an option for them, knowing that it's a single target here for IDS. Maybe something that can protect their damage dealers. Something to go with the Melissa. Maybe they can pick up their gold laner right now. Might actually center the bans towards the gold lane for IDNS later on. But looking at this, looking at maybe Diggy can actually cancel out the ultimate here of the Kaja. But I think it's ultimately up to ESB on what they're comfortable with. And we're going to be seeing the Martis once again for ESB.
I was actually looking forward to seeing a possible Lapu-Lapu for Crest again. But Martis and Atlas is actually a better, I guess, a good pick because the Fatal Links can be the perfect initiate or opening for Martis' combo. Now, this is someone we haven't seen a lot, or we haven't seen the entire day. Lancelot will be logged in by IDNS. Still gonna hurt a lot, still very mobile hero. And I guess it could work well with Kaja after he gets a Divine Judgment and the Ring of Order. Could be a good hero to protect Melissa as well as she just dishes out damage in the back line. Beatrix being banned out by IDNS. Eve is... Okay, never mind. I was about to say Eve is available, but Eve has been banned out by ESB as well. Claude is still up for grabs if they want to pick that up, I guess.
Not unless it's banned. Here for the last ban slot here for IDNS. And looking at the Valentina here for ESB, they're just really baiting out IDNS to either pick up the Farsa, or maybe I think for IDNS, maybe we'll try something new here for Mizzy Mink, maybe pick up like a Savior that did really well for ESB. With the Valentina in play here and the Atlas, we're going to see a bit more aggressive rotations from their side. The Valentina can clear fast, so for the side of IDNS, maybe they could get a mage that can clear as fast as the Valentina. I would like to see a Lilia. I always say this whenever I go on broadcast. Someone going up against a Valentina, the best way to just counter out the Valentina, give it useless ultimates. Like, I mean, I'm not saying the ultimate of Lilia is useless, but it doesn't really have that much of an impact like an Atlas or maybe like the Divine Judgment. So I think for IDNS, maybe go that route. Maybe don't give up more useful ultimates here for the Valentina to pick up.
I guess it's just, one less ultimate that can be abused by Valentina. With the bans already locked in, there is with the bans already secured, there is gonna be a lock in on this Kagura. First Kagura for the qualifiers, by the way. I can't wait to see how that will pan out. It's just a lot of slows. It's gonna be a lot of damage being slapped on the faces of ESB. And speaking of ESB, we are going to be seeing their last few picks as well. With Eve Ban, which else is available? Yeah,
Lapu-Lapu
Akai is available too.
But I think it might be a jungler Martis for this round. I mean, Crest can just pick up that Lapu-Lapu. And then for Kalel, maybe something that can go with the Melissa. The Claude is already out, the Beatrix is already out. And they shake things up by picking up, again, ESB is a team that loves picking up something new, something different. And the Brody, someone who's underrated as well, someone who can protect itself in the lane. I like it personally. For me, very underrated. We don't see it very often. I also like the Kagura, by the way. I want to point that out for IDNS. Has that instant purify with the Rasho Umbrella Fleet, and at the same time has a very good amount of damage. One of the mages that I will never go out of the meta, honestly. Even though they've done revamps on the Kagura, it's still pretty good. Just that I think for this region they prioritize the mage that has more high ground.
Mhm. And well, in the history of MLBB, Kagura is actually had a fair share of the highlights from different regions, and I'm happy to see that Mekong region is able to pick this one up, specifically IDNS. So we're waiting for the last pick from this team. One more frontliner damage dealer, Lapu Lapu, will be the last pick for IDNS. Still a threat, still can have a good setup, and it's someone that can just set everything up for Kagura. Just give one good ultimate and you're good to go. Again, this is match number 7 out of 10. You see how fast the days go by, how fast the hours go by. We're gonna be jumping to the game real quick. So guys, don't forget to share the live stream, invite your friends, and cheer. Which team do you think will win this best of 1?
I'm worried about the roamer here though of ESB. Looking at the roamer position here for both sides, they have different playstyles. For the Kacha, it's more of single target pickup. You get one Divine Judgment. It's sort of like the Way of the Dragon of the Cho, right? But as for the Atlas, you group up together, get that nice Fatal Links onto, I think, 3 or 4. That should be good enough for the side of ESB. And maybe the Valentina picking up like the Yin Yang Overturn of the Kagura. That should be a great combo to see as well from ESP. But the Brody, I'm looking forward to see this one. I think this is the second time we'll be seeing it in the qualifiers.
I think he got picked in the first half yesterday. After that, we didn't see him much, but it's glad to see that he's able to make an appearance here in day number 2. So with everyone loading into the Land of Dawn, we are very much excited. So for the fans of these teams as well, just cheer them on, and let's hope that the team you're rooting for will be able to enter and will be able to qualify in our playoffs. Looking at the Teresa right now, I believe Teresa did not have a good win rate yesterday. There's a lot of good penalty zone, there's a lot of good initiates and slows, but I think he is just a little bit too slow for most of the team's taste. But with Crest performance earlier with the Lapu Lapu, I want to see that translate into this Teresa. But of course, talking about the game, talking about the heroes, we are gonna be jumping into the Land of Dawn in a few seconds.
A final look at the lineup here. Very different play styles from both sides. I think it's a matter of execution here, especially for the roamer. The Kaja getting that Divine Judgment onto the Brody, or maybe even perhaps the Valentina here should be great. I'm surprised though that Crest went for the Teresa instead of the Lapu Lapu. And looking at the emblems here, both Festival of Blood, nothing too out of the ordinary just yet, but we're seeing the jungler emblem on the Lancelot here of Izzy. Most of the time, like if you have like assassins here in the Mekong region, they usually like go for the killing spree or maybe even the high and dry emblems, because these are damage junglers, not really the type of junglers right now. They go for a tank a lot, they go for the sustain type of assassins. But this is the only region where I'm really enjoying this damage build assassins. Gone were the days wherein you'd see like Lynx, Lancelots, ramping in the Land of Dawn and actually dishing out a lot of damage.
Okay, speaking of the Land of Dawn, we are into the game, and looks like ESB being very aggressive. Again, something we saw from their match earlier, forcing this Melissa to stay within turret's range just so she won't be able to move around that much. Again, that is 33 from IDNS. And now, okay, not much rotations, not much taunts as well, but as I say that, there's going to be a dive in But yeah, that's just Valentine trying to do a limit test onto their combo. And that's with the Sun Quality onto one. Here comes Lancelot as well with the ultimate. 33 so low. You also have that Ring of Order being used by Kaja. But as 33 falls down, he also was able to get the kill onto Atlas. So that's going to be a 1-to-1 trade.
Still ESB leading that one. They got the gold laner for the roamer. Definitely worth it for the lone Brunei team here in the tournament. First turtle is up, and we see King already positioning himself there. Might actually be ganked here by three members. Nice yin yang overturn there with the turtle to take in for IDNS. Instant kill, an instant gold shift towards the Thai team this time.
Mm-hmm. See, they're making things happen. They're making it work for them, honestly. And now we talked about Crest, and how will his performance be in this Terizla. That was actually a good time penalty zone. It just so happened that, well, against Alapu-Lapu in the early game, you might not have the best time of your life, and that was a very, very clutch recall. He almost got dashed at by Izzy.
As the dashes are coming through here, the divine judgment comes through here for Zamzam Alakazam before he could even magically take that divine judgment for himself. And IDNS looking off to a great start as compared to their previous game. They need to get some wins here before they can proceed to the next round. And talking about the XP lane here, you have to be extra tough, right? And even in the gold lane as well, because you're going to be expecting a lot of the rotations to be focusing their energies to be on their side, right? Like the gold lane is usually the one carrying the game, so we can expect to see maybe ESB or maybe even the members of IDNS rotating towards that side. Is he almost getting caught there? Fortunately enough, able to puncture his way out of that one.
Mm-hmm. Okay, looks like that. We're gonna try to rotate over into the top lane. Still IDNS. Well, Melissa, 33 is a little bit too low here. There is gonna be another attempt from Lancelot, but to no avail, to no answer. I am looking for a good play from Brody here. Maybe a good corrosive strike, maybe even a good torn apart memory. We will be seeing that in the late game, or at least in the mid part of the game. But yeah, I don't think Brody has any wins yet. So let's see if ESB will be able to put some victories, put some W's into the hero. They're already up. First dibs will go over to ESB, and it looks like IDNS, they are taking their distance, taking their sweet time, not really giving away anything to ESB. As I say that, there's Hack just quietly clearing out the bot lane. Turtle is going to be taken down by King. Ring of Order being popped there as well. That's going to jump in for the side of ESB. The only one to die there was the Turtle. But looking at the board, it is 1-3, still favor of IDNS. However, gold-wise, it's going to be a roughly 2k gold lead in favor of IDNS as well.
This was the same thing that Crest did before. So I wasn't so sure if that was worth it. Him joining in the fight, yeah, they were able to zone away Izzy from that one, getting that penalty zone and the fatal links. Unfortunately, they weren't able to catch him. The ultimate idea there was just to zone him away from the turtle. They did get it, but for the price of a tower. So I don't think that is such a good idea, especially it's all about the objectives here, especially for someone who's so experienced like IDNS when it comes to tournaments like this. And speaking of the towers, they're gonna be moving towards that one King on the bottom side. I don't think he's gonna be able to fend off against the Lapu Lapu. Not gonna be a wise choice though. And speaking of the penalty zone, once again, they get it on Zanri, forcing the flicker out from that one. Unable to get anything from now. But ESB, I think they should really just wait out until Brody or actually Kalel gets his items. He's using this killing spree emblem, so not so sure how that will pan out. He wants to have that extra mobility, but not really that much of a burst damage. So more of the mobility for the gold lane of ESB.
Oh, well, look at that. Hajik will be able to just float his way into safety. And I actually agree with what you said earlier. ESB should play this one out a little bit more conservatively, just so they can give space to the main damage dealers. But I guess the reason why they're not doing this is they're also afraid that IDNS would be able to take out the towers. Like they might be able to move around the map or get the map dominance. But yeah, we're still waiting on the online time for King and Kalel here. Both are the kings of the late game. But we have been seeing a lot of good Mortal Coil, a lot of good Decimation from Martis so far. But the damage is not really there yet. Turtle is now already up. And it looks like ESB will try to hold their ground into the turtle pit. Izzy will be quiet at the back line, just trying to see if he will be able to get some damage in onto the turtle. That's going to be the penalty zone being popped by Terizla. Hack and now looking at the back line, making sure that Brody will have to stay away, but Hack is going to be there a little bit in too deep. King was able to get the turtle though, and now here's his go time for ESB. Ring of Order being popped yet again. Divine Judgment is not, rather, Divine Judgment is not going to be committed yet. Now that will be the jump away from IDNS, safe under turret. ESB will have to raise the white flag for now.
That was a slick escape, by the way, by Amy Hack while all of that was going on. He was able to get the bravest fighter onto King and Khalil and able to escape that one. Actually, Haji Kitty used the flicker. No, he didn't use the flicker. He just used the fatal links to throw Amy Hack all the way to the tower on the mid side. Amy Hack was able to escape though with the flicker out, and they were able to secure in that turtle. So that's huge for IDNS once again. They have to push in as much towers as they can get, and with the lineup here, knowing that Amy Hawk is the one who initiates here, aside from Zanri, it is going to be all eyes on the side laner, as well as the split pushes that are being done here by Izzy.
See if they're gonna focus on split pushing, but never mind. There, you'll be able to take the first kill into that quick fight. The first one to actually fall down will be Haji Kitty. Looks like that's not gonna be a good field day for this hero. More kills going over to the pockets of ID and S4 into 1, and they want more. They actually smell more. Now they are focusing on the King, on this Martis. He does have the ultimate ready, but you can't really win against 4. Now they're gonna transition over to the mid lane, focusing on the turret. Melissa will try to defend this one, but it looks like Kalel has something else in mind. As in the Brody being in the middle of everything. Now you have Martis to something with the Mortal Coil. Does get suppressed, does get stopped, but it looks like there is no casualties just yet. And both teams still decide to talk and just take a few steps away. King taking some damage, but still no casualties.
This is a relatively low kill score on the board here. 4-1, already 9 minutes in. You can see how carefully, how conservatively these two teams are playing this game. Mostly it's all about the engages here. The Bravest Fighter by Amy Hawk, or maybe even the Divine Judgment here by Zanri, but we haven't seen it just yet. They're waiting for the right time because the Lord is up right now. IDNS is in a much better position to take this one. They got the numbers advantage as well as the turret advantage as well. So they can start this thing up if they want to push even further. And making their way already here. Izzy looking for the rest of the members here of ESB, but unable to spot them. But Izzy going to be starting out this Lord, the first Lord of the game.
They started. Let's see, will they be able to finish it? Especially now that ESB is lurking into the sides. Ultimates are available. That's the Divine Judgment connecting onto 1, but King was able to jump his way out. That's going to be a very, very good Fatal Links, and King was able to get the kill onto 1. Khalil going in with the follow-up as well, but it looks like 33 staying for the back line. You also have Kagra with a good burst, good the follow-up, and a lot of members now of ESB will have to run away, but that's going to be the double kill being secured by ID and S, by Mizimink, I believe. After getting 3 kills, they rotate over to the mid lane, pushing it, and there's going to be a golden staff picked up by Melissa. A lot of good things now being visible for ID and S. That was a good try, that was a good fight, and now they could try and get Lord.
That's Nobara Kugisaki right there, being really angry in the midday. Look at how fast she's hacking this Lord. It should go to IDNS though. They're too far away from that one. And once again, IDNS will be picking up the first Lord finally for their side this time. They didn't even wait for the 12-minute mark. They just went straight for it as long as they can get the objectives there. The Golden Staff has been purchased already here by 33, and we can expect to see a lot more attack speed coming out from this Melissa.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy, that is something I would want to see. You know, more time, late game Melissa, just 33 in his full potential, even at the hero's full potential. Now, I ask you this. What should be the win condition for ESB?
For ESP though, like they've been setting up some really good penalty zones as well as fatal links. But the thing here
Mm-hmm.
is, for the damage dealers, that the players that you really want to catch here for IDNS, they always seem to be in the back lines, untouchable here by ESB, and they're quite careful here with what they want to do next. They don't really overstay. I think it really comes with the experience here. And then for 33 though, he still has that go away or the ultimate here of the Melissa that can actually protect him from the decimation and even the penalty zone here. So you rarely see him falling whenever it comes to clashes. And speaking of 33, be hacking a lot of those jungle creeps really fast. And I believe he has the Demon Hunter Sword, the Corrosion Sight, and of course the Golden Staff as well. The core items that a Melissa needs right before they start up this next fight. 13 minutes in, let's take a look at the items closer once more. That's a thanks a lot for Izzy. I think that's one of the first few times that we've seen attacks a lot here. We've seen a damage one yesterday in the group A stages, but that's a War Axe, by the way, for his last and final item to at least have some damage when he goes all the way in with the Thorn Rose and Puncture.
Yep. Okay, you mentioned Melissa earlier. I thought of Thanos and the Infinity Stones. Melissa just needs to get more items in, more kills in. That will be a Divine Judgment connecting onto Haji Kitty. But with that Atlas, he will be able to jump his way into safety. Minions are pouring in toward the side of ESB though. Dominant's Eye is being picked up by Haji. And you also have the Talisman being picked up by Zam Alakazam. There's also going to be a code that the viewers can pick up since this is part of our giveaway. A little thank you as you guys have been supporting us as we cast and as we stream this Mekong region qualifiers. Jumping back into the game, Izzy, our Taxilot, is just lurking into the bushes and just giving space for his team. Kaja is onto the other side of the map, though. Little Wanderer will be picked up by this. I think that's Kagura. Will be picked up by this Kagura. Lord is now already up. ESB sees that as a green light as the go sign to show their positioning. With the Lord already enraged, the Lord already up. Let's see how ESB will provide and how will they react here. Penalties are already being popped by Crest. That could leave something bad because he will not be able to use the ultimate if it is actually needed. With that, IDS jumps in face first onto Kael. Looking at the back line, they also were able to push the other members of ESB away. 33 gets boosted down by Valentina though. That will be a 1-to-1 trade in favor of no one. And now ESB, they're gonna go with a charge. They are chasing down ID and S. A lot of folks, even the Mortal Coral being popped by Martis. Now there is gonna be an increase from ID and S. Lancelot with the ultimate. The kill goes over to Lancelot himself, and there will be 2 kills, 2k actually. Crest falls down as well. Stun connecting onto Kagura, but you have the slow. You even have the Yin Overture being popped out of damage from the side of IDNS. That was a 3-1 in favor of IDNS. Plus, Antikuras being picked up by Hack.
Wow, that's such a hefty price to pay for 33. I mean, the 3 members for 33, right? They did get the pick off onto the Gold Later. They're gonna try to make in some plays here for Haji Kitty. Gonna attempt to get that fatal links. They're all grouped up together right now. The Lord is gonna be taken in by IDNS. 10-4 is our score right now. 2 Lords going all the way to IDNS. And still, for ESB, I mentioned but the winning condition was to get that penalty zone and that fatal links. We've seen it, but most of the time you see Zanri on this Kaja getting those nice divine judgments. You've seen how many battle spells were expedited when they're trying to get this gold laner. And speaking of, they need to clear out the waves on the sides as well to make him move and try to at least get the inhibitors here in the 16-minute mark.
Mm-hmm. 16-minute mark indeed, and it looks like, oh, okay. I thought they were gonna force a fight there, but as you can see, Izzy is alone into the bot lane. Lord making his way into the top lane of ESB. And looks like ESB is collecting some immortality. Atlas picking up the immortality just so he will have a second chance at life, second chance if ever he is in there too deep. The Lord charging into the base, turret already falling down. The Lord is actually now making his way towards the second turret, but he gets metal down by ESB. With that, it looks like ID and he tries to go with the fight then and there. You have the flicker, you have to jump in. Off of them are actually very, very low right now. Valentina gets the kill onto one. That is Melissa gone already. The main damage dealer. Now you have fatal links rather no, there is no more fatal links for Haji Kitty, but he still has the stun, so he'll be able to connect. That's Mr. Press coming through as well, forcing a flicker out of Hack, but killing spree going over to Zam Alakazam. That was a 2-for-none trade in favor of ESB. However, they pay for that with their last bot lane turret.
Wow, they're really mirroring the Vietnamese team yesterday. Level actually played a game like this. Very tight game actually, and they're kind of catching up here for ESB. For the Brunei team, they're holding on to their dear life, waiting for Kalel to activate. He actually has a pretty good KDA considering how well 33 has done in his lane. 40 seconds before the Lord is up. And now for ESB again, they have to do that wombo combo once again that you guys have seen. The penalty zone and the fatal links onto 4 members. They did get some crucial pickoffs, but as for ESB, I think they're pretty happy with what they can take here.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much happy, you know, as long as they get some things in, get some kills in, get some golds in, they're good. Because again, they just need to prolong the game. They need to extend the game further, push it back just so they can have more chances, more openings to actually cast in with their penalty zone combos. Lord is now evolved. IDNS is just locking into the Lord area. Everyone making their way into the Lord pit. There is going to be the first draw from King. Immortalities are available. Hack actually just bought one for himself. Izzy will be there. Mortal Coral being popped. Now they have to take a step back, but with that Ring of Order coming through, King is gonna be the one that takes all the damage. He does get stunned, but it's okay. He is still gonna be alive. He was able to just wiggle his way out of there, and now ESB will have to look for a good pickoff. I don't think they should get Kagura. So maybe Kaja, maybe Melissa, but it's still pretty difficult because of how tight-knit IDNS is right now. Let's need a dash in from Izzy. No follow-up. Ring of Order being popped it again. A lot of heroes have immortality available. So it's going to be a lot of revives, a lot of second chances into this game.
Well, I hope there are second chances in life because all we know that, I mean, you can't really pause the game. There's only the save button. And as for IDNS, they want to take this Lord. What's making it really difficult for them, for ESB rather, is their minion waves. It's crashing in onto their base. I think at this point, you even see like Zamzam Alakazam clearing out the waves there, ensuring that it does not go straight to their base, or maybe even prevent someone from split pushing here. Speaking of the Lord, this might be a bait here by King. He's already starting it up. I'm not so sure what the plans are. Everyone is all across the map right now. Mizzy Mink forced to use that flicker out to safety. Xandri as well gonna get that divine judgment, and here comes the death penalty from Cress. 33 as well gonna be focus fire here of Haji Kitty, flickering out of that one. Low HP, but look at Mizzy Mink with the Yin Yang overturn, gets the torn apart memories for that shutdown, and the rest of the members of IDNS are still able to sustain that one. No more ultimates left here. 1-for-1 trade-off by both sides, and IDNS Gonna go straight for that Lord instantly after that one.
ESB, they need to steal this, they need to contest it, but it is gonna be oh so difficult. King gets a lot of damage there, and now here comes the other members of ESB. Fatal Links is available if they want to plan this one out, and it looks like there's gonna be the picture coming through from Izzy. Lord Dance is there, but IDNS not gonna let this one go. Now they're being initiate as well, looking at the back line. It will be a good flank from their team. 33 was able to get the Lord, but that's gonna be the Terrified connecting onto one. 3 going over to Izzy. And there we go, yet again, IDNS, they were able to get 2 kills, were able to get the Lord, and I dare say, that was a very, very good play. Could even be the reason why they might win the game, and there is a
Yeah.
very, very low base from ESB.
I did not see that coming. Was that a minion base? I did not see that at all. I mean, with the Lord coming up, they should take this one down first. Right before it heads over to the base. I'm sure IDNS knows this as well. They're gonna try their very best to make it move fast. Here comes the penalty zone and the fatal links from Haji Kitty. Zanri really low right there. They're fighting under the turrets. One by one they fall. Crest. But before we could even see anything happen, that's the Lord Mihagi in the base. Straight for the victory. And IDNS once again gets another point.
It was a good try for defense for their opponents, but again, they had the Lord marching in onto the mid lane, and if you noticed, they don't really want to start the fight. They actually pivoted away from their opponents. They're like, nope, let the Lord come through. We're fine. We just need to, be able to make sure that he will be able to hit the base, and with that one swift hit, it will be a good and another point, another victory for IDNS. But I have to say, that is one of the most interesting match. See, I know IDNS was in the lead, but it felt like any minute now, any mistake now, ESB could punish them. So it was a matter of, is there an opening? Will Brody do something? Will we see a good penalty zone from Crest? Will we see some, a good ultimate from Atlas, good fatal links? But sadly, not everything we wish for can be granted. At the end of the day, it will be a win for IDNS still. But GG's to ESB.
And you see how this is the way to let the assassins shine in the current meta, wherein tanks are dominating the jungler role. Just make your assassin a tank, and you can kind of see how Izzy was able to dash in and out of that one, securing the objectives, and at the same time, it's a great way to escape the penalty zone. I mean, most of the time you see it's Haji Kitty and Crest focusing all their attention towards Izzy in that round, but we have to focus our attention as well on our MVP for this game. Mizzy Mink, once again, earlier on in their first game of the day, it was the MVP performance on the Fire Mist for the sustain, but this time on the Kagura, bursting away the members of ESB. Not a lot of gold here, but a very high kill participation in this match. That's a full damage item. You got the Genius one, you got the Divine Blade, and even the Holy Crystal to top it all off, to have that additional burst on that Kagura, getting those crucial pickoffs onto the main damage dealers, namely the Brody, as well as the Valentina that could not even answer out to this Kagura of Mizzy Ming.
Yeah, and actually just one hit from the fan, well, not the fan, one hit from the umbrella from Kagura, it will be enough for even the player himself to say ouch. But with that, all the good plays, all the good highlights, we're going to be showing you the clips, the highlights, the team fights from that match.
hunter of all the evil gods! Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
excitement still definitely up there as we watch the last few matches for day 2 of our group qualifiers for the Mekong region for MSC 2023. We're going to be your casters. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Burger Kim. So we have a few more matches left for the day. Are you still hoping for a possible Maniac or a Savage? Because I still am.
Well, there was an almost Maniac denied actually earlier by ESP. So I was seeing like kill steal comments in the comments section. It's actually quite funny. I was talking to Coach Ola, by the way, who used to coach for Burnex Flash of Cambodia, and he was actually asking me about the qualifiers. He was like, "How's it going? Who's dominating?" I'm like, all the Laos teams are dominating here in currently in the group stages. So I was like, that's something that you have to watch out for. And honestly, everyone's just looking for a good competition, a better ecosystem actually in MSC. Actually, that's going to be the first major event of Mobile Legends this year. Now, looking at our schedule once again, we're down to our last 3 matches here, Hugo. Match 8 up until match number 10. We have yet to see still if there is going to be a tiebreaker later on. But speaking of, this is Team Evo of Laos, by the way. That's going to be going up against Wawa Gaming of Thailand. And if Team Evo actually manages to win this round, this goes to show that they have a spotless record here in the Group B stages, and probably the most dominant in the qualifiers so far. So I'm not so sure how that will pan out. Wawa Gaming, this is going to be their penultimate game. So hopefully they grab as much points as they can because they have no wins just yet here in the Group B stages.
This is going to be the second to the last match of Wawa Gaming for this group qualifier, so we're not able to secure any wins just yet. So this might be a challenge given that Evo has a spotless record. But if you can recall yesterday, there was a fight. There was a matchup of the top team versus the team in the bottom of the rankings. And surprisingly, the one that was in the bottom of the rankings was the one that was victorious. Maybe we might see that, but I wouldn't be so sure. Evo, I guess, would want to really hold on to that spotless record because if they do win this, they're the only team to survive the group stages without experiencing a single loss.
Yeah, actually, it was Wawa Gaming yesterday as well that topped the Group A stages. That's Wawa Gaming Laos, by the way, and they gone up against us, Team OTG of Thailand as well, and they were able to pull off an upset. Sorry, that was Team Level, by the way, of Vietnam that pulled an upset against Wawa Gaming of Thailand, Wawa Gaming of Laos rather, yesterday. So not to be confused, okay, there are 2 Wawa Gamings in this qualifiers. That's one from Thailand and one from Laos that played yesterday, which will be going, by the way, straight to the playoffs here of the Mekong Qualifiers. We have yet to see if Wawa Gaming Thailand will be able to secure their spot. But as of now, all I can safely say is Team Evo, no matter what happens, they will definitely be at least in the top 2 here of the group stages.
Yeah, with those very successful wins, I guess safe to say that they can celebrate, I don't know, the qualification, them being qualified rather into the playoffs. But yeah, they were able to get a lot of points in. Now it's just going to be the question of will they be able to keep this up, or will they have to be wary of any other teams in this tournament. But yeah, again, only 3 more matches left for the last day in our group stages. I hope that we have we have a lot more good games to wait for. And yeah, to everyone that's going to be watching right now, we hope that the team you're rooting for is going to qualify into the playoffs. Other than that, you can actually comment down your thoughts or your random analysis about the matches so far.
We've seen a lot of new picks here today. I believe that's like 5 unique heroes that were picked up today in the Group B stages. So I'm pretty happy about that. I always love seeing something new. Most of the time we see the same pick and bans, right? Like most of the time it's always the heroes that are either just released by Mobile Legends or heroes that have been buffed that will be permanently in the ban list. Let's take a look once again at the two teams that will be going up against each other. Team Evo still, once again, unsoiled record here in the Mekong Qualifiers. And as for Wawa Gaming, last two matches, at least they want to exit this one with a bang, or at least try to get a tiebreaker here if ever they do miraculously win this one against Team Evo that has no losses as well and has done very great here in the MSC 2023 Mekong Qualifiers. Such a huge difference from the last time I've seen them play, because this is still the same, pretty much the same roster that they that played in the M4 Championship qualifiers. So I'm just really looking forward to see them in the playoffs and see if that record will still be spotless.
Yeah, only one way to find out, and that is when we hop into the game, which of course will start in a few more minutes. We're gonna hop into the pick and ban phase in a few seconds. But okay, so the bans will always be the same. Let's talk about the picks. We saw Kaga earlier today, and I mentioned I wanted to see a Valir. Do you have any other heroes you'd want to see in this match?
I was gonna say the Brody, but it was already picked up. Looking forward to see something that's surprising, especially for Wawa Gaming. I think they've had a great finish in their M Challenge series for Thailand and Laos. So hopefully they bring out something new here, or maybe try something different if they want to at least rack in some points for their side. But as for Team Evo, I think what works well for them is their synergy. They've been playing for a long time already, and at the same time, they already know how to pick, and their drafts have been very on point so far in the Group B stages. So I'm not so sure. Thinking about the heroes, you're on point with the Villiers. I do want to see that as well. But other than that, other picks, I haven't seen so much like Barretts or maybe even a Paquito that has been buffed up in the last patch. So I want to see that. I've seen a lot of the Paquitos in the last MPL like Castle, which was MPL Cambodia. Lots of Paquitos. Actually, a lot of Lancelots and Links as well. But the Paquito is something underrated or unused just yet in the Mekong Qualifier.
I remember seeing one or two bans on Paquito yesterday, but he wasn't really picked up. Oh, interestingly, Glue will be the first ban for Team Evo. They don't want any slows. They don't want any problems. I guess one of the small advantages of being in the blue side is you don't really need to ban out Joy. So that means you have 5 other heroes to ban out first, and basically you're gonna force four four fixed bans for your opponent, because if you're onto the red side, you don't want to open Joy, right? You don't want Joy to be selected by your opponents, right? Follow that up with another Kaja ban. Valentina might be open. Who else? There's a lot of ban on the Arat as well.
Arlot.
Yeah. And Farsa
Arlot.
has had the time of her life. She hasn't been banned too much today. There might still be a pickup on the Fanny. There, see, we predicted this. Arlot will still be banned out in this match.
I'm just looking at the 100% ban rate here of heroes. Almost 100 for the Paramis. But still, I think the Joy will never ever be open here for this group stages at least. So I'm not so sure about the playoffs we're in. You've already gathered enough information, but how can it? Honestly, Joy is one of those heroes that when you see it, it seems like it's such a happy character. It's a hero that probably has a great backstory. But when you actually read Joy's backstory, I'm like, wow, that's such a sad backstory for a hero that's named Joy. So yeah, it's very, very dark, and it seems like Moonton and Mobile Legends loves those heroes with, sad backstories, but very promising toolkit in their lineup. So the Diggy will be the final ban here of Team Evo. Once again, we're going to be seeing a lot of setter tanks here several times already. And the 1-1, Cryo pick here. That was a few patches ago wherein the 1-1 was prioritized. But once again, this time we're going to be seeing it on the hands of Biston that has a back-to-back MVP performance, by the way, Hugo.
And Visson is definitely repping in on his role as a marksman, as a lead damage dealer. Farsa's open has been locked in. Valentina is up for grabs as well. Franco, okay. Looks like it might be a hook city here for their opponents for Wawa Gaming. They want to focus on the initiators first, given that Evo basically already showed their hand. There's gonna be a 1-1. There's also gonna be a Lapu-Lapu and a Cho, so they have the luxury to just focus on the initiators or frontliners for now.
Yeah, speaking of initiator, that's two for the side of Team Evo. You got the Cho up. I understand this. Aside from the Yuzong, this is the next best way to pick off someone like the Farsa. Even though it has the Wings by Wings, one catch onto this Farsa with the Way of the Dragon, it is enough to actually take this Farsa down before it can even land that feathered airstrike in the clashes. They lock into Kai here for more or less for Joseph X here as their jungler. And now we're going to be starting our second bans here. Still no gold laner for the side of Wawa Gaming. And as for Team Evo, you still need a mid laner. They could ban out the Valentina here if they want to, try and take out those heroes that have a lot of useful ultimates here. The Valentina would look really good right now for Team Evo.
It will look good. They should pick it up. Question is, will they? Even after the ban succession, it will be Wawa Gaming that's gonna get the first pick from the red side. Hayabusa has been taken out as well. No Ninja making his way around the Land of Dawn for this specific matchup. And Claude could be a good ban. I was about to say Melissa, but never mind. Mincitar will be taken. Yeah, Claude is open. Melissa is open. Beatrix, Benedetta is open as well. You're gonna have a field day when it comes to picking who is the best marksman for the side of Wawa Gaming.
They can start up with the Melissa. I think it's a very safe choice, or maybe even go for a Beatrix, right? But the Melissa, more or less, in the current patch, will be prioritized. Now, here's the thing. Valentina or the Eve, both of these heroes are open, up for grabs for Agi. It's been a very good Eve, actually, in the previous games. And of course, for the additional pick off onto the backlines, they pick up the Lancelot once again. The second time we'll be seeing it here in the group stages. Will it be will it be an Eve or will it be a Valentina here for Agi? That's the biggest question. I mean, you can have a field day with the Valentina, but none of that. Agi's like, none of that. I'm gonna pick up another assassin. So this is the final pick. This is like pickoffs after pickoffs for Team Evo. This is crazy. Last time I've seen this was like the M4 Mekong Qualifier, so it's been a long time that I've seen this. We've seen it also yesterday. It didn't really work so well with the composition, but I think this time it has a much higher chance of pulling. Team Evo has a higher chance of pulling this lineup off.
Definitely looking a lot more promising if we insert Gushin into this lineup. So maybe they'll be able to work around this. Phobius being hovered could lock that in. It is gonna be a lock in. First, Phobius making his appearance here in the group stages. The bans as well as the drafts already locked in, and I have to say, this is a very diverse way of drafting, and I love it. I don't have any problem with it. I love seeing something new, but let's see which team will be able to make their draft work. Again, if you enjoy all these picks, all these bans, don't forget to express your love for the teams here in the live stream. And thank you so much for watching us earlier up until this moment. Don't worry, we have a lot more matches for you, but for now, we are going to be waiting as the players load into the Land of Dawn with these specific drafts.
You know what, Yuko? I love this Phobius pick. You know why? It's an answer to the Lancelot, it's an answer to the Cho, and most especially, it's an answer to that 1-1. And with no Esmeralda in sight here for Team Evo, they might have a problem dealing with this Phobius, especially once it builds up to be like a very tanky hero, has that magic damage. That could be really deadly for Team Evo. But if Team Evo manages to snowball with this type of lineup, it could also work. Maybe make that 1-1 scale up pretty fast. That should be able to seal the deal here for Team Evo to have that spotless record. Let's take a look once again, a final look at the lineup here of Team Evo, their final match for today. Let's see if they can solidify their hold here in the Group B stages. We're heading over into the land of Dawn. Something new for you guys today. You know, it's not just the Popple and Koopa, it's not just the Teresa, but we're going to be seeing the Phobius make its debut, heading straight for game number 8.
There you go again, game number 8, match number 8, and everyone is pouring, walking to the specific lanes. There is gonna be the initiate from Gush and all those knives, all of those daggers, just piercing through the lives of the members from Evo. But don't worry, no one died yet. There's no first blood yet. They will just try to walk around in a non-tacky manner. There's going to be a spot on onto one. Gushin does dive in, but now you have Songli up against Opper onto the bottom lane side of the map. But other than the usual pokes and combos and how being oh so low, there's no one suffering. There's no one dying just yet.
Now, this is the Gushan with the Petrify. Okay, the
Yeah.
Gushan we saw yesterday was a Flicker Gushan. So this is the Gushan Petrify, which kind of signifies that whenever he goes in for the combo, he wants to ensure that his target is dead. It's kind of like the same way as the Kadita. You go in for the rough waves, you petrify your target, and then you get that kill. Once again, Wawa Gaming, this stun, I believe, should have an upper hand once he reaches that level 4, but they're gonna be paving their way, moving towards this turtle, which will be up in just a few seconds. I'm looking forward to see how this Gushan will be put into play by Agi, actually. Most of the time, we see him on an Eve, see him on a Farsa and a Valentina, so this is gonna be the first time we're gonna be seeing him pick something that has a similar toolkit as the Kadita.
Oh, okay, that is gonna be the trigger pulled. Now you have the airstrike being popped as well. I really like the skin. Anyway, jumping back to into the game, your name taking so much damage, but that is not a problem because he's able to just jump his way out of there. No casualties just yet, but it was a lot of commit, and it was actually a good commit from Wawa Gaming. With that, they get first dips onto the turtle, but the first blood goes over to 1-1. Jumping back into the fight here, a lot of members are oh so low from Wawa Gaming. Yarnim gets a kill onto the turtle, but it looks like Wawa Gaming, they're just forced to go back.
Yeah, it's great that Agi used that Petrify onto Metal as well as Songwei. If not, that would have been the turtle towards the side of Wawa Gaming. Not to mention, Biston has been winning that lane up against a Melissa. Rarely do we see that. We're in the 1-1. It still needs more time before it could actually activate its power spike. It already is level 5 as compared to Phantom that just reached level 4 right now. So we're really seeing how move towards that top side to assist their gold laner so it can farm up pretty fast. And it's a great start for Team Evo once again, showing us why they're on top currently in the Group B stages.
Yeah, their micro is definitely on point here. Even though they don't get the kills immediately, it looks like they're still able to get some to make things happen into the Land of Dawn. There is gonna be the ultimate from Makai, and that's it. Such a smooth pickup. There is gonna be one kill finally onto the side of Wawa Gaming. Catch someone off guard, get that pick off, and everyone's happy.
Yeah, I believe that was Nomnim that popped that flicker out, but the heavy spin was just too much to handle at that point. Is this a new member for Team Evo? This wasn't Nomnim that played earlier. I mean, it's still pretty much the same. Agi, your name. Speaking of Oper and Songmi, they're gonna have that 2v1 duel actually on the bottom side. They're gonna get that pick off, and I believe Oper will have the upper hand right now to at least push the lane on the bottom side.
Pushing the lane, shoving in the minions, making sure that the opponents will not be able to advance. But it looks like up top, someone is not going to be very happy because Phantom is being dove again and again. No Nim gets some few turret hits to try and help Evo, but still did not end up pretty well for them. That's actually a good sidestep from Biston. Now that is going to be the kill going over to Phantom. good flip, a good game, but that's gonna be Agi getting one kill as well. But that's gonna be 2K going over to Phantom onto the Melissa. Now your name's gonna get a kill onto Akai. They are in the buff area. Your name's still alive. Metal decides to join the party, and that's gonna dive in. Your name dancing around. Will he survive? Apparently, it looks like he will not. Songmi gets a kill onto Lancelot. You also have the cute emoji, cute sticker being used by Songmi before he focuses again onto Opper. But that is actually a good play from both teams. Talk of Destiny being picked up by Metal. That's going to be another pickup from Agi, getting the kill onto this Farsa. And going back to the top lane, how Hook is available, but it looks like he will no longer commit given that Phantom is a little bit too low for any initiates.
You see how Agi doesn't even care if he uses that petrify. Just so as long as he can get that petrify onto someone, especially Metal as well as Phantom, he can get that combo nicely done and eventually, get in those kills that Team Evo needs as well. You see how aggressive they move as well. The last time I've seen this lineup wherein they have a double assassin here, the Gushon and the Lancelot, was the time of Ren Esports. I think it was last season 10, wherein they pulled this off. It was actually their kryptonite, picking up the Gushon in the mid lane. It seems to be working well here for Team Evo. Looking at how aggressively they're moving all across the map. Fortunately enough for Oper, he's able to sustain that one, giving the space here for the rest of the members of Evo to rotate here on the top side to pressure Phantom right now, standing at the 2-1-0. Just like one more, they should be able to pick up that killing spree for this Melissa.
And if you're Melissa, you of course would want to get that killing spree. You want to be able to secure as much kills as you can. And there is the delivery from Cho alley-ooping onto Viston, and Viston was able to finish that combo off with a clean kill. 7-4 now on the board. Things are in favor of Evo. And now you have Akai dashing onto Agi. Not sure how the Akai is very confident against a Gushon, but all's well that ends well. Heavy spin has been used, and it looks like they're trying to catch Melissa off guard. There's a good attempt from Gushon, but he will not be able to get the follow-up just yet. The mid lane, though, from Wawa Gaming is being heavily pushed down. There's going to be another kill going over to Agi. Good ultimate again coming in from Cho. And now you have Glowing Wand being picked up by Gushon. He is going to hurt a lot more. There's going to be the hook connecting Hook City from the side of Wawa, but still killing City for Evo. Getting more kills in their pockets. This one falls down, but there is going to be a revenge kill from Metal. Metal is now back up, and Wawa Gaming, they don't want to overstay their welcome, so they're going to have to let this one go, except for Akai, because he really wants to taunt his enemies.
Yeah, it's kind of like your mind yesterday, right? With those heavy spins, and right now, No Name once again getting that Way of the Dragon onto Song Wei, who's at half HP right now. Not so sure if they're going to commit even further with the Demonic Force up. It's just gonna keep on going as long as you dash in and out of that one. So for Evo, once again, they're finding openings time and time again all across the map, and Songwei once again has that one activated. Benedet's trying to clear out the waves, but not enough from that tower take. How with a very nice bloody hunt, but it gets Biston to have that crossbow of Tang, sending the members of Wawa Gaming back to the base with 1 HP.
Oh!
Yeah, it's a double kill and a triple kill at that with that petrified boot. Evo looking really good and looking to solidify their spotless record, and even before Phantom could go near, they're going to be taking in kill after kill. How unable to do anything after that. Gets taken down once again here by Evo right before the Lord. It's just an onslaught here by Team Evo.
Hello, Aggie, with that sword spike and that shadow blade slaughter. That was so good. Maya, go show how fast the reaction time is from Evo, and him being able to get that 3K in his pocket has such a massive gold swing in his favor. 7-1-2 right now, and also has that mystery shop. Now there will be a good attempt from Wawa Gaming Franco popping out with that poke, and looks like that's gonna be the kill going over to your name. Song Lee will have to rest for 21 seconds as he has no choice but to watch Evo slowly melt the last outer turret for the side of Wawa Gaming. Lord is up. Also, Dominance Ice is up for No Him. There is going to be a bit of a taunt from Evo here, but it was just them trying to push Wawa Gaming back into the base. Now they're going to rotate over into the Lord area to secure this one huge objective.
Wow. Team Evo, 15 kills just at the 10-minute mark. Care the crossbow of Tang here of the Wild Run, as well as Agi as well, with the Petrify combo of the Grushan. It just proves to be very deadly, as well as Gnome's initiations here with the Way of the Dragon. They're unable to get anything as of the moment, but it seems like Phantom is going to be the target. There is the shutdown goal though onto Agi. Fitted airstrike by Wawa Gaming, but look at that Bravest Fighter by Oper. He gets in 2 stun. But now the Way of the Dragon has been committed here by Songwei, and as well as that crossbow tag. A lot of things flying here, but Team Evo is gonna get that last laugh and take down Songwei. Still really good right now. They have to take care of this Lord for Team Wawa. They shouldn't be overextending all these team fights. They have a Lord to take care of on the top side. So at least take care of that first before they go in for the clashes.
Oh boy. There goes your name again. I know that Phobos is a good pick from Wawa Gaming. However, I don't really see Wawa Gaming being able to utilize this hero. Could be because he has been pressured down multiple times, down stat 1 and 4 KDA. But now it looks like Akai will be popping in with the heavy spin. Songwei gets to kill onto No Nim. No more Way of the Dragon. That is going to be a jump in. A flicker and even. Now you have Songwei a little too close to the enemies. Agi gets to kill onto 1. Turrets are falling down. Now that's going to be the Kingspeed going over to Biston. Ultimate has been used as well, but it was oh so worth it. Joseph X now is going to be pinning down other members. Was able to get the kill onto 1, but it is a 2 for 2 in favor of no one. There will be Agi jumping in, being able to pop the ultimate as well, connecting onto the Petrify. 9, 2, and 4 now on the board. It looks like Evo, they're having so much fun with this game. They might even be able to get the last turret, and they do. Now they're jumping back into the base apparently. You have Gushan with the ultimate, with the combo again rather. Phantom, that is gonna hurt quite a bit, will be forced back to jump into the base, get some regen in. Now you have No Nim with the combo. Will there be a kick? There will not be a kick because you have the heavy spin being used by Akai. And with that, Wawa Gaming will have to go all in. Biston with the mega kill now, saying goodbye on Songmi, saying goodbye onto the Phobias. Honestly, the fight is still gonna be there, and it looks like Evo is matching, going all in. Joseph now has immortality, and are they gonna back away? Okay, they're getting some buff. They're getting some objectives. Okay, they got another buff. That's a lot in their pockets. Okay, it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you would expect, right? From a double assassin lineup from Team Evo. You definitely want to go in, you want to go all aggressive, you know you have the damage, and at the same time, Biston doesn't even care anymore. As long as you guys are grouped up together, I can get my stacks up, I can fly with my crossbow tank. That should be alright. 20 kills already. This is just the 13-minute mark, and by the way, that's just the first Luminous Lord of the game. My goodness, Team Evo just wants to close this out with a bang, wants to close out the group stages with a spotless record, and it's looking really good right now. I think if they actually extend this game, it should be fine because they have Biston here. So look how fast he's chunking down the Lord, instantly gets taken down even more before Joseph X can actually do anything.
And now again, Evo knocking onto the base of Wawa Gaming. Farsa has been rather able to pop in with the feathered airstrike. Immortalities might get popped in a few more seconds. Songwei in the middle of everything, but he will be alienated by Real Dragon from Cho, from No Nim, and here is a re-engage from Evo. No one is dying just yet, but they are waiting for Lord to make his way into the base of Wawa Gaming. Now Gushan will be hunting and looking for his next target, has eyes on Phantom, and that is gonna hurt a lot with just that one combo. Lord is there, could be able to pop in with baseless with a double kill going over to Metal. Songli again, just penetrating the back line, doing his best to be able to reach Biston, but is it
He's
enough?
not
Apparently
letting
it will
it.
not be enough because that is gonna be Biston now unstoppable. Now the Lord has been taken down by Wawa Gaming based on I think 45% left. But with that, the base gets to live another day. That was a 2-1 in favor of Wawa Gaming. But I could just be getting ahead of myself. That was a little too close for your name, but what matters is he is alive, and you have Beston pretty safe to say that he is now online, clearing the wave before walking away.
Speaking of being online, there's the brute force breastplate finally for Joseph X. I mean, you have to evade all of those hits from the Wanman, right? And right now, here's where it gets tricky for Team Evo. Wawa Gaming in Thailand is starting to activate. You see the feathered airstrike, just 2 raids from this Farsa. It's going to hurt a lot. You see the Divine Blade being picked up as well. I believe this should be either the second to the last item or the last item for the Farsa. You got the Dominance Ice as well here by Songwee to counter out the tankiness here of Oper as well as No Nim. 50 seconds before the Lord is up, Team Evo definitely very confident to start this one up. They have 2 assassins here. They can assassinate the Farsa. We've seen a concealed play being used here by No Nim. I think the target is going to be Metal. Here is the Wave of Dragon. There is no follow-up, but instead he gets that heavy spin and uses that Wings by Wings out.
Okay, that was a safe call. That was a good call. I guess at this point of the match, they have to just really play things safely. Again, they don't have any more turrets available. And as I look at the turret takedowns, they were only able to get one turret from the side of Evo. And Wawa Gaming looks like they're able to just, rather, Wawa Gaming, they no longer have any more turrets left. So they have to constantly look back into their base, constantly worry about the minion wave long enough for them to actually neglect the Lord that will be taken down by Evo. Will they make it in time? I don't think so. But it looks like Evo will still try to jump in with the fight. Your name securing the objective. Shutdown gold going over to Gushin again. That is Metal being melted down. Now you have Joseph X, the next target, the next juicy target of your name. There's going to be the slow connecting. Now here is No Nim. Doesn't even need to kick. That's going to be the Iron Hook connecting onto one. Agi gets taken down. But you have Antikiras being picked up by How. Monsikala going over to Biston. And now they are just knocking into
buying time.
literally the base. Songwee trying to buy time, but it's not going to be enough. The damage is too much. And that is Evo securing their only win streak into the group stages.
I love how we're so close to the screen because there's just a lot of action going on in that entire match, Yuko. I can breathe at that point. I mean, the combos there of Agi was just so on point. I mean, you see him getting a Petrify onto 3. That was the first double kill, by the way. We haven't seen a Maniac just yet. But that triple kill from Agi. And this is probably one of the best Gusion plays that I've seen here in the Mekong Qualifiers. Not to just discredit the performance yesterday, but this was a very good game for the Gusion, especially since there's a lot of heroes to assassinate and pretty much they snowballed for that entire match. And we can safely say now that they're on top of the Group B stages, Team Evo, with no losses, which means that we're going to be seeing all 3 of our Laos teams going into the playoffs. Let's break it down to you guys what happened in that last match. 24-12 is our score, Yuko. Actually, surprisingly, the goal lead is not that far. Like, you would expect to see like maybe like more than 10k lead with this sort of domination from Team Evo in the early stages of the game. But I am not so sure who is the MVP here. There's a lot of good plays here for Agi. In the early stages up until the end. He was very consistent, but at the same time, you have to give props to Biston as well. I mean, it's all thanks to Agi making the space here for Biston in this lane to be able to shine in the latter stages of the game. Again, this is probably one of the heroes that you won't be seeing boots with. Like, it's always like damage items there. Ferocious Sight, the Demon Hunter Sword, of course, getting the additional critical damage with the Berserker's Fury and the Malefic Roar, plus the Inspire to top it all off. So that was just Biston wreaking havoc in the late game. And props as well to Your Name for securing in the objectives for the side of Team Evo. Unfortunately for Wawa Gaming Thailand, this was a difficult game. I like how Solvi was able to buy a lot of time for them. Like that's twice, almost saving the base there of Wawa Gaming Thailand. But unfortunately, they could not stop Biston anymore, even with the phobias to answer out to this. 717, that is a lot of gold per minute, 876. And of course, once again, the standard 1-1 build, having no boots, going for the straight damage items here with a very high kill participation in the latter stages of the game.
Back to back to back MVP title from Biston. Consistency is key, as consistent as the victories that his team was able to get. Very refreshing to see. And Team Evo, even though they won this, I have to say it was a pretty close match because there were shining moments from their opponent, which is Wawa Gaming. But at the end of the day, the macro is still very important. And in the macro, is actually something that Team Evo really, really excels at. That's the reason why they don't really have this pick-off composition. They want to focus on the team fights. But speaking of team fights, here are the highlights from that best of one.
From the dark horse, if you want the turtle, the light, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. EG, well played! North America has come!
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue.
we saw amazing picks, we saw the Gushin pick, we saw the Julian pick, and everything else. And of course, there's still more in store for all of us as we jump into the last two games for the MSC 2023 Mekong Region Qualifiers.
Yes, and what way to close this out with our last four teams, all of the teams that you've seen except for Team Evo that will safely secure their spot there on the top, number one right now in the group stages. But now we have to take a closer look as well on ESB, the last or the only Brunei team, and this is going to be their last game. They're going to be going up against Wawa Gaming, who again still needs a win here in the group stages. If not, they will actually be finishing on the bottom if ESB manages to win this one. We also have SPR and IDNS later on today. So let's see how that will pan out for the last Vietnamese team, as well as our staple Thai representative in the MSC. Let's start off things with ESB Legacy and Wawa Gaming here for our penultimate game for today. Again, a best out of one. Let's see who will top the group stages, Yuko. And for me, looking at the way things are going for these past 2 days, Yuko, I don't see any difference in the bans. I mean, not unless there's a respect ban coming through, right? Like the respect ban on certain heroes that the players are comfortable with. So let's see if some S tier picks will be up for grabs. Arlot, Kaja, that has a good run today, by the way.
Yeah, Kaja was able to get just a single win in his pocket, but that is still something that could add in his win rate for Burger Kim stats. But yeah, jumping back into the ban phase here, people don't really care about Fanny much with the latter parts of the day, but I have been seeing a lot of prioritization on Farsa and basically all these engaged type of heroes. So ESB, I believe their only loss actually came from Evo. Yeah. Because Evo did not have any losses. So here we get to see, will ESB be able to get one more point in their pocket and hopefully enter the group stage, or will Wawa Gaming be that poison and stop ESB from securing any leads? Arlet has been banned out as well. Benedetta, Melissa, Faramis is open. You also have Valentina. And yeah, those are the usual priorities that's available for ESP.
Zamzam Alakazam. We've seen him play a Faramis. We've seen him also on a Valentina. Not a very successful one though. But then we start things up with a Farsa, which means that the Valentina is open here for Wawa Gaming. If you really want to get that high ground as well, be very greedy. I've been saying this several times. Pick up a Faramis and a Valentina. But you know what? They're just gonna prove me wrong by picking up something else entirely. Joseph X hasn't been having a good time today on the Barretts, on the Akai. So maybe perhaps a fighter would be a better match for this job Wawa Gaming Thailand for the last game today. They pick up two fighters here. The Benedetta, by the way, is already classified as a fighter already, knowing how it can have a 1v1 in the XP lane, has a great amount of sustain as well. So now Wawa Gaming, they're just sending a statement up against this Farsa saying that we can take you down. But ESB as well, gonna be picking up a hero that had a fantastic performance, by the way, in their only win here for the group stages. The Lapu Lapu of Crest.
Yep. And it looks like they are topping that off with the Lancelot. Kalel maybe can pick up. Okay, he can honestly use Lancelot given that he loves these crazy damage heroes. But if he chose not to, there is still 1-1. Oh yeah, 1-1 is still open. 1-1 is still available. You also have the Claude. You even have the Brody if you want to pick that up. But it looks like we have to wait and see which will be the third pick for Wawa Gaming. I suggest they get a frontliner while they still can. Because if they don't, it will be banned out by ESB, but they did not pick a frontliner. Instead, they're going to be locking in the Beatrix and maybe denying the possible marksman picks for Kalel.
Well, this is not going to be like the usual tanky frontline that you see with the Akai and the Fredrin. So this is going to be like melee damage heroes, high mobility heroes at that. The Lancelot and the Martis here going to be going head to head in the jungler role. We still need a gold laner here for ESB. What has Kalel picked up? He actually picked up a Brody one time. I still have yet to see it shine here in the Mekong qualifiers. You can go with the standard Melissa pick as well. But for Wawa Gaming Thailand, they're still taking away center heroes like the Grok that can make the plays here with the wild charge. It's great up against the Lapu Lapu as well if you're going to be talking about the XP lane matchup. But looking at the bans here of Wawa Gaming, they're just staying on the safer side. Maybe perhaps checking the stats as well that has been played yesterday and today.
Okay, we talked about Melissa. I was expecting a Melissa pick if she will not survive the banning phase, but apparently she does get banned by Wawa Gaming. Don't worry though, there's still a lot of good choices for Khalil, and even if he can't choose anyone else, I guess Lancelot is still a pretty viable pick for the player. Later will be the last ban for ESB here. No Luminum Blast, no Solid Initiate, no AoE stuns.
Now this is going to be team fight after team fight when you see a Faramis here. You know, I wouldn't be surprised at this point if you pick up a Valentina if you want to be really bold as well. To pick up that Cult Altar, you also got the Electro Final Blow to pick up it, but that's a long shot. I've seen Haji Kitty on Minsitar. It's not banned out right now. It could be good to go up against a composition like this, especially with the Faramis. Once again, the same idea as the Estes. You have everybody grouping up, and once you get that nice King's Calling onto the members here of Wawa Gaming Thailand, it would be great. Very great as a roamer. I'm not so sure about the XP lane. Can't clear as fast as the Lapu Lapu, so they still need something for Khalil. Maybe to burst down the heroes of Wawa Gaming, and what better way to burst them down with the Blazing Duet of the Flood. And to add up to all of that, you got a Kufra as well to nullify all the dashes coming out from Wawa Gaming.
Yeah, the Kufra ultimate is gonna work so well with Lapu Lapu, Claude, Lancel, and even Farsa, because basically you just want someone to be surprised that they got caught and they got stunned, and then just pour the damage towards them. But with that, Faramis is locked in, and they decide to put an Atlas in the mix as well. Fatal Links will be available because, of course, they're going to be expecting a lot of people trying to chase down Beatrix. And the logic from ESB here as well is, of course, that's Kufra. When he pops the ultimate, you'd expect someone is gonna be there in the same proximity as he is. Maybe 2 heroes, maybe 3 heroes, but the point here is that is the go sign, that is the target for Atlas.
I'm going to be expecting to see a lot of purifies here from the side of ESB, especially on the Claude and the Farsa. I mean, they have that mobility already, that innate mobility with the Farsa's Wings by Wings and the BMI out for the Claude. So we can expect to see purify battle spells from their side. I'm not so sure about this Atlas though. I mean, I like it as a playmaker, but what's difficult is the mobile setup here of ESB. Not to mention there's still that Purify battle spell. So it wouldn't be so easy to set up the plays here for your side, especially if you have someone as mobile as Lancelot and the Claude. Let's take a look at the final lineup here for match number 9, Hugo. We got Team Wawa Gaming Thailand as well as ESB, the last game for the Brunei team, and they want to close it out with a bang. Let's see if they can pull off this lineup, a very mobile lineup, as well as a great playmaker here with the Kufra. If they are able to make this work, this should be them exiting the Mekong qualifiers with a bang.
Definitely, and of course, we'd want to be able to make an impression to all our viewers and to everyone in the other regions that is watching here right now. So we're gonna jump into the Land of Dawn again. This is match number 9, second to the last match for our day 2 in the group stages. Basically, this is matches all pertaining to the teams in Group B. Now it's how you'd expect him to just cause havoc and walk around. Cute skin, by the way, for Atlas. Hajikiti gets caught out here, but there's gonna be a little more pokes from how Waters. And after that small interaction, they just decide to let it go. No full commit, just get a little Wanderer. Or maybe I stand corrected because now you have Metal at the back line. They don't have the combo just yet. So I'm not sure what's the plan here for ESB.
Well, the XP lane certainly is a lonely lane there. You see Crest and Songwei actually just cutting the waves there. And well, the rest of the members here are just on an all-out clash. Wings by Wings out there by Zamzam Alakazam. Oh, actually, he got the purple here. Songwei a little bit too deep there. I don't think he's gonna survive this one. And King picks up the first blood for ESB.
That was a very, very good play from King in this dance zone. That's something you'd want, right? Get the early kills for this hero. Just be mobile, just catch them off guard, and translate or transition over into the bot lane, where apparently the turtle is already up. A lot of things going so well for ESB so far.
Great start, and this turtle's already at half HP. I'm not so sure what Wawa Gaming's plan is. They have the playmaker here with Hao, and once again, ESP is gonna be picking something up. Turtle and Songwei. Nice engage there by Haji Kitty. And Wawa Gaming, they're just reacting to what they're doing. No fatal links available just yet for Hao, and that's gonna be the feathered airstrike used there by Zamzam Alakazam to make them back away from that one.
Hey, that was still a good stun from Hao from Atlas, but sadly, there wasn't any follow-up, but at the very least, he was able to stop ESB from charging in at their faces. So now, it's back to the drawing board. Let's see what is the next step for ESB. 80 seconds before the next objective will be up. And it looks like there are 3 heroes up top, but looking at the 1v1 in the bot lane right now, there is Crest being able to connect the stun plus the shield. Songwei a little bit too deep. Now he is forced to back away. Haji getting the kill onto Atlas. No initiates, no tank for frontliners for you, good sir. And now you have the Blazing Duet being popped by Quag just to be able to clear up the minion at the back line. And he was able to do so. Now you have those connecting onto one, gets stunned, could not move, but gets all of those CCs at his face. And that will be the kill secured for ESB. 4-0 on the board so far, not even 4 minutes in.
That's crazy. You see how Haji Kitty has been making the plays here. On-point setups here by the playmaker of the Brunei team. And it's proving to be such an effective lineup here. You got Zamzam Alakazam with a massive range of the Farsa as compared to the Faramis. And we always talk about this, right? The Faramis is great for the sustains, great for the clashes. But once again, you misposition yourself just like this. Zamzam Alakazam able to use that Purify Outlook. Waste by waste. But to the rescue! Zamzam Alakazam unable to escape that one. That was a Purify used as well. But I thought that would have been a save, honestly, by Haji Kitty.
I thought so too, but you know what they say, you can't get everything you want and predict in life. But then back to the match, looks like ESB was able to get first dibs on the turtle. Other members of Wawa Gaming now here. King gets takedown onto the turtle, but there will be, I guess, a challenge from Wawa Gaming. Crest with the Lapu-Lapu, still deserving the respect he so deserve. Will be able to rotate over to the mid lane. And now that will be Farsa with the feathered end for the feathered airstrike, and that is quite a good combo for Metal. Gets bursted down. How gets the kill onto one, and with that, it is a 1-1 trade, but 5-2 overall. Clock of Destiny being picked up by Metal.
You see how protective these roamers are? That was a 1-for-1 trade on the mid lane there, right after Haji Kitty got that Tyrant's Rage, and eventually Hao was able to pop that Fatal Links onto Zamzam Alakazam, and with no Purify there, it was already used. Something big for both sides, but again, it was just retaliation after retaliation here for both sides. Now we're seeing an advantage here by the Brunei team, although I do like that they have the advantage. They're just not pushing as much towers as they can. Haji Kitty gonna use that bouncing ball, still survives. And that's a killing spree picked up for King. And they're not gonna go for more Blazing Duet here to chunk down the members here of Wawa Gaming real low, forcing them to back away. And as I was saying about the pushes, there you have Crest pushing down bottom lane.
Yeah, looks like that is his, special ability. That is his specialty, on top of being able to push Benedetta back, being able to push Songwei back You know, the first match I saw Songmi, he was pretty powerful, but now it looks like he is just getting bulldozed over by the members of ESB. Possible 4v4. I wouldn't push a 2v4, honestly. But if ESB is the one in the lead, that's this one connecting onto one. Different airstrike being popped there as well. Everyone is falling down in the hands of ESB. Turtle is still there, but they don't care. Silence connecting onto Metal. Songwi in the back line. Few pulls to the side of Wawa Gaming. But don't worry, Songwi is there for the flank. He gets stunned. He gets hit. But it looks like the kill is gonna go over to Crest. Look at that combo, not even letting Songwi breathe, and with that, ESB secures another victory, another lead.
You know the way you say crest, IGN, it actually sounds like yes, yes, yes. Like, I mean, this guy has been making the plays, if not for Haji Kitty. He always goes in for the bravest fighter at the right moment, right after the cult altar is down, which is why the Brunei team is just winning all of these clashes. They might actually pick up this turret as well on the mid side. We're waiting for the setup here by Hao, but he's getting stuck here by Crest once again, forcing them to back away, and King says, we're not gonna live another day. Lives 1 HP and still gets the job done here for the jungler of ESB. And right now they're looking good. At least they have pushed the towers already. They know that's what they need to win this one. And 60 seconds for the first Lord is up for this game.
And looks like Wawa Gaming showing signs of life. They're able to work around still, but ESB with this lineup is still very much in your face. They're still able to get all of the things checked. Not letting this one connecting onto Songbi. Plus the further air strike that is gonna hurt a lot, forcing Wawa Gaming to just fall back. Now How will lurk at the sides. They do not know Metal is there, but never mind, they saw him. But what they don't know though is that How is right here with Joseph X with that on that Martis. That's gonna be a jump in, and the stuns connecting onto one. Good initiate from Haji Kitty. He knows where it's at. However, the follow-up damage is not gonna be enough. Still though, it was a good attempt from ESB.
You know, for Haji Kitty, he's actually not that frugal when he's using his Tyrant's Rage. You know, whenever he has that up, he's just gonna keep using it. It doesn't matter if it's on the jungler, if it's on the roamer, as long as he can make the plays just like this, he's just gonna keep doing it, bouncing ball towards the members of Wawa Gaming for them to back away. King already starting this one up. No deaths just yet for the jungler of the Brunei team. They might actually just try and make a play here. Haji Kitty proving to be really annoying in this match. The bouncing ball, the Tyrant's Rage, and now dashing it out here by King to try poking members of Wawa Gaming for this Lord. I believe both of these teams, they want to get as much as they can. And Haji Kitty with the Tyrant's Rage from the backside. And How gonna try to make it a play. It's only Crest down here. Half HP for the Lord. I'm not so sure if there's going to be a steal here. Joseph fixing that push, but Haji Kitty once again is going to spot him. Bouncing ball, unable to take anything. And it's going to be ESB picking up this first Lord of the game.
Yep, and that is quite the presence from Haji from Haji Kitty. Yeah, here's my personal MVP. I'm calling it. I don't care who gets the kills. All of these initiates, all of these takedowns was made possible by Kufra, and that's something you'd want to highlight, you want to give respect at. So this begs the question, how do you honestly stop a raging Kufra? Do you try to stun him with Atlas? Do you try to pin him down with the Fatal Links? Or do you try to go up against him on the Martyrs or maybe even on the Benedetta? But all of these questions will be answered if Wawa Gaming decides to pull the trigger first. Because so far, it really is just ESB throwing the first punch, throwing the first aggression, and Wawa Gaming had no other choice but to just react. Now let's be one kill, or one turret kill rather, taken by Kalel on this Claude. Claude, by the way, we still haven't seen much of this hero in the fight. But that's going to be connecting onto a lot, onto 3 even. Someone gets a kill onto Haji Kitty, but it looks like Wawa Gaming is forced to take a step back. You have the Monticle going over onto King, and it looks like ESB still going into the base, very much fighting against their opponents. Everyone is taking their sweet time. The waves are being pushed. Khalil gets another turret as we speak. 12 and 4 on the board. It looks like Songmi decided to try to get a pick off but was not successful. Either way, I'd still call that a win for Wawa Gaming.
Definitely a win. It was only Haji Kitty that was out. For Joseph X, that's huge. The jumper for the roamer. I think at this point, the Haji Kitty was like, no, it's fine. He's the sacrificial lamb. Actually, that was a petrify onto Songwi right now, dashing out with that electro final blow. And now How trying to make it some place. It's Zamzam Alakazam that does not have that purify just yet. And look at the Fatal Links. It's Crest that gets caught. But again, it might actually bounce back against them. Look at the bullet shower from that Beatrix. Not enough to actually take down the members of Wawa Gaming. It's gonna be 3 members for none actually, and ESB just winning all of their clashes here, even though Haji Kitty hasn't joined the party just yet.
2 words, blazing duet, and that was the reason why ESB chunked down so much help from Wawa Gaming. There's gonna be a shutdown goal here. Zamzam Alakazam gets bursted down, but that's gonna be an overstay from Joseph X, and the kill goes over to King, who is now godlike. 12 minutes in, 6 and 5. 6 turrets down for Wawa Gaming, only 2 turrets down for the side of ESB. 15 seconds before the next main objective will spawn, and looks like ESB just having a field day into the land of Dawn. They're making sure Wawa Gaming will be zoned out. But I have to say this, there's a lot of good Fatal Links now from Atlas.
There are some good Fatal Links, but here's what I have to say about that. It's gonna be hard to catch this Claude of Kalel. You haven't seen that Fatal Links onto him just yet, mostly on Zamzam Alakazam. Only one Purify to escape that. Here comes the concealed play, as we were saying. How gonna try to make in some plays there. Can he get that Fatal Links? They're not gonna commit, but here comes the Cult Altar being popped really early there by Metal to avoid the onslaught here. ESB, Bravest Spider being popped, and there you go, the Fatal Links that we were waiting for, still untouched here. ESB is able to walk out unscathed from that one.
Unscathed, still pretty much alive and kicking. The Lord is now marching toward the top lane of Wawa Gaming, and the other members of ESB is just making sure their opponents could not even leave their base. See, the buff is being taken by ESB. More advantages going over to their side as they let the Lord work his way into the base. Haji Kitty gonna charge his first, but it's not gonna connect apparently. No, that will be the Feather Airstrike being used by Farsa again, always at an also safe distance as the turrets slowly fall down. King gets taken on the turret. That's gonna be how at the front line will the Fatal Link actually come through. Crest is the first one to say goodbye. That will be another kill secured by Wawa Gaming. Minions are working, but now you have 1 kill going over to ESB. The Lord is there. Other members of Wawa Gaming doing their best to defend, but will it be enough? Everyone is gonna get stunned, and there's gonna be a lot of bodies hitting the floor. You have How on the front line, Legendary going over to King as well. Now you have the very, very clear minion wave clear from Wawa Gaming, giving their base another chance to live. Unless ESB forces another fight here, and they're gonna dance around into the base. How eating off everything. That is gonna be found on the safe side. The Cadillac gets a kill onto How. That is gonna be a blaze burn. It's gonna hurt a lot. Well, now you have Farsa with the Feather Airstrike again. Other members of Wawa Gaming now up. Now they're gonna focus on taking onto the base. The minion waves are not gonna be enough, maybe, but they don't care. They are gonna be able to get that base, and ESB, they get the victory.
And with the last game, it's a different thing when you say it's the last game and the teams always close out with the bang. Now we have ESB with 2 points for the group stages. We'll find out how this will pan out later on, or what the final standings will be here in the Group E stages. But let's take a look at what happened in that match. Such a dominant game by ESB. Really huge props here to Haji Kitty. He had a lot of good Tyrant's Rage in that particular match. Doesn't matter here if he set up the play against How. It doesn't even matter if it was Joseph. As long as he can get someone with that Tyrant's Rage, it should be great. And at the same time, there's always on-point follow-ups here by the side of ESB, which is what made it oh so spectacular for their side. I also have to highlight the plays here made by King. it's a Tank-a-lot. For a moment, I actually thought it was a damaged Lancelot because of the way it was going in and out. Still having the damage even up against the tanky heroes at frontline for the side of Wawa Gaming. And speaking of the Lancelot, a king with a double GG. Definitely a GG for their team as they close it out with this round. 2 points and of course a spectacular KDA to boot here, 809 with a very high kill participation of 81. This is also a lot of gold per minute, by the way, Yuko. A lot of gold to be able to secure the items that he needs.
Yup, being able to generate a lot. And well, that is a very effective last slot into the game. We've been seeing King just go ham, just go at it in the match, honestly. And to see more of the highlights and the good games from that best of one earlier, we're gonna be showing it to everyone right now.
got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse of you all, the turtles, the light, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played, North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-sea representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Slain an enemy! Double kill!
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of
After a very, very long day, we are finally here at the last match, last best of one for day two of the for the group qualifiers for the MSC 2023 Mekong Qualifiers. Again, we're gonna be your casters. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Burger Kim.
To close this game with two teams. Actually, this is where it gets exciting. That's why I have my bug right here. It's a very interesting matchup because if ever IDNS will lose this match, we might actually see a three-way tie coming up. So we're gonna be seeing SPR, ESB, and IDNS having that tie, and eventually you'll have to see who has the most, who played the shortest match, who had the most kills. That is going to be the basis of the three-way tie. IDNS will not pick up the victory for this match, but on the other hand, if it's SPR, then it is more or less a sure slot for IDNS in the playoffs here.
Mm-hmm. And well, it's all gonna fall down to how they're gonna be able to play this one out. I have to commend SPR, still a pretty good team. They have been performing pretty well all throughout the day. They're able to win against Wawa Gaming, but I believe they lost against ESB in the latter parts of the day. They also lost against Evo, and now this is their last chance to be able to bag a victory or even a point. Again, best of one. IDNS versus SPR Esports. Not forget again to support the teams, share the live stream, for this is the final match before we hop into the playoffs.
Now here's what's interesting, right? IDNS has never missed an MSC. Like they've never missed an MSC ever since they won actually the first MSC, which is actually what makes them a household name even in Mobile Legends fans all across the globe. And now for SPR as well, there's a lot at stake for them. They're the only Vietnamese team left here in the competition. With MDH already out, it is up to them to accurately tie this one up to a three-way tie between SBR, ESB, EBN. Actually, you know what? There's a lot of abbreviations for this team. SBR and ESB. I thought it was EBS. So SBR, ESB, and IDNS. And hopefully, this will be the last and final one. And for IDNS fans out there, I know you guys are waiting for this team all the time, every time MSC comes up. So hopefully, let's see if this will be a three-way tie or will IDNS go straight over to the playoffs to meet all the Laos teams actually. So it's going to be a Thailand versus Laos thing once again. I mean, the last time that they've had a major tournament like this was the M Challenge Thailand and Laos series. So we're gonna be seeing Laos and Thailand once again fight for that spot in MSC Mekong. But I have to give the upper hand to the Laos teams. They've been very dominant in the group stages. I'm not so sure about the group stages or the playoffs rather. We'll see how that will pan out later on, Yuko. But today you've had quite the treat, Yuko. I've had a treat as well today. We've seen a Gushon mid, we've seen a Julian. So you've finally seen all the 3 Jujutsu Kaisen skins except for the Yin. So you pretty much seen it all. But what else are you looking forward to for this final match?
Okay, so I guess if I want to be a little bit more realistic, I want to be able to see a good Valentina pick, since Valentina was picked a lot less today than the number of Valentina picks we saw yesterday. And even in the times that she was picked, she wasn't always utilized. So for the last game, I hope we get to see a game that is very, very methodical and very, very useful. So yes, I actually believe that both of these teams have the capability to do so. And I actually saw some comments there cheering IDNS on, and just they are just giving them the power, giving them their MLBB playing skills. And I hope that we will end the group stages with a bang.
Well, looking at IDNS here, I believe this should be at least like more than 5 appearances in MSC already. So they're just collecting their MSC appearances. They won it once, and I think they're looking back to take it back to their glory days, wherein they won the MSC for the first time. Quite memorable for them. It was the first one, and I think this is if ever they do win this Mekong qualifiers once again, because they did win the Mekong Qualifiers last year. This is going to be their sixth. Hold on, let me get that stats up. It's going to be their sixth appearance in MSC. So it's year after year, and hopefully they're looking to take it once again back to the first MSC that happened. But this year, I think Yuko is going to be very interesting for the ecosystem as well for MLBB. We're going to have 3 non-Southeast Asian teams who's going to play in MSC 2023. So you got the MENA region, you got North America as well going there. So it's going to be very interesting to see all these different regions go together and showcase what they got. Specific metas as well that I think some of you guys in the live stream have been commenting. I haven't seen a Gushon mid. Yes, you only see it in specific regions, and that's really the beauty of MLBB and MOBA in general.
Yeah, there's a lot of variety, a lot of mix and matches depending on the region because, of course, it's still gonna depend on what works for them. Kind of like how the meta in the Philippines is different here in the Mekong region. So now, if all of these metas collide, we have to see which meta will be able to duke it out against the other ones, which is why, and it's a LAN event actually. Very much excited to see how things are gonna pan out there. And now I know you guys are excited. This is the last match, but chill for a bit. We're waiting for the players to load into the lobby and make sure that everything is a-okay and good to go before we hop into the pick and ban phase. We've been seeing Joy banned a lot. I hope we get to see her at least once.
At least once.
In the last day. Yeah, I know it's very impossible, but please. You'll never know, right?
Yeah, guys, Yuko's already asking you with a please already. So hopefully we get to see that Joy. I'm not so sure though. It's 100% banned still. I'm looking at my list right now. I'm looking at my stat sheet currently. And speaking of the stat sheets, here are standings currently for Group A and Group B. So like what I mentioned, the Laos teams are proving to be really dominant here. So eliminating actually 2 Vietnamese teams yesterday and the other Thai team. And for today, we're going to be seeing Evo's Esports, of course, obviously on top, followed by IDNS. Again, this is not final yet for the Group B stages. And what a way to actually wrap things up here for the MSC Mekong Qualifiers by having a possible 3-way tiebreaker. But for IDNS, just keep up that consistency, get that victory here, and they should have that sure slot in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay. Now we see the numbers of wins and loses. So if I want to say, reiterate what you said earlier, if I do not Steep loses this match, they will be tied up against ESB Legacy. So it's gonna fall down to how quick the games are, how many kills whatsoever. But it's very nice to see because as you've mentioned, ESB is the only Brunei team, and it's so refreshing to see that this region has potential. The only team that they sent actually was able to make it to the top 3, and that's promising.
Right? The first time you join here, there's a lot of expectations, and at the same time, ESB was able to shatter all of those by finishing at least 3. So the 3-way thing that I was talking about is going to be if SPR does win this one. So it's going to be 2-2 for IDNS and 2-2 for them as well. So we're going to have to see the overall stats between the top 4 teams of this Group B stages. But speaking of, let's close this day out with IDNS and SPR. Really setting up the tensions here for both regions, being the last Vietnamese team and being the possibly the only Thai team to represent their country here in the Mekong Qualifiers, and finally getting that one slot to see the world in Cambodia this year. It's going to be happening this June, so be sure to grab your tickets as well. So if you guys watch some playoffs, they're actually going to be giving away some discounts, by the way, if you want to watch MSC in Cambodia. I'm not so sure about the airfare, but better to buy your tickets early and grab those airfare early so that you guys can hop in and watch some hot MLBB action. But we're going to be heading straight to the draft here for our final game for the Group B stages, Yuko. Nope, they're still not going to let that slide. The Joy is still going to be permanently in the ban list, 100% ban rate, never picked in both Group A and Group B. And we're seeing something different from IDS. They're taking away the Eve and the Valentina. A lot of heroes out for the mid laner here of SPR. Why did I say mid laner? Because I still don't know who's gonna play in the mid lane. They love to, rack up their roster, change up some roles. We've seen that earlier with Wiz being in the roamer role. So I don't know about this game, how it's gonna shake things up for the last Vietnamese team standing here.
All right, there's going to be a ban on Faramis as well. Fredrin might be open this time around, but I'm not sure if they're going to pick that up. 1-1 will be the last ban for the first rotation for IDNS here. That leaves Farsa open. Kaja might be banned, but would be nice if he is going to be open. But all going to fall down to who's going to be the last ban for SPR. And yes, that's going to be Arlott, Farsa, Kaja, Fanny, and Beatrix, Benedetta. All these crazy, damage dealers and setters are up for grabs for IDNS here. Glue too.
Oh, the glue as well. We haven't seen this for the past how many games today? I mean, it's not it's in the top ban list, but not 100% like the Joy. And I was actually thinking that IDNS was gonna go for the Farsa first pick. Instead, they go for something with the control, something that we've seen in their previous games, wherein they have this high amount of control, great amount of CC. And as for SPR, they're gonna be starting it up with a Farsa. Of course, without those two high ground mages, maybe perhaps something different for Mizimig. The Faramis is also out, so maybe we might see something different here for Mizimig. He was the MVP on the Kagura, so we might just actually see it once again.
I just have to say, I'm so proud that I said we might see Fredrin in this game, and he is locked in by SPR. And I like how you mentioned Kagura, by the way. It's not impossible given that how well they performed the last time they picked this hero up. It's a good setup for Gu as well. You get a lot of slows. It's like you're playing MLBB with Red Ping. And you just need, a very mobile marksman, Claude maybe, to just tie things up. Kaja has been locked down by IDNS as well. Now let's see until they reach their damage dealer, Melissa. They really want to get priority on the strong picks. And I like what IDNS is doing right now. Get the best possible heroes out of it, and then just, let their opponents bear the problem afterwards.
This was the same composition that they used against ESB from Brunei earlier, and it worked really well for them, and the exact same picks. The only difference would have to be the Fredrin here that was already secured by SPR. Now, speaking of the SPR, they're gonna have to lock in their third and final pick here for the first phase. Maybe perhaps pick up a side laner to go up against the glue. We see a Terizla usually being used up against the glue to counter it, but they're gonna lock in something completely different as well. The second time we'll be seeing it here in the qualifiers, the Moskov yesterday that had still 100% win rate, by the way. It was a comeback by God's Lion rather, that pick up the Moskov, and for first time, second time rather, we'll be seeing it for the Mekong Qualifiers, and hopefully it does well against this Melissa pick of IDNS.
Hayabusa will be the second to the last ban for SPR. Terizla apparently being banned out by IDNS, and they need to take out another sturdy frontliner, maybe drop, or they already got glue, so maybe they could ban out Kufra as well, just to really limit the possible hero choices for SPR here. And I want to set some expectations for the last two picks of IDNS. It's gonna be all about that damage. Maybe one tank, one damage, but they need to really invest in another damage dealer. Lansdowne has been banned out by SPR as well, limiting the possible hero choices for IDNS here. And yeah, looks like they're gonna slow their pacing a little bit. Really think through who do they want to get banned out. This is their last chance again. Atlas has been taken out. Okay. I mean, that's a good call. Flooded airstrike will not be as efficient if they took out Atlas.
Yeah, and here's the thing about the last possible picks as well of IDNS. I'm thinking something along the lines of maybe a Ling. I remember the last Ling and a Fanny is available. I'm not so sure about the Fanny though. There is the Moskov to deal with. I think they're just setting it up. And as I was saying, the Ling, they're actually going to steal it away. So it's going to be a Fredrin XP lane to go up against this blue. So I don't know. I'm just a wild guess. I'm thinking they're just stealing away the possible options here for Izzy. Maybe leaving out something along the lines of still an assassin. I'm not so sure if he wants to go the route of another tanky jungler like the Akai, which is still open, by the way. They still need some high ground here, and with the Ling, I'm not so sure about the Savior. The Kagura is a great pick. I mean, in and out of the clash, you can definitely make it work. A mage that has never been out of the meta, and as I was saying, it's going to be still the Assassins here will be picked up by Aiden as a classic pick, and the Kagura to seal the deal for today. Second time we'll be seeing it today, Yuko. I know you're very happy about this.
I am very much happy, aside from the fact that I get to see this, classic hero being picked up yet again. 2 Kaguras in one day, yes please. On top of that, I already mentioned this. Kagura and Blue is such a good combo because they'll be able to set up a lot for Fanny, being able to set up a lot for Melissa, and they can actually set up for Kaja even before he jumps in with the Divine Judgment. Now, if you want to be able to reach the back lines, you need an Iron Hook. And who has an Iron Hook? That will be Franco, which is logged in by SPR. So I wasn't kidding. Our teams really want to end the group stages with a bang. Here are the bans, here are the picks. We're gonna hop into the Land of Dawn in a few more seconds.
Now, if this Moskov pick will work out for SPR, just like the way they pulled off that Popol and Koopa for that first game. Now, this is going to be a way to close the day. 3-way tie. But the Group B stage is about to end. We're going to be heading over to the playoffs right after this. But we have to find out first who's going to take that last slot for the Group B stages. Franco pick. I like this. It's surprising. It's great suppression as well. Unfortunately, there's not the Eve. I mean, it's something... I think for Whis, he has to pick off like either the Fanny here of Izzy or maybe even 33, and the rest of the members, I'm pretty sure that SPR can deal with it. Great comfort picks coming out from IDNS, and as for SPR, hopefully this Moskov will be their lucky charm for this game.
Yep, let's see if he is gonna be the lucky charm or will he be the one to, bring the bad luck as we hop into the game. Again, final best of one. What a way to end the day. We hope you guys are just happy as we are. Check out all those cool skins, by the way. So jealous. There's a lot of variety for our players. And with that, we are gonna see who will get the last day's victory.
Into the Land of Dawn for the last time today. Let's see if it's going to be IDNS getting that slot, or will we see a 3-way tie? We'll find out as we head over to a last and final stage of the Group B stages for today. And we're seeing that Kagura skin up close. Actually, that was the Starlight last year. I actually just got it recently. I was collecting those gems to be able to get this one, and purple's my favorite color. So I was like, yeah, I gotta get this one, but I can't play a very good Kagura.
You know what? Kagura is one of the heroes I really want to use, but I can't seem to utilize her. Maybe the skill set is just not for me, I used to play Kaja a lot, even when I started casting for MLBB, so I'm happy that he's back in the meta. So I guess that's more my leeway.
The Kaja, right? I think the Kagura, I've been seeing a lot of like awesome plays on TikTok, right? A lot of good Kagura plays, like different types of combos of the Kagura, which I don't think I can ever pull off. But you know what, you guys can get that elite code over there. Hope you guys got that screen cap, and be sure to exchange that code over to the over in the Mobile Legends website.
Okay, now back into the game. The usual stuns, usual throws here and there. But it seems like no one is being aggressive. This is kind of new. It is such a slow-paced game. And there is... No, I thought it was going to be a 3v2 at the bot lane, but Fanny is jumping back. Fanny making sure that she is nowhere near where the Ling is. And with that, they are going to be pushing into the turtle pit. Stuns connecting onto one. You have the stun connecting onto Mick as well. Not as many times of blades being popped on the turret. They don't care. But that is going to be the first blood being used, or rather being drawn by Ling. But given that they overstayed on their turret, There will be a revenge kill, and the kill goes over to Zonri, giving IDNS the space to take the turtle and even take the kill onto Moscow.
Well, I think for the Voskov constellation idea that you are a late game hero, so it should be fine, but they should keep this Melissa checked as well. 33 on this Melissa. Spectacular performance. And so far, all of 33's appearance, it's only the Beatrix and the Melissa that he has used. But on the mid side, we're going to get that flicker and that divine judgment onto that Farsa. Unable to do anything about that. And unable to flicker to safety as well because it has been used. And now we're going to see a lot of focus on the gold lane. Expect to see the Skaja of Zanri try and gank the bottom side right before the turtle is up. XP lane is such a lonely lane here, seriously. I mean, it's only the two of you going head to head to each other and nothing's going to happen. You can pretty much sustain the damage, not unless your mid laner will come up.
The bravest people always take the lonely road, but this road doesn't seem so lonely given that there is a gank from IDNS, and Fanny gets the kill onto Atram. And now that will be Izzy and chased down by Lingxi. You can't really 3D maneuver gear away if there's a Ling chasing you down. Hack gets a kill onto Ling as well. Apparently, the ultimate from Moscow is not gonna connect. Now that will be another ultimate from Farsa for the airstrike. Ring of Order being popped by Kaja, even though he is a little bit too close, but it's fine. Not a problem for this little hero. And with that, he is gonna rotate over into the Little Wanderers area.
We're gonna see a lot of inspires that will happen in the late game. That's two inspires, one for 33 and one for Tin Con. And here comes the corrosion site as well. One of the items that should be prioritized, especially even if you're a Ling. Additional attack speed plus the new item that was put into play. A lot of the corrosion sites coming up, so a lot of the slows with the basic attacks. Here comes Swiss with the engage. The Bloody Hunt comes through, and it's going to be Amy, the first one to fall. The Divine Judgment is here as well. 33 going all the way in for the Inspire. Takes that one, and did cause the next one to join the chopping board. It's picking up. The Cutthroat comes through. They're able to sustain some. It's a double kill for her fan. Who knows that this guy can actually play this year? Will it be a triple? They're not going to go and overcommit towards that one. They got what they wanted, and that was definitely a clear win for SPR.
Yeah, that was really, really good. Being able to just bait out IDNS and make sure that they have no ways of re-engaging, and enough to actually give yourself the space to maybe get Turtle. Mizzy Mink is spotted out there though, and here is going to be the attempt. A lot of damage going through. Turtle goes over to Fanny. Zanri gets a kill onto Ram, gets a kill onto Fredrin, and after that, no other casualties. They get Turtle, they get one kill. They're gonna have to let this one go.
It's good. It's a good thing that the AV hack is able to win his lane there up against the Fredrin. That is the concussive blast emblem. So not the tenacity for the Fredrin here. There's also the flicker. So I'm not so sure. He's doing quite well, sustaining all the stick coming up from Amy. And as for Amy, it doesn't matter. Come near me. I'm just going to use my skills. Be sure to be able to maximize this Avarice emblem that I have, gonna clear out the lanes, and once again, just denying Ram from joining in the team fights. He's the one that's able to soak up the damage because Fan is actually using an assassin right now. Here comes the Yin Yang overturn. I am not so sure if he will be able to successfully pick him off. There's a pinch points available, so yeah, he's out of the woods for now.
Yep, definitely out of the woods. But someone that is not out of the woods is 33. Good sidestep. He predicted that. He knew Franco was going to try to use the iron hook on her. Thus, she is able to live another day now. Ram, using Fredrin, will be alone at top lane part. Izzy, still a pretty good start for a Fanny, honestly. was able to just make waves and just roam around in the map in the match. That's the sun connecting onto one. He is a little bit suppressed because of divine judgment. Kinespi going over to Izzy. Quite ironic given that you'd want to get the suppress if you are the Franco. But now someone is getting more kills, and that is Kagura. Gets a kill onto one, gets a kill onto Ling, and after that they separate themselves, and now they will just try to cover as much ground as they can. Why? Because Turtle is already up.
I was thinking of like what role Missy Ming played last time. I think it was the XP lane, and Izzy actually played the gold lane before, so it kind of goes to show his aggression. If you know how to play the gold lane, you can definitely rock all these assassin picks. And so far, speaking of Izzy, he hasn't gotten his purple buff yet. They're gonna prioritize this turtle instead. They're gonna be able to safely take that one. And as for SPR, and once again, one by one, they're going down. Wiz able to evade that one. No split available just yet for Amy Hawk. And once again, IDNS right now dominating. This is the same thing if they have like a tanky jungler for Izzy. It still works the same way. And for Rapat as well, I wouldn't say this is a bad game for the Ling. It's just a matter of the way IDNS dominated their sides. And now they're able to get all the pickups that they want. Here goes the conceal play, Divine Judgment. It doesn't even matter who they get. It's the first one to fall. And IDNS picks up another kill.
See, if you think about it, never mind, that's gonna be the ultimate coming from Farsa again. Missy Ming, the next juicy target here. Kill goes over to Ling, and it looks like Kagura might not have the best day after all. This is the Fanny trying to catch Ling off guard. That will be the Ring of Order connecting as well. And as he jump away, he gets meted by Hack. And okay, I was about to say this, but if you're Kaja, if you get Divine Judgment, you actually already have a head start damage because of the combo, because of the second skill, those cute little bombs. So it became an easy finisher off for IDNS after the Divine Judgment combo. So that's gonna be a lot of turns, a lot of kills, a lot of damage even. Good call, good opportunity. That will be 2 kills. Actually make it even 3 for the side of IDNS, and no one died on their side.
Wow, rarely do you see like a gold laner aggressively going in to protect your roamer. That was so aggressive from 33, dashed all the way in. That was actually the Inspire being popped there by Tin Con. Try to take down Zanri. Fortunately enough, there was the follow-up there by INS. Time and time again, you get that Yin Yang overturn on the Hurrah. Misses that Appraiser's Rat. And unable to get anything still for SPR. They are managing to hold out, but they can't hold out for long if IDNS keeps this up. They're gonna go straight for the Lord here. 9-minute mark. First Lord. This should be no contest, not unless there's a possible steal by the Ling here, who's still out, by the way. So it's gonna go to the side of IDNS. No contest at all. Still a very dominant start for the Thai team.
Yeah, they couldn't do anything given that there's no retribution available. That's why IDNS was very confident with taking that objective. On top of that, they were able to get such damage onto Wiz, the Franco, the frontliner supposedly for SPR. And now we are just back to the ball game. Back to the drawing board. Lord has been summoned in. He is making his way up into the mid lane. Looks like the other members of SPR is just making sure the buff will not get stolen. Will it not? Okay, now that was a good attempt, but it still went over to Crazy Mink. Good timing.
And here's the thing, right? I mean, a lot of people always remember Ramela for playing the mid lane here. Actually, last year it was also a girl who played for IDNS's mid lane, Angelina. She's still in the roster. Not really seeing her. It's still a new shade of IDNS. Still some classic players here. Ram, we'll be using that flicker out. That one, that's 4 members of IDNS. A lot of spells used right before one major objective. But at least for IDNS, they should be able to push this tower up top, forcing SPR to just back away to the base.
Forcing them to back away into their base indeed, but looks like they will not let that go without a fight. Last outlet for the top lane has been taken down, and instead of pushing in further, they decide to still respect the power and the combo that SRP still might have. SPR rather, might still have. So with that, things are gonna come down for a bit, and they are on the hunt for Ling. Divine Judgment is available. Hack spots out Moskov, but they're not gonna fully commit. At least they have a rough estimate on where their opponents are. You also have the buff being taken from SPR. That's more things going in the favor of IDNS.
I think this is a different XP laner for SPR. For the mid laner currently playing for the side of SPR, used to play the XP lane. So again, there's a lot of things going on here for the Vietnamese teams. They try all these new possibilities with their role changes even. But one thing's constant here. It's always TinCon on the gold lane, and it's always a fan broke your heart as the jungler here. But I'm not so sure about the other changes, like especially on the mid and XP. I know these two roles can be exchanged, but at the same time, um, it it's not working so well here for SPR, especially if you want to manage to pull off an upset against IDNS, force out a three-way tie. And here comes the Lord. Is he getting in that purple buff? Actually, there was an attempted steal by a fan, so they won't be able to get anything. I'm not so sure if they're gonna bait. Use a bait lord once again. I mean, they're complete right now. Concealed play has been made here. They're trying their best to check the bushes, but unable to find anyone. That should be TinCon right there in a dangerous position. That was an overcommitment. It's Izzy getting shut down there. It was just a bait designed by SPR. Look at the way that split goes all the way out to the base. And now IDNS trying their very best to get as much as they can after those. It's going to be a 2-4-1 exchange. Only Izzy down. But at the same time, you see Fan pushing the lanes as well on the top side.
See, that was honestly a fight SPR could have taken, but it seems like the damage is still in the lead for IDNS as the temperature blades being popped for the side of SPR. One crucial ultimate already gone, a few more seconds before he can actually come back. And as I say this, Izzy is now coming back, the timer is up, and they might be able to have a take two for the fight in the Lord area.
Well, the purple's with Wiz right now. So Wiz, it doesn't matter if it's with Wiz, right? As long as it's with SPR. But Fan as well does not have that purple, so they're gonna have to be a bit frugal when it comes to assassinating the proper target here, especially for both IDNS and SPR. Gold Laner is gonna be the target. We're seeing TinCon work up that lane top side. We might actually just see a split push, an attempted split push here by SPR. So I think IDNS knows this as well. Here comes the engage by Wiz. No follow-up just yet, but look at the damage from the Melissa. 33, shredding Wiz apart. You see the Farsa as well. You force someone to react and then maybe eventually steal the Lord away from IDNS.
See, Farsa could not even do anything there because Blue was clinging onto her like a koala on a tree. And now you have IDNS having first dibs on the Lord. Could be non-contested, but Farsa will still give it a try. Izzy being able to get that retribution, being able to secure that important objective. But it looks like there is someone going in with the backdoor play. Not going to be enough given that he was spotted, and he might have to pay for that with his own life. Pan decides to join the party. That will be the kill going over to Izzy, and Lord is still making his way into the mid lane. Other members of IDNS, now it looks like they are slowly marching onto SPR's base. Predator airstrike is going to be used, but it's not enough to actually stop the Lord. They need to actually hit it with consistent damage. There's going to be the suppress connecting onto one. Ram not gonna look so happy in that situation. Immortality being picked up by Izzy, and looks like there are still fresh minion waves, and IDNS could still push this lane out. They do, and now it is go time yet again for the airstrike being popped by Far, so everyone is gonna fall back for a few seconds, but then re-engage. Turret gonna fall down for the bot lane side of SPR, and the other members of IDNS, they decide to call it a day, but still, the base gets to live another day.
You know what I love about Zanri here? He already has the immortality, so he can pretty much be very aggressive on those dives, on those pickoffs. I think at this point for Zanri, it doesn't matter if he picks off Haram here. Even the tankiest heroes of the side of SPR, he manages to pull in, and whenever he reels everyone in, it should be a sure pick off here for IDNS. Looking at our items 16 minutes in, let's take a look at anything out of the ordinary here. We always see a lot of course, magic defense here for the side of IDNS, the Rose Gold Meteor and the Athena Shield coming through. We also see a lot of Brute Force Breastplate, knowing that these are two marksmen here that benefits a lot from basic attacks. So now 17 minutes in, this is the part where it gets interesting. You don't know what the plans here of SPR are, but they might just pull off a play here against IDNS. Amy Hack already giving the signal for Zanri to go in. Here comes a flicker. Who did he get? It's Chincon! Unable to escape that one. And that's another kill picked up for IDNS. One by one, they're falling down, and there's it's just a fun actually, just trying to push the lanes as much as he can, and that's the best thing he can do right now.
Best thing he can definitely do right now, but Farsa is doing her best to try and zone ID and S away. Ram gets bursted down by Zari. That is gonna hurt a lot. Imagine Kaja with a monster kill. And that is a 2-to-1 trade in favor of IDNS. They get the last turret. No more turrets to actually defend the base of SPR right now. Towards the other side of IDNS, there are 5 turrets down. The turrets in the mid lanes are the only ones left alive. And right on cue, Lord up, Lord has spawned. I won't be surprised if we see the next fight in this area.
No purple available for the lane of a fan. Now, for IDNS, here's the thing. If they manage to seal out the Lord here, it should be marching on the top side if SPR gets it. But on the other hand, there's no inhibitors left here for SPR. They're really good at holding on for their dear lives. 33 already starting this one up. This should be an easy take for both of our assassins that can just dive right in and take in that Lord with one fell swoop. Now, 1 HP. Nice zoning there by Amy Hawk onto Wiz. Unable to do anything about that one, but look at Fan just pushing in the sides there, making things work for SPR while they have to manage to take this next Lord up.
That was so scary and too close. I thought Ling was going to be able to go with a split push. And you're right. Hack or Amy Hack was so good with zoning out that IDNS was comfortable taking the Lord. Speaking of the Lord, he will be making his way into the mid lane where everything will converge. Just gonna have to clear out that minion wave. There's gonna be a few recalls here and there. A few regions to the health. Remember, Ling can still go with the split push. He is gonna try while the other members of IDNS is making their way into the base. Farsa with Defender Airstrike. Other members of SPR will have to keep their eyes on check. Fan decides to join the party to make sure that Ling will not be able to get anything, not even go away with the split push. You have the Divine Judgment available. Everyone is going ready. Mizzy Mink is about to say goodbye, actually, and with that, they're gonna jump in straight first. Head first, that's gonna be 2 kills going over to Izzy, including this Ling. Predator Airstrike being popped in. Again, that's gonna be a shutdown gold going over to Farsa. Actually, give that triple kill over to Izzy. A 3-to-3 trade in favor, 3-to-4 trade in favor of no one. And now that will be the Ring of Order popped by IDNS. They are still in the base. They really want to push this. They really want to end the game.
There are minion waves coming in. I'm not so sure if they can defend that one. Here comes the Divine Judgment. Izzy has the immortality. Everyone's really low, but the Big Strike. And then that ultimate, Wiz is gonna fall. And that is it. IDNS, they will be heading over to the playoffs.
Man, it was a very extended team fight that I thought we might have to take a step back and had to breathe for a bit, but no, IDNS, they knew they could finish it. They trust and believe in their gut that they could overstay their World Cup and still survive. I guess that's how confident Izzy was. And I stand corrected. I said it was a 3-to-4, but it was a 3-to-3 in favor of no one. And yeah, there's still such burst from Fanny in that match. Farsa did try to zone them out, but it just wasn't enough. The timers were too high. IDNS was very aggressive, and at the end of the day, those who are aggressive really are able to secure the victory. So GG's to IDNS, but that was such a great game for SPR. We had to remind ourselves time and time again to look at IDNS's base because Ling could split push whenever he wants.
Now, here's what made it difficult for IDNS to immediately end this thing. There was the bloody hunt from Wiz, and at the same time, you can kind of see Kwan as well, Tin Kwan, with the Moskov, being able to pop in that Inspire and have that extra attack speed already by the 20-minute mark. But what made it really beautiful for that last clash was Izzy was able to pick up a triple kill. Only Izzy, unfortunately, 33 was already down at that point, so it was up to the rest of the members of IDNS like Zanri and Izzy to finally take down the base of of uh, uh, S, S, SPR rather, for this game. And rarely do we see like roamers being or shining in the games today. But I would say this is a spectacular performance by Zanvi, not only on the Franco, by the way, on the Kaja as well, which is kind of why you see this always on the top ban list. 7-1-15 KDA, and that's going to close out our matches for today's Group B stages with IDS and of course Team Evo moving forward to the next stage of this Mekong Qualifier.
Beautiful and clean matches from our Group B here, and I love that we were able to end the day with another victory, with another match that really had us at the edge of our seats. I want to see another Fanny and Ling matchup because those are fun. You know, it really makes you watch the game all the more. You really want to see who will be able to outmove or outmaneuver who. So for Group A, we have Wawa Gaming from Laos and Nightmare Esports advancing to our playoffs. For the side of Group B, we have Evo Esports and I Do Not Sleep advancing into the playoffs tomorrow and on the 27th.
Wow, this is crazy. This is going to be like the M Challenge Thailand and Laos Cup. So we're going to see three. So it's going to be Laos versus Thailand here, basically. That's three Laos teams. All of their representatives made it through the playoffs. And, of course, the lone Thai representative for this Mekong Qualifiers. IDNS, they've had a long history, but, of course, massive respect to this Thai team. They're going to be they're going to have to raise this flag if they want to be able to represent the Mekong region one more time this year. And they've never missed an MSC, that's for sure. And let's take a look at the playoffs bracket here. We're going to be seeing Wawa Gaming and IDNS go head-to-head in BL3. And next up, we also have Evo Esports, a spotless record here in the Group B stages. And they're going to be going up against their very own Nightmare Esports as well.
I don't want to jinx it, but wouldn't it be amusing if I Do Not Sleep, the only TH team left in the playoffs? Wouldn't it be amusing if they're the ones that actually made it out of there alive? Because, you know, the odds of them actually winning is quite difficult given that there's three teams from Laos. But we'll never know. I mean, Evo Esports is definitely strong and is a formidable opponent. I cannot wait to see them duke it out again. Maybe we're going to be seeing some a lot more stronger drafts and a lot more channeled bans from our teams. And again, these are the matchups for tomorrow. Don't forget to set your alarm. Don't forget to cheer them on, you know, give them the love, give them the support that they deserve. But it has been such an amazing 2 days for the group stages.
Well, we're going to expect to be seeing or hearing a lot more from the Laotian fans for the playoffs because there's three teams that will represent their country there. And as for IDNS as well, they're a staple name here in the Mekong region. Like what I mentioned, never missed a single MSC. And now it's going to be really exciting who's going to actually make it through this playoffs bracket. It's quite long, but there is going to be that second chance in the lower bracket. Ultimately, you guys will find out in the next few days. So stay tuned up until the 27th of April for more MLBB action here in the Mekong region.
And that has been it basically for the match. But before we say goodbye, we present to you the highlights of that last best of one.
Thank you. Bye bye. See you guys tomorrow.